Start today's program in just a few minutes from now. There is an update. We have just been joined by our Honorable Minister of Mines for the state of Maharashtra, Shri Dadaji Bhuse, who's with us now. And very soon he'll be a part of us in this auditorium. Of course, there's a parallel exhibition going on. Most of the people are there appreciating what is on offer. But we'll have to begin with the proceedings. So I request all our volunteers to kindly get in touch with people who are outside to kindly make them come in so that we can begin the proceedings as per this schedule. Thank you very much. I would also mention that Shri Vivek Bhardwaj, Secretary, Ministry of Mines of the Government of India, is also with us now, and he's in the process of welcoming our Honorable Minister, sir, for Minister of Mines for the state of Maharashtra. And very soon we are expecting Honorable Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Coal and Mines, Shri Prahlad Joshi, to be with us, and immediately thereafter we'll begin with the proceedings. I once again request all to kindly request all those of our participants who are outside this auditorium to kindly settle themselves inside the auditorium. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I, on behalf of the organizing committee of this event, that is Ministry of Mines, aligned in thought and spirit by IIT Bombay, welcome you to the first Mining Startup Summit, a step towards Aatmanirbhar Bharat, which is being organized here in this beautiful campus of IIT Bombay. Of course, it is a wonderful experience for all of us to be at this prized technical institution, which has been offering pioneering education, technical education for many years now. Well, I fondly recall or have remembrances of being here way back in 1996 as a student to the Mudai festival, and of course many of those memories still trickle down to this date. Of course, this is one of the best campuses that we have in the country, and of course to have a summit like this over here is something to feel very proud of. At the same time, we are extremely privileged and happy to be a part of today's occasion, as this particular event will also be integral towards drawing the roadmap to all initiatives being given to startups in the mining sector and related aspects of understanding. Of course, there will be a lot of brainstorming, deliberations, discussions to be held under a common roof, and all this will give us a lot of confidence and enthuse us to do well in this sector as well. I would iterate this information that we have already been joined by our Honorable Minister of Mines for the state of Maharashtra, Shri Dadaji Bhuse is already with us, and Secretary Mines Shri Vivek Bhardwaj is also with us, and we are expecting the arrival of Honorable Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Coal and Mines, who is expected to be with us any moment now. So we request you to kindly make yourselves comfortable, and we shall begin with the inaugural session very soon. Well, I welcome all our participants from the echelons of Government of India, our representatives from the industries, students, professionals, and all those who are doing extremely well as far as the startup campaign is concerned. Of course, there's been a lot of fillip in the last 7 or 8 or 9 years. Of course, the numbers have phenomenally increased in terms of the startup, and we are flourishing in terms of doing well in this sector. Of course, this is now time to do well in the sector of mining as well, and that is what the whole idea is all about, to make a good beginning as far as today's program and the event is concerned. Well, I once again request our volunteers, if they are around, if you can hear me, to kindly stir all those people, request people outside having a look at the exhibition, because that is going to be there to the length of the day. So you can request them to kindly come inside and take their seats so that we can begin the proceedings timely as per the schedule. Thank you. Well, we welcome all our delegates and participants who have just joined us. We request them to kindly settle themselves. And we are in anticipation of going ahead with the inaugural ceremony in just a few moments from now. In fact, we are just awaiting the arrival of our Honorable Chief Guest on the occasion, Honorable Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Coal and Mines, Shri Prahlad Joshi is going to be with us any moment. And of course, there's a parallel exhibition going on outside this auditorium. People are appreciating all of that which is there on the offer, and of course that is going to be there to the length of the day. So we'll be getting interim breaks in between wherein you can go and visit one of those stalls which are on offer today as far as the summit is concerned. But yes, we'll have to go ahead with the inaugural session, and of course we need a packed attendance as far as the session is concerned. So we request all to kindly make themselves comfortable and be seated as quickly as possible. Thank you. Well, maybe inform you, ladies and gentlemen, that Ministry of Mines in recent years has taken a lot of initiatives in order to further enhance the mineral productivity in the country, to enhance the mining sector, all the prerequisites which are required in order for safe mining, for propelling the auction of blocks as far as respective states for various mineral commodities are concerned. And this could just be a welcome step in that direction, to also invite and involve the participation of startups in the mineral sector and also in the mining sector, so that we can have site-specific value addition coming up from them. Of course, this is a step in that direction. Of course, this is going to be a big summit as far as this economic capital of the country is concerned, and none other place than IIT Mumbai to have this getting rolled on. So obviously, this is going to be a very high-profile meeting. Of course, there's going to be a lot of participation and deliberation and valued inputs coming out from each one of you. So we really thank you for coming here in numbers and making this event so successful. Well, as you can see in your LED screens, our Honorable Minister, Sir, Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Coal and Mines, has already arrived in our premises. And this particular moment of reflecting all of that which is happening outside this auditorium onto the LED screen, we really appreciate that, and that is what that needs to be exemplified, how technology can actually reach out to the expectations of human beings. And everything is being displayed onto your screen, and this is a wonderful moment wherein Honorable Minister Sir is walking inside the exhibition area. Of course, he'll be inaugurating that exhibition, and he'll be making a perusal of what is on offer over there, and soon after he'll be joining us for this inaugural session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the prized moments which you are able to witness on the LED screen. Of course, Honorable Minister Sir has arrived with us, and he is taking a perusal of the exhibition on offer. Of course, these are some of the moments which are going to be captured by the media, and they'll be reflecting all over the dailies and electronic media after this event. Of course, as you can see, we're catching all of this, and immediately thereafter, our revered dignitaries will be making their way into this auditorium, and we'll begin with the proceedings for today's event. Can we get this front camera also rolling, please, on the television screen? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I get a feeling that there will be a huge footfall as soon as Honorable Minister Sir enters the auditorium. There's a sizable strength of participants outside this auditorium as well. So we would request each one of you to settle down as quickly as possible so that we may not be delayed as far as the start of the inaugural session is concerned. These are some of the glimpses of Honorable Minister Sir and also Honorable Minister of Mines for the state of Maharashtra taking a stroll along the stalls which are on display outside this auditorium. And of course, this all gives us a reflection of the major startups which are being thought, which are doing well as far as the Indian sector is concerned. And of course, how they can be of any use to the mining sector as well. It's going to be one of the phenomenal events in the events which have been done by Ministry of Mine in recent time. Of course, there's been a lot of fillip as far as handing over mineral blocks, the geological memorandums, the resource-bearing reports to various states, and to also encourage them to initiate the process of auctioning through the method of composite license and otherwise. And of course, this is another step in that direction to involve the participation of startups and to seek their intervention in terms of innovation and technology to address some of the challenging problems in the mining sector. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, that you made it convenient to be a part of today's important summit. And of course, this is going to be another major achievement as far as Ministry of Mines is concerned. We are equally thankful to the authorities of IIT Bombay for having extended the support in making this possible. Of course, it's a pleasure being in Mumbai and also in the campus of IIT Bombay. Of course, this happens to be the supply line for such brilliant and bright students who make the name and shape of industries that they get associated with once they get out of this campus. Of course, this is all being done in that direction. If we look at some of the data and statistics, of course, it has been the technical sector, it has been the IT sector, which has contributed towards major startups in the country. And if we also look at the list of unicorns, which is those startups with a valuation of more than $1 billion, of course, the major founders of them have been from one of these IITs, the 23 IITs that we have in the Indian context. Of course, the technical institutions have a major role to play, and this will be another great starting point as far as furtherance of this matter is concerned. A glimpse of the exhibition that you see, all this has been set up in a span of one day, and kudos to the organizing committee for having come together as a team to make all of this possible. And of course, this is one of the best visual treats that we can have in terms of getting to know what all startups is all about, what the respective organizations, private concerns are doing, and how they can contribute to the economy of the country. And of course, this is a major endeavor, this is a major step in that direction from the Ministry of Mines to make this possible, of organizing this first ever mining startup summit here in Mumbai, in the state of Maharashtra. And the whole proceedings is going to begin just in a short while from now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, just to apprise you of the brief itinerary that we are going to follow through the length of the day, we're going to have an inaugural session. Of course, there's going to be a keynote address and followed by speeches coming up from Honorable Ministers. And of course, we'll be taking a break after that, and soon thereafter we'll be beginning with the first technical session. And there's going to be interaction with the industries, dedicated presentations coming up from academia, and also some of the startups. And that will be followed post-lunch with a brainstorming session with the startups, where there will be a problem statement and of course viable solutions on offer will be sought from them. Of course, that makes a very cogent package as far as the day is concerned. Of course, a lot of ideas is going to come, and we are all going to be benefited out of that. And let's see how these shape up into projects in future. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that has been the kind of enthusiasm and encouragement that we have been receiving from Honorable Union Minister, sir. He's taking a perusal of each and every stall that is on offer. Obviously, he's not rushing through all that is there on display. And of course, there have been a lot of initiatives under his overall guardianship and supervision to really propel the activities of Ministry of Mines in the last couple of years. And of course, there have been a lot of events which has created a better interface between the government and the professionals who are into the business. And of course, this has really boosted the fortunes of the mineral industry in times. Of course, we are heading for a very promising start, and of course, the takeaways of this particular event is going to guide us for better things in future as well. The auctioning of the various mineral blocks which have been investigated by organizations like Geological Survey of India, and likewise which have been periodically and regularly given away to the Ministry of Mines, the central government, which have been through certain ceremonies on occasional moments have been handed over to various state governments, and the process of auctioning through composite license or for the purpose of auctioning through inviting players from the market has also accentuated in recent times. And of course, that is all giving a major fillip to the mining sector and also the mineral industry. All this is burgeoning towards a very promising start as far as today's event is concerned. And of course, everybody of us who are there here in this auditorium or who are able to visualize this, or maybe who can catch on to this in times to come, is going to get excited about the takeaways of today's event. Well, this wonderful services of this auditorium, the VMCC, of course, it's a wonderful hall for a packed audience of about 3 to 350 people, and this particular services was made available to us by IIT Bombay, and of course, what a place to be in as far as this startup summit is concerned. And of course, we are making way for a very interesting day in terms of the deliberations that are going to happen. Of course, the entire package has been defined in a manner like that, so that there is maximum participation coming up from each one of you out there. So there will be an open discussion session also going on towards the later part of the day, wherein each one of you can pose a question, or maybe you can supplement the discussion going on with your intervention in terms of valued input coming up from your side. So we value the presence of each one of you out there in making this event such a successful one, and obviously it's going to take us to a new direction from here on. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Shri Vivek Bhardwaj, Secretary to the Ministry of Mines, Government of India. Thank you very much, sir, for making it convenient to be a part of today's occasion. We also welcome our senior officials from the echelons of Government of India. Of course, there is a dedicated seating arrangement for them towards the front row. Those are reserved for them. And meanwhile, all those participants and guests who are joining us on the moment are requested to kindly take the seats and make themselves comfortable. We profusely welcome each one of you out there. This historic event of Ministry of Mines, which is making waves, which is creating waves, of course being done under the overall guardianship, under the overall supervision of Honorable Union Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Mines and Coal, Shri Prahlad Joshi, who's also with us. We just have a glimpse of him on the LED screen, that he was taking a stroll, taking a perusal of all the stalls on offer as far as the Startup Summit is concerned. Of course, it's definitely going to give us definitive direction as the event progresses through the length of the day. As more number of our guests and participants pour into this auditorium, I may request them to kindly make it convenient for them to finally take their seats. Meanwhile, we welcome Shri Dadaji Bhuse, Honorable Minister Sir for the State of Maharashtra, Minister of Mines, and we profusely welcome you, sir. Thank you very much for kindly accepting our invitation to be a part of this historic event of Ministry of Mines. Thank you very much, sir, for coming here. Well, this is one of the most historic events of Ministry of Mines being planned in the economic capital of the country. And of course, this is going to be a trendsetter in terms of the intervention of mining sector into the startup domain. And of course, it is going to give a lot of boost and fillip to all those new players who seem to be giving strategic solutions to many of the challenges and the problems that we have in the mining sector. And of course, this is a great initiative from Ministry of Mines, and this whole day long summit is going to open up many solutions for all of us, and it's going to be a new trendsetter as far as scheme of things is concerned. Meanwhile, we once again welcome all our dignitaries, senior government officials from the echelons of Government of India, who are with us now, and very soon we'll be joined by Honorable Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Coal and Mines, who's going to be with us any moment. We just had a glimpse of him on the LED screen as he was taking a perusal of all the wonderful stalls that are on offer outside, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please register the presence of our Honorable Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Coal and Mines, Shri Prahlad Joshi. Thank you very much, sir, for making it convenient, for accepting our invitation to be a part of this important ceremony. We are really grateful to you for having made it to this important summit of Mining Startup Summit being organized here at IIT Bombay. May I now request our dignitaries to kindly come forward and grace the dais as I respectfully take the names. Shri Prahlad Joshi, Honorable Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Coal and Mines, sir, to be accompanied by Shri Dadaji Bhuse, Honorable Minister of Mines for the Government of Maharashtra. I also request Shri Vivek Bhardwaj, Secretary to the Ministry of Mines, Government of India, to also kindly grace the dais. On the same length, I also request Shri Sanjay Lohia, Additional Secretary to the Ministry of Mines, Government of India, to kindly grace the dais. And I also request Dr. Subhashish Chaudhary, Director, IIT Bombay, to kindly grace the dais. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to make the most of this moment by extending our reverence. By giving away a small memento as a token of appreciation for the kind presence of our revered dignitaries on the dais. And for the very same, may I request Shri Vivek Sharma, Director, Ministry of Mines, Government of India, to kindly come forward and give away the mementos to our respected dignitaries on the dais. To start with, ladies and gentlemen, they should come with adulations coming from the audience, please. Shri Prahlad Joshi, Honorable Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs and Coal and Mines, and our chief guest on the occasion. Sir, you're welcome. We would like to also extend our reverence to Shri Dadaji Bhuse, Honorable Minister of Mines to the Government of Maharashtra. We would also like to welcome Shri Vivek Bhardwaj, Secretary to the Ministry of Mines, Government of India. Thank you very much, sir. You're welcome. We would also like to welcome the presence of Shri Sanjay Lohia, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Mines to the Government of India. A small memento as a token of appreciation to your kind presence. And we would like to welcome Dr. Subhashish Chaudhary, Director, IIT Bombay. And we would like to as well acknowledge your kind presence, sir. Well, there's another small capsule in which Dr. Subhashish Chaudhary has intended to give away a small memento as a token of appreciation to our respected Minister, sir, on this occasion. And may I request him to hand over a small memento to Honorable Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Coal and Mines, Shri Prahlad Joshi. This is coming up from Shri Subhashish Chaudhary. And also a small memento to be given away to Shri Dadaji Bose, Honorable Minister of Mines to the Government of Maharashtra. So for an auspicious beginning, ladies and gentlemen, we would once again request our dignitaries on the dais to kindly step forward and join hands in lighting the lamp, which is arranged to the left side of the stage, looking at the audience. And of course, we are going for a very congenial way of lighting the lamp, keeping totally inflammables at bay. And we would request our volunteers on ground to kindly assist our dignitaries in lighting the lamp. Well, they rightly say that invocation is the art of seeking inspiration from the Almighty for the welfare of an act. As light removes darkness, knowledge removes ignorance. This knowledge is the everlasting wealth by which all outer achievements can be accomplished. Hence, we light the lamp in reverence to knowledge as the greatest form of wealth. Undoubtedly, light and brightness can be equated with positivity, and motivation is seen as the harbinger of good. This is a prize moment for the photographers, our friends from press and electronic media, to capture these moments. Thank you very much, sir. I once again request our dignitaries to kindly be seated. Well, moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, our river dignitaries on the dais, senior officials from the echelons of Government of India, delegates, representations from the industries, stakeholders, friends from press and media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Well, today's event, the first Mining Startup Summit, goes with the tagline, Explore Opportunities. Well, that precisely has been the spirit which most of the startup programs in the country have been prospered or blossomed under the help and assistance received from the Government of India. Well, if you may recall, in the recently concluded Rozgar Mela, which was held on 16th of May 2023, Honorable Prime Minister of India clearly indicated the fillip or the thrust being given to the startups in the country. And this has really enlivened and excited across sectors, all the startups which are doing well in particular sectors. If you go with some of the data, way back in 2014, we had just about a few hundred startups in the country. But as far as this present date is concerned, we have reached a figure of almost 1 lakh startups in the country. And we talk about the list of unicorns, that is all those companies who has a valuation of more than $1 billion. They are doing very well, and they have almost exceeded the numbers of 100. And most of them coming from IIT. If you look at some of the founders, about 73 of them are coming from IITs, and of course they are doing very well. So we need to increase on that list. Most importantly, this whole scenario is creating a lot of opportunities, and going by the words of Honorable Prime Minister, they has created indirect or direct employment to the tune of 40 lakh employment in the country. So that is just phenomenal, and that clearly indicates the kind of interest that is being taken by Government of India. And now this has to percolate down to the Ministry of Mines, and that is precisely the reason why we are here to make way for this important summit in the economic capital of the country. Now, with the country having the third largest ecosystem in the world globally, there is an immense scope and also a need to involve the startups in the mining sector to address some of the challenges and to also see some of the leveraging getting from them in new technologies and innovations in exploration and mining with an aim to enhance the mineral production in the country. Where we are going to discuss all of that in today's summit through a close-knit interaction and brainstorming session. Of course, it is being designed in a package through the length of the day. And of course, we are going to have valued inputs coming up from all present here to make it more valuable, to make it more effective in terms of the way it has been planned and conceived. So with these words, I once again thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. If time were money, you've spent millions on us today by being a part of this occasion. This particular summit, without each one of you out there, would not have been half as successful that it is. Well, these words, I now make way for our first speaker, who is fulfilling her duties as the Joint Secretary of Ministry of Mines, attuned to good governance. Her plans and actions as a part of the futuristic team is yielding very rich dividends aligned with the expectations of Ministry of Mines. May we request Mrs. Farida M. Naik, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Mines, for a welcome address, please.
Honorable Minister of Mines, Coal and Parliamentary Affairs, Honorable State Mines Minister, Government of Maharashtra, respected Secretary Mines and Additional Secretary Mines, Director IIT Bombay, CEOs, CMDs of the companies, state government representatives, heads of various organizations under state and government of India, representatives of industry bodies, startups, academicians, students, and media. My colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you all. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the first Mining Startup Summit. The idea of this Mining Startup Summit was floated in the air, both literally and figuratively. We were flying to Canada for PDAC, and my secretary, while a casual walk in the plane, told me that there are not much startups in the mining sector. We need to do a startup summit for the mining. I said, yes, sir. But I was wondering, when you are saying that there are no startups, how will we do the startup summit? So he said, that is precisely the reason why should we do it. So we began. I sensitized my team back in India. Then when we came back, we spoke to Startup India. Startup India again said the same thing. Madam, there are not much startups in the mining sector. Then I spoke to Director IIT Bombay. He also told me the same thing and said we don't have a mining department also in the IIT. Then very diligently मैंने सर के ही dialogues इनको चिपका दिए. That is precisely the reason we are planning to do this. So friends, from there, when there were none, today, where we are having 140 participants from startups, we have come a long way, ably supported by Startup India and close collaboration with IIT Bombay. So it was personally a very enriching journey for us, because actually when we were approaching people, there were none. And people were not even aware. When I was speaking to industry, people were not even aware that startups can do things for them. So out of my some experience being on the board of Hindustan Zinc and Balco, and some experience with the industry, I could guess that these are the areas like drone technology, the ore body identifications, and these are the areas, and even I feel the mechanicals also, because machineries which we are importing from outside that can be made in India. So with these things we started, and slowly we have started getting the people in these areas. We approached them, we told them that you can be of assistance in the mining sector also, and today we are having 140 participants from all over the year. My apologies to all the startups at this point of time, because when we started, because there were not much response, so we have curated the event for a day and some presentations from the participants, but towards the end I have got so many requests from all the startups. I really apologize that I am not able to accommodate all, because the event was curated like that. So we are having, during the day, we are having some technical sessions where there will be presentations from the industry. They will be giving the problem areas, and startups will be giving what they have to offer to the mining sector. We made an exhibition outside where the industry representatives can have a look at it, what these startups can do for the mining sector. So after the technical session, we are also having during the day brainstorming sessions where people can speak, leave the problem areas, and then we can see the way forward. We are also having a breakaway session which would be chaired by our Honorable Minister with the academicians, the people from venture capital and legal team, and we'll see what comes out of it. One thing what we have done is that in the notebooks, we have tried to give the database of all the startups with the details and the industry who are participating, so that in case if you are interested, these can connect with each other. Having a database is very important, so we have made our effort. And I would request that after this summit, if the people feel that they should be representing the next time, please leave your interest with us, so that next time if we know that these are the people who are going to participate, we can curate it in a much better way. So I wish all the best to all of you. I hope you will get to learn and contribute a lot during the day. We are having a long day, but I'm expecting that it would be a fruitful day. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and all the best for the day. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Madam, for your welcome address and also providing us with an insight on today's event and also setting the tone for the round of deliberations and discussions to happen as the day progresses. Well, we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, and we now make way for our next speaker. We have with us Dr. Subhashish Chaudhary, an electrical engineer par excellence and the present director with the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. Well, he's a BTech from IIT Kharagpur, Master of Engineering from University of Calgary, and a doctorate from University of California. He's widely known and referred for his studies on computer vision and image processing. Having offered his wide knowledge and experience as head of Department of Electrical Engineering, his works of excellence have been mainly in the areas of pattern recognition, image processing, and computer vision. He is known to have developed a number of techniques, including a methodology for acquiring super resolved depth map from defocus, and is one of the pioneers of researchers in motion-free super resolution. Well, technical achievements in a career spanning nearly 3.5 decades would find themselves not represented to their merit in this limited introduction, but while he achieved this milestone, he was duly recognized with awards like Vikram Sarabhai Award, Dr. Swarup Bhatnagar Award, Professor H.S. Mathur Excellence in Research Award, G.D. Birla Award, NASA Reliance Industries Platinum Award, and many more, which are testimonies to his contribution to the field of science. We are thankful to you, sir, for having created a perfect ambience for today's meet, and the technological inputs arrived at would make us for a promising future. You're welcome to kindly address us on this occasion.
Good morning, Honorable Sri Prahlad Joshi, Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Coals and Mines, Honorable Sri Dadaji Bhuse, Minister of Mines, Government of Maharashtra, Sri Vivek Bharadwaj, Secretary Mines, and Sri Sanjay Lahiya, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Mines, distinguished delegates from various industries, young budding entrepreneurs, as well as delegates from all other sectors, including government sectors. On behalf of IIT Bombay, and on my personal behalf, I welcome you all to a very august beginning, which, under the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister, setting it like Aatmanirbhar Bharat and creating opportunities in India for our people. This is an initiative that is the Ministry of Mines. When they told us, we said this is definitely a way to handhold, because you may be knowing that IIT Bombay is very proud to have, not only for the academic other reason, but also a very, very successful incubator called SCIENCE, Society for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, under which we have incubated more than, I think, 210 or 15 such companies, and with a good success rate, instead of folding up many of them. To also leverage the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, we must also tell you that this has created till death about close to 10,000 jobs, right, by our people here through this incubator. And also, it has created a wealth, which is a company worth about almost $3 billion today. So that's the kind of the companies, their valuation today. And also, we look forward to having it much more broader in terms of the various areas. It doesn't have to be only the research that gets done in IIT Bombay, but maybe in many other areas. And I think today, with this particular gathering, that the mining sector is probably one of the very important sector where we should also have a lot of opportunities to be created for these budding entrepreneurs. So those who are here, I would welcome them to come and visit our incubator. And as a matter of fact, we are getting a new building ready in another, I think, couple of months, which is just across this. If you see a big building, which is a Rahul Bajaj Technology Incubation Center, nearly half of that would be occupied by this incubator. So we hope to incubate a lot more companies, creating value proposition for our people, our country. That's basically the goal we are shooting at. And I must also tell you, looking at various aspects, we should always stay focused in the area of certain, academic areas. In my opinion, which is very important, India, until about a year ago or so, was not blessed with these various critical minerals. And today, thanks to our people, we could find some of them. But it needs to create manpower training as well as facilities to process them. And IIT Bombay, along with the Australian counterparts who are very good in minerals, we have set up a special kind of a collaborative cell to see how to leverage. It will be wonderful, sir, if we receive the patronage from the Ministry of Mines to set up a center of excellence at IIT Bombay, which we could leverage all other people from various other academic places as well as from the industry to set up a center of excellence, which will feed in terms of new technologies, others in terms of battery, whatever the other kind of thing that these critical minerals that can do in our incubator here, as well as they could go somewhere else also. So we'd be very happy, as well as we should have some programs. And in that particular case, I request all these entrepreneurs to also leverage what IIT Bombay can offer. We are an institute of excellence. We have more than 700 odd faculty members with 13,000 students. And many of them are very, very entrepreneurial in their mindset. So they would be looking at an opportunity. And I think having such a program being organized in IIT Bombay, in our campus, I think it opens up their eyes that there are more opportunities beyond what we are doing here. So we are very thankful to the Ministry of Mines for having done it here in our campus, and we look forward to a continued relationship with all the stakeholders. And again, without taking much more time, I welcome you all, and I hope today we'll have a wonderful journey together and enjoying whatever the proceedings that happens today. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for that kind address of yours, also for letting us know about the value additions in terms of infrastructure that IIT Mumbai is having, and also talking about your core strength. That is the bright students of the country who happen to be here seeking technical education, and all you turn to be a supply line for various industries that they take up professionally after getting out of the campus. Well, talking about the state of Maharashtra, this happens to be a hub for startups in the country, and it contributes about 37.5 to 38% of all startups in the country. That reiterates the importance or the pivotal role of technical institutions like IIT Mumbai, which can contribute in the mining sector as well, in the field of automation, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, drone, and several such areas, which is being given thrust from the Government of India as well, as Honorable Prime Minister Sir talked about during the Rozgar Mela. He was also talking about the flourishing drone industry which is taking place in Indian context, and also it is creating world of opportunities for so many of us. This is a sky change in terms of the governance that we are getting, enjoying, experiencing, and of course there will be much more to add in coming times. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, well, I now have the honor of requesting on the dais of our next speaker, who represents the 1990 batch of the Indian Administrative Service from the West Bengal cadre. His more than 3-decade career has been embellished with key administrative posts prior to this present portfolio. While having assumed as Secretary, Ministry of Mines, he now not only guards the country's mineral resources, but also considered to be the main pointsman for all mineral-related issues in the country. While actively instrumental in identifying mineral blocks for the purpose of auction, the handing over of several such blocks to various states has received tremendous thrust in strengthening the economy through his pioneering initiatives. You opined your thoughts recently during the event Energy Transition Working Group meeting through G20 policies and B20 business actions, synergizing energy transition pathways, and stressed on the need of the hour to utilize the critical mineral resources of the country in a sustainable way to make it self-reliant. On the release of the logo for the first Startup Mining Summit, the same that we are experiencing at the moment, you ricocheted that mining sector provided huge opportunities for startups and how industry would benefit from the innovative ideas and technologies of startups leading to growth of the mining sector. Well, a wizard of good governance at the helm of affairs, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Shri Vivek Bhardwaj, Secretary Minister of Mines to the Government of India. You're welcome, sir.
Honorable Minister, Government of India, Coal, Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, Honorable Minister for Industry, Energy, Labour, Shri Dadaji Bhuse ji, my friends who have joined us together here on the first ever Startup Summit for mining, for startups, the first such summit. Today is also the time when the present government is completing 9 years of service to the nation. And I would like you to reflect on how the world has changed around you in these last 9 years. I'll start from a personal experience. I come from a small town called Ajmer in Rajasthan. Since I was a child, I used to read that one day Ajmer would be connected by air to the rest of the country. We dreamt and dreamt. We dreamt so much it became a nightmare because it didn't get fulfilled. And 3 years back, Ajmer finally got an airport, a brand new airport. We had not dreamt that there would be a time when we would have no accidents because of level crossing failures. Today, all level crossings in this country, which were manned, have been removed. Think of the tremendous safety which provides to the people. Think of the number of airports doubled now in the last 9 years. Nagpur is close by. In a record time, the metro was made. Bombay, the metro is getting completed. There is no sector of this country which has remained untouched. The scale and speed with which development has happened is unbelievable. I would like to recall that in the early part of the century, a promise was made that every house in this country would get an electric connection. First, they talked about habited villages. They changed the goalpost. Even that didn't happen. Finally, in the last 9 years, we have had an electricity connection to each household in this country. Who could have dreamt, I come from Rajasthan, that I will have tap water connection? People who have not seen this deprivation and privation will not understand the magnitude of change which has happened. Therefore, this is a time of unlimited opportunities. While this is also the tagline of our first Startup Summit, it is also exemplified by what our Honorable Prime Minister says, Amrit Kal. There are times in the destiny of a nation when the stars come together to make a nation strong and achieve its true potential and destiny. But that cannot happen by one person or one set of persons. Each one of us has to chip in. I recall once going to Poland, and I recall having apples for breakfast, apple stew for lunch, apple cider as a drink, and apple pie as a dessert. I was wondering what is happening. Does this country not produce anything else? The reason was very interesting. The reason was that Poland produces the maximum number of apples in Europe. Their biggest market is Russia. Russia stopped buying apples. They said, we will eat our apples, we will not let our farmers suffer. This is food for thought for India and Indians. Our Honorable Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal, said a few weeks back that you and I buy South Korean cars. We're very proud to own a Kia, a Hyundai. They do not buy a single ton of Indian steel, even though they manufacture in India. They buy their entire steel in South Korea. Why? Because they are a patriotic nation. They don't get bothered with some amount of difference in price between Korean steel and Indian steel. Are we willing to do that? Food for thought for us. And therefore, it is a time of unlimited opportunities, this Amrit Kal, for us to realize where we stand on the crossroads of history, where we need to take the right decisions, support India and Indians to ensure that we achieve the destiny that is ours. I will again talk about unlimited opportunities in the mineral sector. While Australia or Canada, they spend about $2 billion on exploration every year. We spend about $150 million. There's a huge difference. But why do we need to depend on junior miners of the world to come and explore in India? We are not dependent on other nations. We need not be. Our dream of Aatmanirbhar Bharat means that our own startups, our own companies will come forward and explore the mineral wealth of India for the use of all Indians. Our startups will find ways and means of finding and processing in an absolutely economical way tellurium from copper, indium from zinc, gallium from aluminum, and ensure that in these critical minerals, India does not remain dependent on the rest of the world. All of us know that 80% of processing capacity is in one country. That country does not play by the rules. That country is not dependable. In 2010, that country stopped all exports of rare earths to Japan. Japan learned a lesson. They were 100% dependent. Today they are 27% dependent. Is that not a lesson for us? Or will we continue to remain dependent on the rest of the world? Or will we all the time only look at our bottom lines and not see the big picture? The Honorable Prime Minister yesterday said, यही समय है, सही समय है. धन्यवाद.
Well, thank you very much, sir. We are extremely grateful to you for having joined us on this occasion and for having shared your valuable insight towards providing a fillip to geoscientific activities in the country, this time making inroads into the startup sector as well, the purpose for which we are all here during this summit. Well, this indeed gives us a lot of confidence and to further excel in our endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, we now make way for our special invitee, special guest on the occasion, Shri Dadaji Bhuse, Honorable Minister of Mines to the Government of Maharashtra. And sir, please allow me to just say a couple of things about you so that, okay.
स्टार्टअप समिट में यहाँ पर उपस्थित हमारे भारतवर्ष के मंत्री महोदय प्रहलाद जोशी जी, सेक्रेटरी महोदय और यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी इस समिट में सहभागी बहनों और भाइयों, जोशी जी का मैं महाराष्ट्र और मुंबई में स्वागत करता हूं, उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। IIT पवई का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं इस स्टार्टअप समिट यहां पर अपने उपस्थित की। भारत के लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का विजन है पूरे वर्ल्ड में भारत को महासत्ता बनाना है, और मैं समझता हूं माइंस सेक्टर के माध्यम से हमारे देश की प्रगति के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका हम निभा सकते हैं। अभी तक अच्छा काम हुआ है और मैं समझता हूं टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए और बहुत हमको आगे बढ़ने की जरूरत है। मंत्री महोदय जी को मैं यहां पर विनती करूंगा, पर्टिकुलर रिगार्डिंग माइंस सेक्टर के लिए जो कुछ परमिशंस की जरूरत पड़ती है तो उनको हम जल्द से जल्द कैसे हल कर सकते हैं, और इस समिट के माध्यम से जो भी मैं समझता हूं अच्छे नतीजे इसके माध्यम के सामने आएंगे। रिगार्डिंग माइंस की क्वालिटी क्वांटिटी मेजरमेंट्स के लिए कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से और हम माइक्रो प्लानिंग कैसे कर सकते हैं, मैं समझता हूँ इसके बारे में हम सबको मिलकर काम करने की जरूरत है। और कुछ अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी भी इसके लिए आगे आई है, मैं समझता हूँ उनका भी इस्तेमाल हम सबको करना पड़ेगा ताकि सरकार का रेवेन्यू भी उसके माध्यम से जनरेट अच्छा हो सकता है। सेक्रेटरी महोदय आपने बहुत अच्छी बातें यहाँ पर रखी है। हमारे देश ने प्रधानमंत्री महोदय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में बहुत सारे क्षेत्र में प्रगति की है। कुछ क्षेत्र में हमने इतनी प्रगति कर दी कि हमारे किसानों को प्याज रेट नहीं मिल रहा तो फेंक देना पड़ता है, टोमेटो रास्ते पे डाल देना पड़ता है। सरकार कोई भी हो, सरकार का तो काम है किसानों के साथ या जो भी सेक्टर है उनके साथ में खड़ा रहना, उनको अगर तकलीफ है तो उसके लिए रास्ता निकालना। मैं समझता हूँ IIT पवई जैसे क्षेत्र के लिए ये चैलेंजेस है, और इस क्षेत्र में भी हम कैसे काम कर सकते हैं इसके बारे में भी हमको सबको समझने की जरूरत है। सरकार कोई भी हो, उसका तो काम ही है उद्योजक हो, किसान हो, हर सेक्टर के साथ में खड़ा रहना। लेकिन मैं समझता हूं हमारी मानसिकता भी बदलने की जरूरत है। मंत्री महोदय, पीछे कुछ दिनों पहले किसान को उसकी सब्जी का रेट नहीं मिल रहा था, तो उसने वो सब्जी मुफ्त में बांटने की कोशिश की। जब वो मुफ्त में बांट रहा था तो वहां पर भीड़ लग गई। कोई मोटरसाइकिल पे आ रहा, कोई तो कार लेके आ रहा है और मुफ्त में सब्जी ले रहा है। सब्जी थोड़ी लेकर उसका समाधान नहीं हो रहा है और ले रहा है। तो मैं समझता हूं उस नागरिक ने उस किसान का दर्द समझने की जरूरत थी। वो कुछ खुशी से या इससे बांट नहीं रहा था, उसका जो दर्द था उसको वो समझने की जरूरत थी। ऐसे हालात में वो कार वाले ने तो अगर 10 रुपए में सब्जी थी तो उसको 20 रुपए देकर सपोर्ट करने की जरूरत थी। तो मैं समझता हूं हम सबको हमारी मानसिकता भी बदलनी पड़ेगी। विषय अलग था, लेकिन मैं समझता हूं हमारे संशोधन के माध्यम से कोई भी क्षेत्र का IIT में प्रोग्राम है, इसलिए मैं ये बात यहां पर रख रहा हूं। हमारे सामने बहुत चैलेंजेस है। हम जब महासत्ता की बात कर रहे हैं तो इस चैलेंजेस को हमको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए कम से कम टाइम पीरियड में, कम से कम खर्चे में गरीब से गरीब तबके को हम सुविधा कैसे मुहैया करा सकते हैं, इसके लिए हम सबको मिलकर काम करना पड़ेगा। और नरेंद्र मोदी जी का यही स्वप्न है और इसको हम सब मिलकर साकार करेंगे। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मंत्री महोदय, आपके विचारों को हमारे समक्ष रखने हेतु हम आपकी उपस्थिति हेतु आपका धन्यवाद देते हैं, और आपकी उपस्थिति हो तो हम कृतार्थ हुए। और देवियों सज्जनों, हम आगे बढ़ना चाहेंगे इस कड़ी में, और इससे पूर्व कि मैं इस अवसर पर हमारे मुख्य अतिथि महोदय से सभा को संबोधित करने हेतु अनुग्रह करूं, कृपया उनसे अनुमति प्राप्त करना चाहता हूं कि उनके छवि समक्ष में कुछ बातें आपके सामने रखना चाहूंगा। एक संक्षिप्त परिचय एवं उनके खान मंत्रालय में आपके पदार्पण उपरांत आपके करिश्माई और कार्य समर्पित यात्रा की एक आंशिक झलक आप सभी के समक्ष प्रस्तुत कर सकूं, जिसे आपने अपने जीवन में असीम उपलब्धियों के साथ प्राप्त किया है। सामाजिक, क्षेत्रीय और राष्ट्रीय मुद्दों के प्रति आपने सदैव कर्तव्य निष्ठा का परिचय दिया है एवं दरिद्र एवं आवश्यकमंदों के लिए आपके हृदय में हमेशा से मानवीय दृष्टिकोण रहा है, जिस कार्य को पूर्ण करते हुए समर्पित जनप्रतिनिधि के रूप में मान्यता आपको मिली है। खान मंत्रालय की आकांक्षाओं को प्रगति के मार्ग पर अग्रसर करने हेतु आपका मार्गदर्शन और नेतृत्व पहले से ही समृद्ध लाभांश प्राप्त कर रहा है और राष्ट्र को अभूतपूर्व गौरव की ऊंचाइयों पर निरंतर केंद्रित कर रहा है। विगत वर्षों में 14 राज्यों की राज्य सरकारों को समग्र लाइसेंस के लिए 100 G4 खनिज ब्लॉकों को सौंपना आपकी दूरदर्शिता का ज्वलंत उदाहरण था एवं खनिज क्षेत्र में भागीदारी को बढ़ावा देने के लिए इस तरह के कई प्रगतिशील प्रायोजन एवं लक्ष्य प्राप्ति करने हेतु रोड मैप तैयार करना एवं स्पष्ट दृष्टिकोण के साथ अपने विषयों के लिए निरंतर बढ़ावा देना आपके व्यक्तित्व की पहचान रही है। हाल ही में आयोजित खान और खनिज पर 6ठे राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन के अंतर्गत खान मंत्रालय ने 59 नए खनिज ब्लॉकों को राज्य सरकार को सौंपा। साथ ही DMF फंड को सुनियोजित करते हुए सर्वश्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन वाले राज्यों को चिन्हित कर आपने उनका मनोबल बढ़ाया। भारतीय खनिज और धातु उद्योग सम्मेलन 2030 की ओर अग्रसर और विजन 2047 में सम्मिलित होकर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के भविष्य निधि कार्यक्रमों को अपनी गति दी। आप ही के नेतृत्व में आपकी ऑस्ट्रेलिया देश की यात्रा के दौरान महत्वपूर्ण और सामरिक खनिज पर दोनों देशों ने भारत को महत्वपूर्ण खनिजों की विश्वसनीय आपूर्ति सुनिश्चित करने के लिए एक समझौता ज्ञापन भी हस्ताक्षर भी किया। आपके मार्गदर्शन में राष्ट्रीय खान मंत्रियों के सम्मेलन का आयोजन, खनन क्षेत्र नामक डिजिटल मंच की शुरुआत राष्ट्रीय खनिज अन्वेषण ट्रस्ट एनएमईटी में सकारात्मक परिवर्तन और अधिसूचित निजी अन्वेषण एजेंसियों एनपीए को कार्य हेतु उत्साहित करने वाली योजनाएं, राष्ट्रीय वाणिज्य विकास पुरस्कार और राष्ट्रीय खनन सम्मेलन जैसे खान मंत्रालय द्वारा राज्य के लिए प्रोत्साहन सार्थक और परिणाम उन्मुख पहलों में केंद्र और राज्य सरकार की संस्थाओं के बीच सामंजस्य को बेहतर बनाया है। नीलामी व्यवस्था और औद्योगिक क्षेत्र जैसे अनेक प्रायोजन एक सकारात्मक वातावरण में व्यापार करने में सुविधा प्रदान की है, जिससे अन्वेषण गतिविधियों में गति एवं वृद्धि हुई है। राष्ट्रीय खान मंत्री सम्मेलन का आयोजन आपके नेतृत्व में सितंबर 2022 को किया गया, जिसने देश में खनिज अन्वेषण को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई। आपके कुशल मार्गदर्शन में खान मंत्रालय निरंतरता से रोजगार के अवसर प्रदान करता आया है एवं 16 मई 2023 को आयोजित रोजगार मेले में खान मंत्रालय ने 187 नई नियुक्तियों को अंजाम देते हुए नियुक्ति पत्र वितरित किए और प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के भारत में रोजगार प्रदान करने की पहल में 10 लाख नियुक्तियों की प्राप्ति को गति एवं दिशा प्रदान की। देश को आत्मनिर्भरता के पथ पर अग्रसर करने हेतु खनिजों की खोज और खनन में उत्पादकता और नवाचार को प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए यह कार्यक्रम आपकी दूरदर्शिता, प्रगतिशील प्रायोजन एवं स्पष्ट दृष्टिकोण का एक समय उन्मुख एवं नवीन उदाहरण है और यह इस शिखर सम्मेलन को गति एवं दिशा अवश्य प्रदान करेगा। महोदय, समय संभवतः हमें आपके प्रत्येक योगदान को गहराई से व्यक्त करने का अवसर नहीं देता और हम नहीं चाहेंगे कि अनजाने में भी हम आपकी उपलब्धियों से अनभिज्ञ रहें। हम आपको यह अवश्य कहना चाहेंगे कि हम सभी आपके गरिमामयी उपस्थिति से कृतार्थ हुए। देवियों सज्जनों, कृपया करतल ध्वनि से श्री प्रहलाद जोशी, माननीय केंद्र मंत्री कोयला खान एवं संसदीय कार्य, भारत सरकार का उनकी उपस्थिति एवं संबोधन हेतु स्वागत करें।
श्री दादाजी भोसे, महाराष्ट्र के इंडस्ट्री और माइनिंग का मंत्री, श्री विवेक भारद्वाज, सेक्रेटरी माइंस, श्री चौधरी जी, डायरेक्टर IIT बॉम्बे, संजय लोया जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी, ऑल अदर पार्टिसिपेंट्स, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, जो स्टार्टअप के दुनिया से आए हुए सभी मेरा मित्रों, as referred by secretary, today we are completing 9th years of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi led government. इस 9 साल में बहुत कुछ बदलाव हुआ है। मैं इसका बहुत डिटेल में गिनती करना नहीं चाहता हूं, लेकिन एक चीज़ मैं बताना चाहता हूं। Stability and ability has added respectability to India. Almost before 2014, स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट भी नहीं था, एबल गवर्नमेंट भी नहीं था। तो हमारे से पहले 10 साल सरकार चला, लेकिन सरकार में जो लीडर था उनको अथॉरिटी नहीं था, जिसको अथॉरिटी था उनका अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं था। तो इसके कारण क्या क्या हुआ आप सबको पता है। वट एवर हैपेंड, यू ऑल नो दैट। So in these 9 years, दुनिया में भी भारत का वाहवाही क्या हो रहा है आप सब देख रहे हैं। तो यही कहते हुए मैं आप सबको जो फर्स्ट एवर माइनिंग स्टार्टअप समिट में जो आए हुए हैं, इन कोलैबोरेशन विथ IIT बॉम्बे, मैं बहुत संतुष्ट हूं कि पहले माइनिंग कॉन्फ्रेंस से लगभग 900 स्टार्टअप्स वाले अप्रोच हुए थे और उसमें 80 लोग पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं। करेक्ट है ना? अराउंड 80 पीपल आर पार्टिसिपेटिंग। 140 82 स्टार्टअप्स। ओके, इसके पीछे बहुत काम हुआ है। तो पहले डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ प्रमोशन ऑफ इंडस्ट्री एंड इंटरनल ट्रेड को अप्रोच हुआ था, बाद में हिंदुस्तान जिंक को भी हमने अप्रोच की थी, और IIT बॉम्बे को हमने रिक्वेस्ट की। ये सब के प्रयास से एक शुरुआत तो हुआ है, एटलीस्ट देयर इज ए गुड बिगिनिंग। व्हाई आई एम टेलिंग इज दिस, तो जैसे सेक्रेटरी साहब मेंशन कर रहे थे, many of the things in mining industry, may it be coal or other mining, हम बहुत से ज्यादा इंपोर्ट ही करते हैं। तो इसके कारण कॉस्ट भी बढ़ता है और हमारा फॉरेन एक्सचेंज का भी खर्चा हो जाता है। तो इसीलिए मैं एट द आउटसेट, मैं शुरुआत से PSU से कहना चाहता हूं, और बाद में प्राइवेट कंपनीज भी इसमें सोचना चाहिए, कुछ फंड आपको एयरमार्क करना होगा जो स्टार्टअप हम शुरू करते हैं उसके लिए, क्योंकि इमीडिएटली उनका मार्केटिंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर देम। तो मार्केटिंग के लिए कभी कभी इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं, उनका प्रोडक्ट लेने वाले नहीं रहते हैं। दुनिया में अभी टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रॉब्लम बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है, टेक्नोलॉजी कहीं भी मिल सकता है, नया आइडिया और उसका मार्केटिंग, दीज आर द चैलेंजेस बिफोर अस। तो इसीलिए इसके बारे में हमारा सब PSU तो इसके बारे में सोचना चाहिए। मैं सेक्रेटरी कोल से भी बात करूंगा, सेक्रेटरी माइंस आप इधर ही है, आप हमारे जो PSU है, दे शुड ईयरमार्क सम अमाउंट फॉर द परचेज ऑफ प्रोडक्ट्स डेवलप्ड बाय द स्टार्टअप्स, तो सो दैट इनिशियली उनका स्टेबिलिटी हो जाता है। मैं हमेशा के लिए यही सपोर्ट करना चाहिए, मैं नहीं बता रहा हूं, बट स्टिल दे स्टेबलाइज फॉर ए year or so, something like that, so that more people, more enthusiastic people can come and participate, and they themselves can become a startup। क्योंकि हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत का माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में कल्पना करके काम कर रहे हैं। आप सब लोग देखे होंगे, कल न्यू पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग का भी उद्घाटन हुआ है, इसके बारे में बहुत चर्चा हुई। विदिन 2.5 years इतना बड़ा बिल्डिंग nobody had imagined also। तो विथ ऑल गुड टेक्नोलॉजी, सिंबल ऑफ आत्मनिर्भर भारत का हम कल उद्घाटन किया है। आज हम माइनिंग क्षेत्र में इस एस्पिरेशन का रियलिटी करने में हम एक स्टेप आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। जहां तक माइनिंग का सेक्टर है, आवर्स इज ए फर्टाइल लैंड, हमारे पास में बहुत कुछ है, रत्नगर्भा वसुंधरा बोलते हैं। ये भूमि के गर्भ में रत्न है, ऐसे रत्नगर्भा वसुंधरा ऐसे बोलते हैं। लेकिन दुनिया के बहुत राष्ट्र इसके ऑब्वियस जियोलॉजिकल सर्वे का अगर कंपेयर करते हैं तो बहुत सारा एक्सप्लोरेशन वगैरह हुआ है। 2014 में जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का नेतृत्व में इस क्षेत्र का संभालने का जो शुरू हुआ, एट दैट टाइम इट वाज ओनली 10% ऑफ ऑब्वियस जियोलॉजिकल सर्वे का एक्सप्लोरेशन हुआ था। इस 9 वर्ष में 40% हुआ है, मीन्स मोर देन 30% हैज बीन डन इन लास्ट 9 years। नाउ देयर इज ए ट्रांसपेरेंट सिस्टम। ठीक है, भारत बहुत बड़ा देश है, आबादी भी हमारा बड़ा है, तो फर्स्ट कम फर्स्ट सर्व, डिस्क्रिशन, डिस्क्रिशन का शब्द ही नहीं है अभी। लगभग हमारे मंत्रालय में, दोनों मंत्रालय में जो पहले एजेंट्स आते थे, दलाल आते थे, उस सब लगभग बंद हो गए हैं। तो इतना सीधा और ट्रांसपेरेंट सिस्टम में हम ऑक्शन कर रहे हैं, मे इट बी कोल और मे इट बी दी माइंस। दीज आर द चेंजेस have been brought in last 9 years, और इसके लिए आगे भी और लेके जाना, वी नीड टू टेक इट फर्दर। इसके लिए टेक्नोलॉजी और स्टार्टअप टेक्नोलॉजी जो नया आइडिया है, द सस्टेनेबल ऑप्टिमम माइनिंग इज द नीड ऑफ द आवर। Take Australia for example. Just last year I went to Australia. टेक्नोलॉजी और पूरे सेक्टर के जो एक तरह चर्निंग हुआ है, उसके कारण द इंडस्ट्री इज एक्सपेक्टेड टू ऐड अराउंड 50 billion to the Australian economy by 2030. But India may be, as you know, India and Australia have a similar geographical setup. So we also have many things. अभी तक हमारा क्रिटिकल मिनरल में काम नहीं हुआ है। क्रिटिकल मिनरल छोड़िए, सरफेशियल मिनरल में भी 2014 तक हमारा कोयला उत्पादन होता था 500 मिलियन टन लगभग, रिक्वायरमेंट था 700-800, एंड वी आर द 4th लार्जेस्ट रिजर्व ऑफ द कोल इन द वर्ल्ड, बट हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं। Today we are the largest producer of the coal and we are the largest importer also. कारण क्या है? कारण सिंपल है, पहले के सरकार का सोच था जो कुछ भी है हम ही करेंगे, प्राइवेट सेक्टर को ट्रस्ट नहीं करेंगे, प्राइवेट सेक्टर को इन्वॉल्व नहीं करेंगे, इसके कारण इंपोर्ट होता था। आज 2014 से एंड स्पेशली इन 2020-21 में जो कुछ भी बदलाव हमने लाया है, आज इतना बदलाव का परिणाम हम सबको मिल रहा है। दिस ईयर वी हैव एंडेड विथ ऑलमोस्ट 850 मिलियन टन्स ऑफ द प्रोडक्शन ऑफ द कोल, एंड नेक्स्ट ईयर इट विल बी 1 बिलियन टन, दैट इज 1000 मिलियन टन्स, and by 25-26 almost thermal coal import will be stopped. This is Narendra Modi government. तो इसके लिए भी हमको इंडिजिनस टेक्नोलॉजी चाहिए। इसमें बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर मैं फिर से पहले का बात करूं तो इफ यू जस्ट थिंक ऑफ 2G का क्या हुआ था और 5G का क्या हो रहा है, तो थोड़ा कंपेयर कर दीजिए। 2G और 5G का, 2G में सब इतना सब करप्शन, सब एलिगेशन, कुछ लोग जेल गए, सब हो गए, पूरा ठप पड़े थे। आज 5G स्पेक्ट्रम का ऑक्शन भी हुआ और इंडिजिनियस हम टेक्नोलॉजी 5G उपयोग करने के लिए डेवलप कर रहे हैं। इट इज इंडिजिनियस, भारत में डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन, डोमेस्टिकली टेक्नोलॉजी। जब ऐसे हम कर सकते हैं, माइनिंग में हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते हैं, ये सोचने का बात है। एंड गवर्नमेंट इज वेरी क्लियर। एक समय था कोई भी अगर बिजनेस के बारे में, बिजनेसमैन के बारे में, इंडस्ट्री के बारे में, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट के बारे में अच्छे बात बोलते तो वो एक तरह समाज विरोधी हो जाता था। अभी भी कुछ ऐसा माहौल क्रिएट करने का कोशिश करते हैं, बट लेकिन सोच ये है इस गवर्नमेंट का कि दैट वी शुड सपोर्ट द इंडस्ट्री, बिजनेस, and they should do well, and by their good business government should get good revenue, and by that revenue we should serve the poor people, and this is this ये हमारा स्पष्ट सोच है, इसमें हमको कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है। इसलिए वी वांट टू क्रिएट जॉब प्रोवाइडर्स, जॉब क्रिएटर्स रादर देन जॉब सीकर्स। दिस इज ये हमारा स्पष्ट सोच है सरकार का, मोदी जी के गवर्नमेंट में। तो इसीलिए मैं ज़्यादा कुछ न कहते हुए स्टार्टअप, भारत स्टार्टअप का हब बन गए हैं। देयर आर अराउंड 300 odd startups in 2014. Today, more than 1 lakh startups are there in country. Just in 9 years, it has touched more than 1 lakh startups. And it is creating 9 lakh jobs and around 100 unicorns with the cumulated value of around $333 billion. तो स्टार्टअप्स हम अदर सेक्टर में कर रहे हैं। इस स्टार्टअप का जो पहले समिट हमने ऑर्गेनाइज किया है कोशिश करके, हाँ ये ठीक है, जैसे हमारा जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी ने कहा कि इसमें स्टार्टअप है ही नहीं है, लेकिन हम पीछे पढ़ के इसमें भी स्टार्टअप के लिए इन्वॉल्व हो जाए, ये इसीलिए कर रहे हैं कि हमको भी चाहिए, नया टेक्नोलॉजी चाहिए इंडस्ट्री में, माइनिंग सेक्टर में। वी नीड दी न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी। हम चाइना से इंपोर्ट नहीं करना चाहते। वी डोंट वांट टू इंपोर्ट these are all the mining equipments, mining solutions from the China. So when we want to discourage that, then we should have the new idea, new thoughts. तो न्यू आइडिया, न्यू थॉट्स, तो हमारा जो अभी जो नया पीढ़ी है उन लोगों को ही ज़्यादा, young generation can have a new idea. With these thoughts, we are organizing this. इसलिए मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूँ, विनंती करना चाहता हूँ और कॉल भी देना चाहता हूँ। गवर्नमेंट इज विथ यू, वी विल सपोर्ट यू इन ऑल रिस्पेक्ट्स। जो कुछ भी माइनिंग में प्रॉब्लम है, बिकॉज वी वांट टू डू सस्टेनेबल माइनिंग ऑल्सो, एनवायरनमेंट को भी हमको ध्यान रखना है। एट द सेम टाइम we don't want the things what we have today, we should import. ये बंद होना चाहिए, that has to be closed. हमारे पास बॉक्साइट है, हम एल्यूमिनियम इंपोर्ट करते हैं। हमारे पास कोयला है, कोल इंपोर्ट करते हैं। हमारे पास इतना आयरन ओर है, कभी कभी हम स्टील भी इंपोर्ट करते थे। ये सिचुएशन चेंज होना चाहिए। और मैं ये भी बताना चाहता हूं, द वर्ल्ड इज लुकिंग एट इंडिया। ये आप बहुत अच्छी तरह से देख सकते हैं। तो व्हेन वी माइंड with of course we all Indians together, when we mind and a decisive government is there, क्या बदलाव होता है। मैं आपको एक उदाहरण बताता हूं। That was 2020 मार्च, हमारा पार्लियामेंट सेशन चल रहा था। मुझे एक दिन प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बुलाया। आई थिंक दैट वाज अराउंड 18th और 20th मार्च होगा, आई डोंट रिमेंबर एग्जैक्टली डेट। पीएम ने कहा पार्लियामेंट चल रहा है लेकिन कोविड फैलने का संभावना है, मैं एक बहुत बड़ा मेजर डिसीजन लेने वाला हूं। आप पार्लियामेंट जल्दी समाप्त करो। मैंने बोला सर फाइनेंस बिल पारित होना है। पीएम साहब ने कहा आप फाइनेंस मंत्री से आप भी बात करो, मैं भी बात करूंगा, इसको जल्दी पारित करा दो। मैंने पीएम को निवेदन भी किया, साहब वो 28 29 मार्च पारित करना चाहती है। पीएम ने बोला नो, 23 के अंदर कर दो और 24 22 23 एडजर्न करा दो। तो मैंने बोला ठीक है साहब, कारण है कोविड का कारण है, ठीक है साहब, तो ये तो मैं करूंगा, लेकिन जो कुछ भी मीडिया में आ रहा है और जो कुछ भी टीवी दिखा रहे हैं, स्टोरी चला रहे हैं, जब कोविड पूरे मात्रा में भारत एंटर हो जाएगा, देश का क्या होगा? लोग ऐसे मर जाएंगे, भारत का अस्तित्व ही खत्म हो जाएगा, ऐसे कुछ लोग लिख रहे थे। लेकिन पीएम साहब ने कहा इसके लिए और कोई रास्ता नहीं है, वो हैव टू प्रोड्यूस आवर ओन वैक्सीन। मैंने बोला एक भी वैक्सीन भारत में अभी तक तैयार नहीं हुआ है, पोलियो से लेके अभी तक। पीएम ने बोला हमने ऑलरेडी हमारे साइंटिस्ट, हमारे प्रोड्यूसर्स के साथ, मैन्युफैक्चरर्स के साथ चर्चा शुरू किया हूं। कोविड पूरी तरह से भारत में एंटर होने के पहले अगर एक सरकार और एक प्रधानमंत्री सोच के हमारे साइंटिस्ट से बात करते हैं तो दुनिया के सबसे अच्छे हम एक वैक्सीनेशन इंडिया में बना सकते हैं और 230 डोजेस हम एडमिनिस्टर कर सकते हैं। हमने करके दिखाया है। We have done it. And recently I had been to a country where the population is 4 crores. Their minister asked me, how is the COVID situation? I think it is 2-3 months back, 4 months back. I said it is quite well under control. People are enjoying their life. शादी भी हो रहा है, बच्चा भी हो रहा है, सब आराम से चल रहा है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। शादी में हजारों लोग जम रहे हैं, ये कैसा हो रहा है? मैंने बोला 200 करोड़ वैक्सीन हम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन किया है। 200 करोड़ बिलियन में कन्वर्ट करो। मैंने बोला 2 बिलियन। आपका कितना हुआ है? हमारे 2 करोड़ हुआ है। मीन्स इस देश में जब लोग और सरकार विश्वास के साथ काम करते हैं, देश कैसा बदल जाता है, एक उदाहरण है। We are the 5th largest economy of the world. Just before 14, 8 से 14 तक चर्चा चलता था। शायद ये सब ब्यूरोक्रेट्स भी कहीं ना कहीं से देखते होंगे और इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट जो बैठे हुए आप भी देखते होंगे। फ्राइजाइल 5, इंडिया फ्राइजाइल 5 में था। आज इंडिया, वी आर द 5th largest economy of the world, surpassing then England, which has ruled us more than 200 years. And I am assuring you today, after working so closely with Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, India will be the 3rd largest in coming 4-5 years. जब स्थिति ऐसे बनने जा रहा है तो माइनिंग में हमको आत्मनिर्भर बनना है या नहीं बनना, ये निर्णय करने का वक्त आ गया है। देखो, हम आने से पहले रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट का, रेयर अर्थ मिनरल का लिस्ट भी नहीं हुआ था, है ना भरद्वाज जी? तो हम अभी करके रखा है। उसके लिए और नया कुछ बदलाव लाने का भी माइनिंग सेक्टर में, माइनिंग कानून में हम बदलाव लाने का भी सोच रहे हैं। जो इधर माइनिंग लीडर्स बैठे हैं, आपका भी सुझाव है तो हमको दे दीजिए। ये जो पहले भी माइनिंग का हमने बदलाव किया है 2019-20 में, आप सब लोगों से साथ चर्चा करके की है। So this is the original economy which can add to the GDP of the country. We want to do that. आप सब सुन के हैरान होंगे, जो कुछ भी देश मोदी जी आने के बाद क्या हुआ, ऐसे कुछ पूछने वाला लोग है। Total 62 or 63,000 kilometer electrification is done so far in the country of the rail electricity. Out of that, 50% is done in last 9 years. Means more than 34,000 kilometer of the electrification of the rail electrification is done in last 9 years. कुछ लोग पूछते हैं ये बहुत बड़ा क्या बात है? देखो कितना डीजल का डीजल हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं, डीजल इंजन चलाते हैं देश में आजकल अभी, और कितना एनवायरनमेंट के लिए फायदा होता है। रोड नेटवर्क कितना धीरे, एकदम फास्ट फेज में स्केल और स्किल दोनों आप इमेजिन नहीं कर सकते। पूरा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ठप पड़ा था। आज 37 किलोमीटर पर डे हम रोड कंस्ट्रक्ट कर रहे हैं देश में, हाईएस्ट एफडीआई। डिफेंस में हम इंपोर्ट ही इंपोर्ट होते थे, आज डिफेंस इंपोर्ट नहीं, डिफेंस इंपोर्ट कम करते करते हम वी आर एक्सपोर्टिंग दी इन द डिफेंस सेक्टर। पावर का, नॉट पॉलिटिकल पावर, इलेक्ट्रिक पावर का स्थिति क्या था, लोड शेडिंग, ये सब बदलाव हुआ है। और भारत के तरफ देख रहे हैं दुनिया। World is looking at India because we are the young country, we are the country which our young people have lot of skill. बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में हम कुछ कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो वर्ल्ड चाइना के ऊपर डिपेंड था, दैट इज बीइंग रिड्यूस्ड नाउ। दिस इज ए गुड अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर अस। व्हिच इज द वर्ल्ड फैक्ट्री अगर पूछते तो आसानी से लोग बोलते थे चाइना। आज तो वो नहीं है, भारत के तरफ देख रहे हैं। आप वे सोच भी नहीं सकते थे 2014 से पहले वंदे भारत ट्रेन भारत में हम मैन्युफैक्चर कर सकते हैं और सक्सेसफुली चला सकते हैं, और 16 और 17 सेकंड से 80 किलोमीटर स्पीड तक पहुंच सकते हैं। ये सोच भी नहीं सकते थे, लेकिन हो गया है, भारत में हो गया है। मोर देन 50 और 60 ट्रेन्स आर रनिंग, वंदे भारत ट्रेन्स आर रनिंग नाउ। तो इसीलिए जो दुनिया का नीड है, सिंस वी बीइंग द यंगेस्ट कंट्री ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, almost 62 crores of the population is between 18 and 35. हमारे पास काम करने के लिए लोग हैं, डिसीजन मेकिंग के लिए एक अच्छा सरकार है, एक नेतृत्व है नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में। तो माइनिंग सेक्टर में भी हम बदलाव लाना चाहते हैं। तो इसीलिए ये पहला समिट हम आयोजित किया है। ठीक है, 140 लोग, 140 लोग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स भाग लिए हैं। तो इसके आगे हम लेके जाएंगे, और आपका जो न्यू आइडिया है, न्यू प्रोडक्ट्स है, इसके लिए सपोर्ट करने के लिए हमारा दोनों मंत्रालय आपके साथ रहेंगे। इसलिए आप आगे आइए, सोचिए, और कुछ अच्छे काम अपने लिए भी और देश के लिए भी आप करने के लिए हमारा पूरा आपका सपोर्ट है। यही कहते हुए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय। हम इस अवसर पर हम सभी को संबोधित करने हेतु, हमारा मार्गदर्शन करने हेतु और अपने विचारों को हमें हमारे समक्ष रखने हेतु आपने भारत सरकार के सभी उपलब्धियों को हमारे समक्ष रखा, जो पिछले 9 वर्षों में भारत ने जिन जिन क्षेत्रों में बेहतर किया है, और आगे भी हम उस पर गति देने की क्या प्रयत्न करेंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ देवियों सज्जनों, with the permission of the chair, we'd like to bring to an end the proceedings of the inaugural session. We take a small break here and we invite you for tea being served outside this auditorium, and we also make way for our revered dignitaries on the dais to kindly move towards the lounge area. And I also request our friends from the press and electronic media to kindly find it convenient to interact with Honorable Minister Sirs and all dignitaries present. And immediately after 15 minutes, we regroup for the first technical session on the other side of the break. Thank you very much for being a part of the inaugural session. Well, important announcement for all our dignitaries. There will always also be a breakaway session, an interaction with the academia that is going to happen on the 4th floor foyer area. So all those who would like to become a part of that are requested to kindly go on the 4th floor for an interaction with the academia. Thank you very much. We are slightly running behind schedule, so we'll have to slightly get up with the proceedings that are aligned from here on. So we would immediately begin with session 2, which is supposed to be the technical session. Well, information for all those who wish to be a part of the panel discussion, which is being done at 4th floor in the foyer area with the academia. They are requested to kindly proceed to 4th floor for the same. Once again, request all involved in the panel discussion, that is with the academia, they are requested to proceed to 4th floor in the foyer area. That same program is being conducted over there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the post-T session, and this is to do with session 2, or the technical session, wherein there will be interaction with the industries, presentation by startups, and also presentation by academia. To begin with, we'll initiate the proceedings with interaction with the industries, and there are going to be 4 dedicated presentations on this. So to steer the session, may I kindly request Shri Sanjay Lohia, Additional Secretary to the Ministry of Mines, Government of India, to kindly grace the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for sir, please? We also request Mrs. Farida M. Naik, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Government of India, to kindly coordinate this session. And we also request for the gracious presence of the following names who I am taking respectfully. Shri Sridhar Patra, Chairman and Managing Director, NALCO. If you're around, sir, you're kindly requested to grace the dais. Shri Arun Mishra, Chairman and Managing Director, Hindustan Zinc Limited. You're also requested to kindly join us on the dais. And Shri Satish Pai, Chairman and Managing Director, Hindalco. Well, the sequence that I'm following will also be the sequence of presentation we'll go ahead with. And of course, there will be a separate presentation coming up from Mr. D.K. Mohanty, Director, as I take his name after the completion of these 3 presentations. So from here on, may I request the chair to kindly say a few words before the start of this particular session.
Good morning, everybody. We now start with the technical sessions, and I'll just set the tone and the emphasis on which we should proceed. First of all, I thank everybody for attending this summit here in IIT Bombay. And this is the first time Ministry is organizing this, as Farida told. Now I'll just say a few things. Now first is, in the Ministry, there has been an attempt to liberalize the policy regime. At the same time, we have also tried to introduce new technology in the mining industry and the exploration. So I'll just give some examples for the benefit of the audience. In fact, the 2021 Act amendment introduced notification of private exploration agencies. So now, earlier all exploration was done by the government agencies, whether state government or central government, and a private agency could only do an exploration only after you get some kind of a mineral concession, either in form of a RP, PL or ML. So that is a reconnaissance permit or a prospecting license or a mining lease. But 2021 amendment, we introduced this this private exploration agencies notification. As a result, till now we have had 14 exploration agencies notified, and we hope to get more agencies notified. And 100% funded projects have been sanctioned from NMET to 3 of them in month of March. Another 8 or 10 we will be doing in another month or 2. So this is one change I would like to bring to your notice. Number 2, we have introduced a drone survey as a compulsory data submission by the mines. In fact, we realize in the Ministry and Indian Bureau of Mines that many good companies, the bigger ones, were anyway using drone images, like Hindalco or Hindustan Zinc or maybe Nalco and NMDC, etc. But because it was not compulsory, data we were not getting, and also many small companies were not doing it. So, and looking at the drone revolution taking place in our country, one and a half year back, we have introduced this as a compulsory submission by the companies, and this few weeks back we have made it compulsory to also share some images with the state government, and we are also building our capabilities of our own officers in analyzing those drone images, etc. And I hope we'll proceed further. Now, in the exploration side, a few changes have been introduced, which will, I think, benefit the startups and the industry also. First is, GSI has taken national level programs on acquiring erosio-physical data and also physical and chemical mapping, and we plan to introduce more ideas. In fact, I should admit our new DG GSI is here. He will be taking over on 1st June. In fact, and other DDGs are here. Actually, there is a, in fact, earlier also we had one, I think month of February or March, we had a Indian Bureau of Mines, 1st March we had Indian Bureau of Mines, this 75th celebration, we had some exhibition and some companies had come there. Now many new companies come up with new data, like some drone-based surveys or some other SAR, etc. Somehow there is a disconnect between what you can say, the companies on one side and our GSI officers. How do we introduce it? How do we start a pilot? So this kind of problem is there, but at least we are conscious of this fact. Then, so in exploration field, whichever startups are there, whatever ideas you have, you can place it before us, and we can work out a mechanism by which we can take up pilots. We can take up through MECL, CMD MECL is also here. I think CMD MECL Sharma Sahib is here. Our other MECL officers are there. The NMET can do 100% funding, and we can do through GSI or MECL. If GSI officers are slow, we'll do through MECL. So I'll put it as bluntly as this. And we'll do 100% funding. In fact, so those pilots, if the results are good, the government will adopt it. Otherwise, we can display before the other big companies. They can use those kind of surveys. Similarly, what our minister has said, secretary has also said, and we have experience. I am on the board of Nalco. Many times, the companies do not have good technological solutions for the problems they are facing in the course of mining, as well as disposal of the tailings, etc. And in fact, we are fortunate here to have, apart from our PSUs, we have Hindalco CEO is there, then Hindustan Zinc CEO is there. In fact, I would say the startups are very fortunate that you have such big industry leaders here. You please listen to them, interact with them, and you can share your ideas with them. And I have personally visited Hindustan Zinc facility in Udaipur, and I should say they are doing a really excellent job of introducing new technologies. So this is a great opportunity. So one is about the issues they are facing. Number two is, can we take our industry to a next level in terms of mechanization, in terms of using of, I would say remote working. There's a talk of trying to use 5G also. And also, in fact, around 2-3 months back, we held a video conference with the leading mining machinery manufacturers of the country. So there the problem we experienced was, some of them started manufacturing in the country, but our big company, they have to import equipment from outside, machines from outside, and there's a lot of custom duty problems, expenditure is there, or there are some service maintenance issues are there. These are the problems I can say. So with these few words, I'll just say that let us, in the presentations as well as the questions which our audience will ask, let us identify the opportunities which are there for the industry to take help of the startups, and let the startups tell us what kind of facilities which they think they can work upon, and whether our industry leaders can they give opportunities. In fact, I would say लास्ट वीक पत्रा साहब का बोर्ड मीटिंग कब हुआ था? 26 तारीख. इनफैक्ट वो secretary asked us that you please ask PSUs, which honorable minister said reserve some money so that we can help some startups. So the NALCO board we took a decision to start with to keep 5 crore rupees to encourage startups in some fashion or another. I request even the private companies also they can have similar kind of some encouragement. And so let us do this thing. There are 3 things. Startups can tell us what they have to offer. The companies can see, and how in the government we can benefit by doing some pilots if required. And let the companies present before you that what kind of solutions they are looking for, or what kind of things they have got done through startups till now. So with these few words, I thank all of you for coming here, and let us enrich ourselves with the discussions in next pre-lunch session. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the technical sessions. This session will have a 3 segment. First, we will have the industry presenting to you what they are doing presently and what are the areas where they are looking for solutions from startups. Second, we will have a presentation from startups. We have identified few who will be presenting to the industry and the audience what they are doing and what they have to offer to the mining industry. And third, we will be having a presentation from the academia who will be from their point of view saying what can be done in this sector. So to begin with the first segment, I would request Patra Sahab to please do the presentation. Due to paucity of time, I would request that the presentation should be restricted to 6 minutes, and then we'll have a question answer session, 6 to 7 minutes, and then we'll have 2 to 3 minutes for the question answer after each presentation. Thank you, sir. The stage is yours.
Good morning, respected Additional Secretary on the dais, JS Mines on the dais, and the CEO of Hindalco, Vedanta, and other CEO of the dais, and directors, government officials, startup entrepreneurs. I welcome to the presentation on behalf of NALCO. I will be explaining. This is the overview of the company. Since there is a time restriction, I will be just explaining in very brief. It is a Government of India CPSE under Ministry of Mines, and one of the largest integrated bauxite, alumina and aluminium complex in India. The authorized capital is 3,000 crores and present paid up capital is 918 crores. Government of India is having 51.28% shareholding, and it is registered in the London Metal Exchange, and the lowest cost producer of bauxite and alumina since last several years as per the Wood Mackenzie report, and it is the second largest leading net foreign exchange owner CPSE in the country. Next, this is the integrated operations. The bauxite mines, we are having 2 mines at the same place, Panchpatpally bauxite mines, and the capacity is 68.25 lakhs tons, and we have a peated refinery at Damanjodi. The nameplate capacity is 21 lakhs metric tons, and out of which almost 9.5 lakhs we are consuming in our captive plant at smelter, and rest is sold in the domestic market and export, open for everybody. We have a port facility at Visakhapatnam, both for loading and unloading, importing all these port facilities we have our own, and we have captive power plant up to 1200 megawatt as required for our 0.5 million tons smelter, and it is closer to the coal mine area in the Talcher, and we have a smelter of 4.6 lakh tons, and we have also renewable energy of 198 megawatt. Next. Now this is the brief of the company. We are having mines to smelter. So I am just explaining the problem what we have in very brief. This is the difficulty in operating in heavy earth moving machinery during the rainy season. Basically the bauxite mine situated above 1250 meters from the mean sea level. In the rainy season, because of the foggy and cloudy, dark cloudy, we are not able to see, the visibility is very less, which interrupts in production and operation. So if something can be made which will improve visibility and which will enhance production, so I am just briefing. This presentation will be available, then if anybody requires we can interact in detail. Next. We have a 14.6 kilometer length single plate conveyor. We transport bauxite from the mines to our refinery, and this bauxite, it is basically operational through a conveyor supported by pulleys, belt seat over it, and the rope gets elongated due to pulling force, and it results in interruption, breakage. If something can be made regarding the health assessment and preventive maintenance can be made, if anything can be made which will facilitate early alarming and taking corrective action, so interruption can be reduced. Next. The haulage system which is operating in the mines, many times due to it is a basically tribal dominated area, that demands are unending, and the road blockade, strike, local haulage operations is getting affected. During COVID we have experienced, due to restrictive manpower also the operational were scaled down. So if any system or with the use of artificial intelligence or any advanced technology, it can be operated by which it can be improved so that the operational setbacks can be removed. Next. We are doing mining and there is a concurrent reclamation. One side we are excavating, the other side also we are making land filling, plantation, etc. The health of the plantations and the issues with this survival rate, all these things basically it becoming historic by sending manually. If something can be made which will give the health of this plantation, standard of the plantation, so that corrective measures can be taken on a fast track mode. Next. The ore body, basically there is a geological report and the content differs from place to place even in the same mines. So we have all our details and which is can be documented through a maps or a spreadsheet. But to give feed required for the refinery, we have to make blending all these things. So production of different item depending upon this, but the operator who is operating, he sees by his eye and based on his best judgment he is doing it. If something can be made with reference to this which will facilitate and by the operator can activate with reference to the data, so that needless manual intervention or needless change in the content, etc. Sometimes we face the problem because despite of the feed it is a batch processing. If the feed is not as per the requirement, then the output will reduce if Al2O3 content reduces. So in this regard also, if any support can be made. Next. The eastern, our plant is operated basically in the eastern coast belt, and eastern coast every year experience not less than 3 to 4 cyclones. So cyclone has become a regular friend of eastern coast. And the solar roof topping, all these things, whatever we are making, again it is getting damaged. If anything can be made for protection of this and any systems, then that also needs to be seen. Another issue is low cost indigenous technology for decarbonization challenges. All the aluminum smelters, basically it is a power intensive and we use the thermal coal. So CO2 gas emerge out of our coal consumption or product coal use. So if any scheme or any method, any technology can be developed to capture the carbon in the CO2 which can be reused, then it will also reduce the environmental degradation and it will have some economic value addition. Then disposal of red mud. Next. Disposal of the red mud, and basically 25% to 35% the Al2O3 content in the feed bauxite. So huge quantity comes as a iron oxide, silicon, all these things, and other some metals are also there. We have been trying for extraction of valuable metals from that, so far no technology coming, and it is also required how to use the red mud. So this typical composition of the red mud is given. Anything waste to wealth, if it can be suggested and it can be commercialized, then it will add a value to this. Next. Few patents already we have obtained regarding use of the red mud and fly ash. So these things are available in our website also. If anybody wants to make commercialization of this thing also, we can make a long-term agreement. Next. Last, production of eco-friendly tepid ramming paste. Carbon lining paste is applied over the cathodes and refractories in the bottom and side lining of the furnace and act as an adhesive or sealant. It is a monolithic lining and works as a thermal shock absorbent when applied in the side lining. It is also used as a filter material for joining cathode blocks. Mostly this we are outsourcing and majority are importing. If any indigenous product can start, then that will also help and it will have a demanding market. Next, last. Expectation from the startup industry. Innovative technology based solutions are the need of the hour for achieving productivity and enhancement of mining performance. Latest state-of-art solutions at par with global standards. High quality and reliability of the product. Upgradation of existing imported systems. Quality after-sales support and continuous process improvement initiative during the post-commissioning solution need for the industry. So basically, whatever solution any entity can give with reference to mining, each mine to mine it differs by its geographical location, by its content. So anything can be made tailor specific also, we will welcome. Thank you all.
Are there any questions and answers? Then Patra Sahib will attend to it. If there are none, we'll move to the second presenter. I now request Mishra Sahib to do the presentation, please.
good morning and good afternoon. I am going to speak on what we offer from Vedanta and Hindustan Zinc for the startups. We already have a very matured way of engagement with the startups, and perhaps what I present to you will encourage more and more of you to join us in our journey of discovery. Why do we look at startups? Obviously for their agility, for their readiness to experiment, for their innovative approach to solution finding. Very rapid deployment is what we expect, and for leveraging emerging technologies, which they are very good at. What is the discovery of that? Typically in corporates, in the procurement process, how do we take care of the cost of the startup first engagement? So every corporate faces the challenge. We have found a solution to that. The lack of access to industries. Who would allow their thousands of crores takes to set up the industrial infrastructure? Who would allow you to experiment in a running business? So that is what Vedanta dares to offer, and we offer our entire assets for you to experiment on. Also, we look at strategic funding, and we take care of the risk of failures. In all startups, the biggest risk is the risk of failure when you try to do the proof of concept. We cover for the risks. You don't have to cover for that. What value our Vedanta program of startup, which is called Spark program, what does it offer? It provides access to you across Vedanta, all facilities, from oil and gas, iron, steel, zinc, any facility that you can talk of. We bear the cost of proof of concept. You don't have to bear. We engage you like a traditional manufacturer or a vendor, and we bear all the cost. You do the proof of cost. If it doesn't work, doesn't work. If it works, we again bear the cost for repeat trial, multiply trial, scale up trial, till it becomes something that is worth considering for investment as an investor. We have special commercial guidelines, because this is where most of the cases get stuck. We have got special commercial guidelines how to place orders for startups so that they don't face the hurdles of typically 3 quotations, lowest quote party, cost justification and things like that. And we do provide the growth capital once you establish yourself, that is proof of concept is okay, it has been tried number of times, it can be multiplied, and the entire concept has a proven business case. What are the credentials in this program? Last year, for a couple of years we have been running. If you look at the number, about more than 1,500 startups have come to us for engagement. We have very strict screening criteria. About 500 out of 1,500 we could screen them, that is that they are worth considering. Then we have an expert panel evaluation, brought them down to 200, and then we did detailed analysis of each startup, what is their credibility, what is their groundwork they have done, finally bring it down to 80 to engage with. So when we start with 1,500 and come back to 80 to 100, that to engage with, and we have an ambition that across Vedanta we should have at any point of time 100 startups constantly working with us. And these 80 startups that engaged with us has more than 120 projects, proof of concept projects working with us. If I categorize them into areas, the areas are on the IoT, typically various real-time data information that we are not getting, how to get it through that. We have areas in AI and ML. Of course, we have areas in AR and VR, especially for on-site training facilities, like in case of a 1 kilometer deep mine, the winder operator training and evaluation on-site, the virtual reality comes to of a great use and very easy to do. And of course on robotics, which is not only pure drone as a robotic item, but not only drone as a robotic item, but also drone as a platform on which to load many other facilities which we use especially for all height areas of the chimneys, thickness measurement, hazardous areas, crawling robot on acid storage tanks to measure the thickness of the storage tanks everywhere. And now we are moving into underground mine, as I will present subsequently. Vedanta Spark highlights why I am presenting this slide is you can look at it from oil and gas, aluminium, iron and steel, zinc, copper, and even including power business. Everywhere there is a startup engagement. That we are not looking at a startup only for a selected portion of the group. and 80 startups are engaged all across the group. About 124 pilot projects, of which 84 have already been completed. About 40 are under implementation. And there are further lineup of 62 which are under evaluation. So while one phase of say 80 projects are completed, we have to push in another 70 or 80 projects so that at any point of time we have more than 100 projects going. What areas does it bring value to? The startups are not for the sake of being politically correct. It is not for being just, so-called a thing to do in today. We are looking for increase in production, which is volume. We are looking for reduction of cost, and we are looking for, of course, ESG, which is health, environment, safety, governance. So all these areas, if you look at, and overall on the business excellence, we attribute ease of working, something which people are working overnight to solve. If without a person being available in office can be done, ease of working, quality of life, those kind of startups also we are taking in. And if we look at that, we have got about 86 projects which are into the volume business, and about 67 are in the cost. So both sides, and we have a strict evaluation of what is the increase in production that has come up due to the startup engagement and how much is the cost. If I look at the current value creation, about $4 million we have spent for the proof of concept. And we have got a benefit of $8 million. So already 2x is the ROI from the startup engagement, and we are looking at 5x ROI so that it is an investable startup. Some of the examples are typically HMM running, either you require a Wi-Fi or a local area network to transmit the data. Startups came to us with a vibration measurement on the equipments and collecting that data as a measurement of equipment operating hours. It has worked well in a mine in Jawar mine where we had no backbone of data transmission inside the mine. There this startup has done very well. In case of a steel plant, iron and steel sector, in case of a steel plant, the blast furnace digital twin has helped us in designing the right burden for the blast furnace in our steel plant at Bokaro. In case of safety, intelligent safety monitoring of safety incidents is something which is purely based on video analytics, is also helping us in monitoring wrong behavior of people on the spot or something happening anywhere in the plant and using that information. One more area of challenge in any industry is constantly monitoring water consumptions at all points. And typically we are saddled with very heavy, high cost water meters. This is where also startup came up with their own way of measurement of water flow all across the plant, and we are using that for online monitoring of water consumptions within the plant at various sections. How do we go forward? Our way forward is based on 4 pillars. One is Gurukul, that is venture building program with top universities. Like today we are in IIT Mumbai. We will work with various research bodies as well as universities in a Gurukul program. We have Garage program, which is for startup incubators, those that works to rapidly incubate and multiply startups. Connect program, pilot programs as I have spoken just now, and venture programs. We have appointed Chief Venture Capital, that is a position created in Vedanta. He is also attending here today, whose sole job is to look at startups after the proof of concept, whether how much valuation it can go to and is it worth for our group to invest into that company. So everything starts from getting selected, it's the first step. After selection, getting a scope to do the proof of concept. After proof of concept, multiply that, and after multiplication, make a investable presentation, and then we consider whether we can invest in that. Few future technologies that we are currently working with new startups. One of them is extremely high potential for underground mining, especially in metal and mineral mining. That we are working on is a radar technologies. It is for the ore delineation, that how can you exactly find the shape of the ore body when you are closely approaching that without drilling. And so if you know exactly the shape of the ore body, then you can maintain the grade or the quality of the ore when you mine. And this is where we are working with a startup named CC Radar with their own innovation, with their own technology on their own patented radar. They will be able to help us in identifying specially low-grade zinc ore in mines and narrow vein mining. That is thin ore body, low grade. How do I define that? Second is stope recovery improvement. That is when you mine and it's a vacated stope, it is very unsafe. Nobody can go inside. How do we fly drones and drone-mounted surveying systems to see from inside whether some mineral is still left inside and can that be recovered? What is the condition inside? So that is something we are working on, and that will revolutionize the way we do underground mining. Overall, if we look at it, the startups in underground mining, for mining especially, people don't do not accept that the quality of technology that is applicable in today's modern mining. Those who would like to see, please visit Hindustan Zinc. It is one of the global technology-driven mining. We have got fully Wi-Fi enabled underground mine where all the data gets transmitted immediately. Drones can be flown inside anywhere in the mine, in the underground 1 kilometer below. And any experiment, we are working on radar technology now. Any new technology that you want to try out, Vedanta Group, all facilities, and especially being CEO of Hindustan Zinc, I would place Hindustan Zinc for your due consideration. With that, thank you very much and wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mishraji. Now, will I ask any questions from the audience? Please give the mics.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. This is Rudresh Agarwal. I represent a startup that developed a plastic core box that is used in exploration mining.
I saw that.
Yeah. So my question was that we find challenges when, suppose there are some jobs that you have outsourced to other companies like exploration. So is there a way that startups can be prioritized to engage with Hindustan Zinc? But since the job has been outsourced to other companies, so they don't have that much of engagement or that desire to engage with startups or other kind of facilities.
No. The startup engagement is Hindustan Zinc's responsibility, not
Right.
outsourced agent's responsibility.
So as our product is applicable to your vendors which you have outsourced to, so my question is, how do we as a startup get help from Hindustan Zinc as in to create a scenario where we will be able to provide you the product that you've developed?
I saw your product today.
Yeah.
And let me assure you, we outsource the exploration, but keeping the core safely for future is our responsibility. It's mandated by the law.
Yeah, but the core box selection.
No, that will be our responsibility because we have to keep the vendor.
That change needs to happen in.
It will.
So that is what I was.
No, right now they are using iron boxes, and for some time we imported plastic boxes.
Exactly, that's why
from
we
Australia.
Made it into a startup and developed our own design.
So nice thing. So you come to us because as per law, all the exploration core has to be preserved.
Yes.
For a long time, and that will be preserved by us, but the vendor will vanish.
Right. Okay.
Right. So we will ensure, provided, of course, everything has a.
Yeah, the economical has to be. So that is what we are ensuring.
So come to us. I was very happy. In fact, myself and Vedanta Group CEO, Mr. Duggal, we discussed looking at your product.
So please, I'd like to invite you there and just.
Please do get in touch with me. We will do that.
Thank you, sir.
This was the last minute entry.
Very good. I was very impressed that they have got it. We had to import it for some time.
Yeah, that's why especially I have made arrangement for them last minute in the morning only for the display and all.
This is the problem with every mining company, maintaining the core.
Yeah.
Yep. Sir, I'm Suryak Joseph from Squadron. So I'm privileged to have a name there because we are the first to fly autonomous drones in stopes at Tedzadal, and we thank you for the opportunity. It was our dream to do that, and then we happened to do it very recently. So thank you for the presentation and the clarity on the way forward. So now these we as startups, we are upgrading ourselves into MSMEs, and we are going to become the biggest job creators, the biggest taxpayers in the country. So we're going to become the backbone of the economy. So we are in fact amazed by your initiative. So if you could give us two messages, one message for the startups and one message for the government to take this to, from Vedanta Spark to India Spark.
No, so as far as government, I think it has been made amply clear by Mr. Lohia, before that Minister, Mr. Bharadwaj, everybody, that government is, they are assuring that they will take the cost, which Vedanta is assuring will take the cost. Here government is saying that we will take care of the cost if you try it in any of the PSUs, wherever you are doing, right? So that is fine. We will take care of the cost. But for my message to you as a startup is, be fearless, quickly upskill. Don't become a MSME yourself. You are born not to become an MSME. That come with one proof of concept, let me do twice, let me do thrice, let it become a regular service. Don't become an MSME. You have come for a big thing, so with your order, once your concept is proven, then you grow quickly. And that guts you need to have.
Okay. Now we'll call the third presenter.
Excuse me. Just last question. Can we take it?
Actually, we are running short of time.
Okay.
I can take your question after the
sure.
third presentation.
So thank you very much, Mr. Lohia and Ms. Farida, for this opportunity. So I think coming third, a lot of the topics that have to be highlighted from the mining and let's say even the metals industry has been put forward. So what I think I'll do is I'll give you a little bit of the model we have, and then where I see most of the gaps from a technology point of view that we are struggling with. I think from a model point of view, just like my friend Mr. Mishra said, in the Aditya Birla Group itself, we also have a venture capital fund, and we are actually putting a lot of money into startups. The idea being that we give equity, but we provide you the platform that allows you to scale up. So that's the simple model. That means that we will only put equity when we know that that technology is of use to us, and we will be doing pilots, and we would like to play a role as the valuation goes up. So it's a direct skin in the game. The second part, of course, is there are areas on the environmental side where sometimes it's difficult to attract startups to come, because startups generally are today attracted by high valuations and tend to go towards, I would say, the software IT side more than where sometimes the mining industry problems are. So I think there we are directly trying to engage and provide funding because we are looking for solutions there. One good example is Professor Singh is sitting here with his team at the back, and we are trying now, as you could see from even Mr. Patra's presentation, what do you do with bauxite residue? And along with bauxite residue, you have phosphogypsum, which is another byproduct from the copper side, and you have plastic waste. So he has a project where you put all three together and make construction material. It would be great if some startups can work with Professor Singh's team to upscale that, because just think, if you can find a construction material that can, substitute what we are doing today, which is river sand, digging up by using waste. So this waste valorization is one sector where startups have not gone into. So this is where the technology work, fortunately, a lot has happened. So if you look at whether it's IIT Bombay, many of the projects that we work on, the technology has been more or less worked out, but the scaling up, the logistics, the business case, taking it out, there is a big opportunity there, which I would like to see some of the startups getting into. If we look from the software side, and you saw outside today, I don't know, 3 or 4 companies with drone technology, and a lot has been talked about. I think on the drone technology, what I have seen is that the software side is well dealt with. But the problems we have is that the drone itself, the manufacturing of small drones, reliable drones, in India, there is a big gap. A lot of people were reliant on DJI. I think now the government has stopped the import for good reasons, I believe. And I think that whereas the software side is getting attention, I urge the startups to get into manufacturing of drones itself. On the defense sector, there is a huge demand, and that's the difference. But on the industrial side, and you can see from all sizes of drones, in Hindalco today, all the security parameter work that we do is done with drones. All the volumetrics for inventory is done with drones. And while we are seeing many companies that have software, I would really urge to see more startups coming on the technology side. Water, which I think my friend Mr. Mishra said, here the problem is metering is one issue, but trying to recycle water, because most of us, like Hindalco has taken, we are going ZLD, but we have also taken a 2050 target of net water positive. So net water positive means that you are not taking any more fresh water, or if you're taking, you're giving that much fresh water back. So if you look at companies like Suez and all these people from abroad, they're coming up with a lot of technology, but I would like to see Indian startups dealing with water effluents, treating effluents in water. And I think there is a big spin-off on the domestic side as well, because as you can see, most municipal corporations are also struggling with dealing with water. So this is another area where when we go and look at it, we see lots of international companies, Australian companies coming in, but there are not many Indian companies and startups in this sector. So for me, the hardcore manufacturing of drones, water, waste, these are some of the places where we would like to see more startups coming in. And I think that the Ministry of Mines now has taken the initiative, and probably, there will be a place where all the problem statements can be put together, and then companies that are interested in working in this sector, if they come in, I think that you will find companies like us, along with Vedanta and Nalco, we are there to provide you the platform to try it out and make it work. We struggle with trying to work only with international companies, so having domestic startups is certainly something that we would like to encourage. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, any questions? Somebody from this side was asking for time. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Pai, for bringing up the issues. There's a lot of buzz on green aluminium and the need for green aluminium, carbon border tax adjustment, etc. So, do you see any role that the startups could play in assessment of carbon footprints across the life cycle, and that could also be a value add?
So I think that, frankly speaking, the assessment of the carbon cycle, it is already pretty well thought of. But if you noticed Mr. Patra's presentation, where we are interested in is how you can get carbon down. So if a carbon capture and mineralization of that carbon, we have some projects going on. Battery, for example, we have a lot of solar, but in a smelter, the solar can give only 8 hours. So how do you balance off? So whether it's pumped hydro, whether it's battery storage technology. So we are interested in round-the-clock renewables, or how can you capture and mineralize carbon. So from green, or let's say low-carbon aluminium, these are the two requirements we have.
So if there are no more questions.
This question is for Patra sir. If we have a solution for one of the challenges that you mentioned in your presentation, what would be the best way to reach out and kind of address that?
Director project and director production, both are looking after to these matters. So in the website, the numbers are available, email address also available in NALCO's website. You can send a proposal and it will be responded.
Thank you so much.
There's somebody that side, please.
Good morning all. Myself Pintu, a third year UG student at IIT Bombay in Department of Civil Engineering. My question is to Patra sir. Like as you mentioned, before execution of any idea, you go through a evaluation process. So what all you consider in that? Could you please elaborate it?
Repeat your question again. You see, we are making a policy because at the insistence of the ministry, we have taken the board approval just on the last 24th, as sir explained. So you can be in touch with us because initially whatever project there, we will have a committee called Functional Director Committee. So we'll place before the Functional Director Committee to assess it, and we will be making a policy shortly and it will be given in the website.
So, with this we come to an, you have some question? Oh yeah, please. This is the last question we are taking for this segment.
Yeah, thanks. My question is to both the aluminum producing companies. In Nalco's presentation, we could see the red mud has some amount of gallium. Beyond gallium, in any of your red muds, are there REEs, both light and heavy rare earth elements, so that some technologies could be tested upon that?
Yeah, I think Niti Aayog and Dr. Saraswat have been pushing both us, Nalco, Vedanta, a lot to try to extract rare earths from red mud or bauxite residue. The short story there is they exist, but trying to extract it commercially is a big issue. So the project is actually ongoing. The next meeting is actually going to happen in Sambalpur very soon. So a lot of work is going in to try to find a technology that becomes feasible. The fact that rare earths are there is well known, but it's it has to make some sort of sense to extract it. And just on that, the other part that we need startups, which I forgot to mention, is urban mining. So today we are going into e-waste recycling, whether it's lithium batteries, PCBs, all of those have also got a lot of rare earths and lithium in it. So when we go to look for technology, again it's Umicore and some of these European companies. So if you can have domestic processing companies that can help us extract rare earths from electronic waste, PCBs, this also would be very much useful for the country.
I was also trying to the same one, the red mud. I know, in fact, the bauxite, I think the more valuable than aluminum is what is there in the red mud, which is presently left out. So gallium is one, but the vanadium is confirmed. Entire central Indian bauxite deposit contains 0.2 to 0.4% of vanadium. And for years, in fact, the Vedanta and Balco has been extracting this vanadium, the vanadium sludge, and being sold at lakhs of rupees per ton. So I think the technology is there, but I think gallium is not simply being extracted, and it is left over to the red mud bound. I think it is both for the country, being all these are the strategic minerals, as well as for the startups also. We should look for these rare strategic minerals, which is there in the red mud map. Yeah.
So with this, we end the first segment of the technical section. Now I would call upon the somebody from behind. Oh, yeah, we still have one more presentation in the segment. I would call NMDC to please come and present. So sorry.
A very good afternoon to all of you. As you know, today we have all come over here to see that startups, how to get into the business. Already a lot of things has been spoken about it, like startup entrepreneurship is important as it brings a lot of innovation, competitiveness, job dynamics, etc., etc. As the government of India is envisaging to a target of $5 trillion economy, they also play a very important role in it. I'll just come to the NMDC side. In NMDC, we are also having a system of Start India initiative in collaboration with IIT Hyderabad. That is a nice program. We call it as nice program. That is NMDC Innovation and Incubation Center. It was launched on 4th November 2020 by NMDC and IIT Hyderabad. The program aims to promote innovation and entrepreneurship by converting and translating technological ideas, science and engineering products, process and services for commercial exploitation and the benefit of the society. It is not linked directly to the mining only. It is open to all. And the salient features, like we are having a corpus fund of around 10 crores. With a 5-year target we have been, and at present we are having around 15 startups and 5 fellowship programs are currently undergoing in collaboration with IIT Hyderabad. In this, I would like to just come to a small presentation on NMDC, what we do and what are our problems and what we expect from the startups. Just on the overview, I'll say this company was started in 1958. The aim of this company was for exploration and establish mineral reserves for the country. As people know that it is basically iron ore company. Started its mining operation in 1968. Having a production level of around 40 plus million ton of iron ore. Number 1 in the country and 9th in the world. We always ensure the raw material security for the nation, and as we are having around 2.5 billion tons of raw material reserve, very high quality hematite. Its strategic plan, as per the Ministry of Steel, to have 300 million ton by 2030 and 500 million ton by 2047. NMDC also is having its own program of adding more and more raw material to have a raw material security. It has got a geographical presence in India in mainly 2 states for iron ore, that is in Chhattisgarh and in Karnataka. In addition to that, we are having a diamond mining. We are not restricted to only iron ore. We are with diamond, gold, and recently we have introduced into coal also in Jharkhand. It is a highly profitable company and it has got its own growth plan, having a EBITDA margin of around 39%. That is the minimum last year what we got it. Otherwise it is always 50 to 55%. And the lowest production cost in the world. That is around 857 rupees per ton. As others have said, in the mining business, we are also having our own concerns. Now I have come to that one. We are having our own issues where we look forward that startups, they should come forward to help us. As already Mr. Patra in the beginning he has said that we work in hilly terrain and during rainy season we are having lot of problems in visibility. That is poor visibility. Already he has also explained. We also are having the same issues there in our valleys whenever we work for mining. Their safety and production, all related activities are there. We need some help from the startups, how to improve the visibility. Generally, during this period, we get a visibility around 5 meters or so, not more than that. We have to stop our production. That is why you have seen that even if we are going up to 40 million ton, for 3 months, maybe starting from June, July, August, extended up to September, we lose heavily on these 3 months during the rainy season. So we invite anybody is having any solution for this, which can increase our visibility and to avoid accidents and other things, it is most welcome. In our mines, we are having 2 types of mixed ore we get from the Mother Earth, that is BH HU and VHA, that is banded hematite, jasper and quartz. We also need some help, if it can be given, how to separate out quartz and jasper so that we can improve our productivity. And also during rainy season we face frequent electric power tripping and difficulty in detecting its fault location, because this is the lines are being over the hill area and through jungles and other things. There we need some help, that is AI based identification of any earth leakages points. That will definitely help us in improving our operation. And our next area of concern is blasting site danger zone, which is around 500 meter. And we would require an easy to use AI based technology which can be used for guarding during blasting. And remote sensing technology like drones equipped with thermal based cameras which can be used to monitor the blasting site and its surrounding areas, thereby identifying people or objects within the danger zone and ensuring proper evacuation which is required to be done. They can also help us to develop a GPS-based safety helmet for real-time tracking of the person's positions. During rainy season, these are the due to lateritic ore, we get all the red water. The water gets contaminated, and once it flows down the valley, it contaminates the river or canal, whatever it. We also want some startups to investigate and to give us some solution how to get rid of it so that the pollution level can be minimized. We have been trying for some time, but we are not yet successful. We are not successful. If anybody is there with some solution, can always come forward. And for failure of waste dump in our mines, because a lot of waste also comes up, our shipping ratio is around 1 to 1.3, like that. How to dump slope monitoring system or how to manage it, those things are also we require it. And one more another area, important area is production and productivity in our R&D mine. Though we do it manually, but some software based or AI based technology, if anybody can provide us, we can always improve our system. The next area of concern is sample collection and analysis, that online monitoring system. We are having some systems, but we want some improved versions. If anybody is having startups, they can always contact us. We will be happy to have a collaboration with them to improve our quality. And also we are looking for digital twin model for our entire mining operation. The modeling, forecasting, and scenario can be simulated and seen. And as you know, tailing dam is a big issue. There also we need some help. This actually optimal design solutions for tailing dam, then innovative ore processing methods, disposal and storage of tailings, and developing a remote sensing technology such as satellite imagery or drone based monitoring system to monitor tailing storage facilities. In conclusion, I would like to say that this platform has brought all the startups and the industries together. And as I said, these are the few points which need to be looked into. But there are many other things that can be brought us, and we are there to help the startups and to get the new technologies, and we want to grow along with the system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can now move to the second segment where there will be presentation from the startups. So may I first call? May I now call Lowy Global to first come on stage and do the presentation? So first, may I call DPIT, Startup India, to come and do the presentation?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible. My name is Radhika Kohli, and I'm representing Startup India, which is an initiative of the Government of India under DPIIT, which is Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. So we all know it's not rocket science that India is a land of opportunities, but it's not only because of the kind of opportunities and platforms that it provides, but it also is because it provides it to a dynamic cohort of citizens, a very big chunk of which is the youth of today. The youth of today being people like you and me, people who are interested in driving innovation, in changing the face of India for tomorrow. And how do we want to do it? Startups become a very important, or they play a very important role in taking the future of India tomorrow, or in changing the face of India. So let me begin by telling you how the Startup India initiative was actually born. And for that, let me take you back a little in time. To be factually correct, to 2015, when a need for an ecosystem was assessed, that when we had, let's say in 2015, we had over 400 startups, just about 400 startups. And it was assessed that we will need an initiative to foster the growth of the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the country, which is why an action plan was curated. A 19-part action plan was created to handhold startups in 3 pillars. Number 1 being simplification and handholding. Number 2, to provide funding opportunities. And number 3, for industry and academic support to foster better participation and partnerships between ecosystem enablers, supporters, and startups like yours. And finally, on 16 January 2016, the Startup India initiative was launched, which we also call as a National Startup Day today, since 2022. But how has the growth journey been from 2016 to today, 2023? In these 7 years, today we stand proudly as the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world, leaving behind the likes of some of the biggest players in the market, and we are second only to America, to US and China. And from 400 startups today to 99,000 startups, we are soon going to cross the 1 lakh mark, which is itself a feat to be proud of. 49%. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Sure. I would. Okay, sure. Noted. Thank you, sir. So, before I get to that, yes, I will be done in 5 minutes. I will be done in 5 minutes, but I think for people here, if I were to ask, how do you qualify as a startup? I'm not sure how many of us even know the definition of a startup. Yes, so that's what I've come to. If you can see on the screen, startup has become the favorite word right now, but not many of us know how to differentiate between a normal business and a startup. So in order to be a registered DPIIT startup in the country, in fact, all 99,000 and the lakh of startups which are recognized with us have this definition followed, which is you need to be registered as a private limited company or a limited liability partnership or a registered partnership. Sole proprietorship does not qualify. Number 2, you should not be more than 10 years from the date of incorporation to apply to become a startup in India. You should not have exceeded 100 crore in any fiscal year as your revenue. And number 4, the goal or aim of your startup should focus on any of these 4 pillars. It could either be job creation, it could either be wealth creation, either your startup should focus on innovation or it should focus on scalability. Now, if you ask us, how do I define scalability or innovation? Well, that is a subjective term. So if you apply for a DPIT recognition, the team, our recognition team that sits at backends is going to evaluate your application on the basis of the paperworks and on the basis of justification you provide us. And even apart from the first 3 pillars that you see, the 4th one is the most subjective one, of course. It's a very simple process that will not take you more than a day to fill. First, you just go to www.startupindia.gov.in, go to the recognition portal, and just fill the online application form, upload your supporting documents, and the evaluation will begin immediately once you click on submit. At backend, our recognition team is going to, of course, verify all the documents that you give and all the justifications you provide and give you recognition on the basis of that. Till now, if there's any, okay, so we'll take all the questions in the end. As Sir rightfully said, you all know what the ecosystem looks like, but what is Startup India doing? What is the government doing for you? We realize that we need to have a platform where anybody and everybody in the country can simply go to, all the ecosystem enablers can just adhere to, which is the Startup India Hub, which is another name for www.startupindia.gov.in. It was launched in June 2017 when we realized that it is important to have a digital forum to connect all of us. I or my 50-member team cannot be everywhere in the country, so this is where you'll find us. We have a cohort of services which are all pro bono available here. From learning and development programs to funding opportunities to what virtual showcases look like to ministry and corporate partnerships to marquee programs, everything is available here and I will walk you through it gradually. As you can see on the screen, this is what our website or our hub looks like. And we have an average of more than 630,000 people registered on it as people who just want to scroll the platform, and we also have all 99,000 startups registered here. So any service that you hear about that is a part of Startup India scheme, any funding opportunity, any showcase opportunity, everything is available here. I would recommend all of you to please visit this. I am around and so is my colleague. Even after the event, if you have any doubt, do let us know. Coming to a very important question in terms of funding, we have 3 funding mechanisms. Number 1 being the Fund of Funds schemes, which was launched in 2017. I believe very short and crisp because these are schemes, these are funds written in detail, so I'll not be able to run you through each of them. But to tell you, Fund of Funds is for mature startups that are in the later stage. Seed Fund Scheme, as the name suggests, is for startups that are in early stage or ideation stage that have not completed more than 2 years since being recognized or since incorporation. And the Credit Guarantee Scheme is for startups ideally in the mature stage who are looking to get loans and they don't have security or collateral to give to the banks. So DPIT will do it on their behalf. I repeat, Fund of Funds is for later or mature stage startups. This is not directly run by us. This is flowed through SIDBI. Seed Fund Scheme is directly run by us. So if there's any startup right now that's not older than 2 years on paper, you can apply for the Seed Fund Scheme today, given that you have DPIT recognition, of course. And number 3 is the Credit Guarantee Scheme. I would just like to reiterate here, to avail any of the Startup India, Government of India benefits, you need to be recognized with us. That essentially means that your startup needs to have a DPIT recognition certificate. I will be reiterating this point because a lot of times startup comes to us and say that we are not eligible for Seed Fund Scheme because they just come to know about it later after they've crossed the 2-year mark because they didn't take recognition with us. So on paper also we can't help you if you are not recognized with us. As you can see on the screen, there's another benefit that we have that comes in the form of National Startup Awards. Now, many of you would just say that these are awards and I will be awarded, but what's next? Well, Startup India, the National Startup India Awards were launched 3 years back, and we realized that we need to have a mechanism where we are not just recognizing all the startups, but we are then hand-picking the best startups from the most niche sectors of the country. Because this becomes our favorite cohort basically to go to.
You have only 1 more minute to wrap up, please, because we have
Sure.
other thing also.
Understood. So I would just like to highlight that NSA is a platform where you can come in, you can apply, and even if you're a finalist or a winner, a lot of startups get the opportunity, they become a part of the cohort. Like for example, even today, the startups that we have bought with us are part of this cohort. They could either be finalists or are beneficiaries. Some of the few programs that I will take you quickly through because of the paucity of time, but MARG is a pro bono mentorship platform. It is an AI-based matchmaking platform where you can register to, and AI will just find the correct mentor to connect you with from the same industry who might be looking to help startups like yours. We also have an Investor Connect portal which was launched earlier this year. This is again the investor version of the MARG platform. It is a pro bono platform where you can come in and connect with investors of from different walks of life. This is again AI based. You will enter your startup profile. It has an exhaustive application format and it will match you with the correct investor as well. These are few of our marquee programs. If there's any question, because we don't have much time, please feel free to meet me after the event, or right now if you have any questions, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just one last thing, please take a picture of this page if you want, or I'll just repeat, dipp-startupindia@nic.in is where you can write any of our queries. We at Backend are sitting every day to solve all your queries. So if there's any doubt, please let me know, or you can just write to dipp-startups@nic.in. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now request a presentation from SIGN? You have 5 minutes for presentation due to paucity of time.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a tough ask because for a professor who normally is used to talk 1 hour, you are giving me 5 minutes. So I'm doing something very interesting. I'm going to start my timer here so that I stop in 5 minutes, right? Okay. So let me welcome on behalf of SIGN as well. You are in IIT and we are IIT Bombay's Technology Business Incubator. That is what we are. Basically, the SIGN was started to foster an ecosystem on entrepreneurship in this particular campus. The idea is, how do I change the slides? Okay, it doesn't seem to, no. Next, okay. So primary motivation for an incubator typically is to support the startup idea to create a venture. So economic growth is the primary driver, but we being an academic setup, we also support startups which may be of strategic value from the country's perspective or may be socially relevant. So this is one of the things which any of you who are present here and looking at the ideas may want to keep in mind, that economic growth is important, but strategic point from the country's point also is a value proposition for SIGN, basically. Just to keep the long story short, we started when nobody was talking about entrepreneurship, and we heard from the previous speaker now that what all things are available for the startups, basically. What we do, and this is something which is very important from the point of view of the startups. We provide end-to-end support right at the pre-incubation stage to incubation stage to acceleration stage, and we also run lots of partnership programs for our startups. So we are there with the startups right from the beginning till you go to the market as a big industry, almost to that stage, effectively, if I may. What we provide for these startups, how they reach that particular stage through interventions that SIGN makes in terms of providing them infrastructure, in terms of providing them connects with the funding, in terms of mentoring, and many services which typically startups require. In academic setup, sitting right next door, we are able to do all these activities for the startups. So this is something which is very, very important for those who are working in academic setup. They may have good technology, but not so much of the business savviness on all these parameters, and that's where incubator like Sign actually comes in for helping them. This is the impact. Over the last 19 years or so, we have supported about 213 startups. Just to tell you the fact, these numbers, for some of you may feel that, "Arey, itna hi kiya kya?" But these are deep tech startups that we are talking about. And these are the ideas which have come out of the research, which has been translated into the marketplace. So that is something which you will appreciate, that these startups were supported not so much in terms of money, because it's a very frugal incubator that we are talking about, only 30 crores or so which we might have invested in the startup. But for every rupee that we have invested in the startup could raise almost 160, 170 rupees. So that's the kind of impact an incubator make for the startups. So this is something which is very important. We also boast of a unicorn, because everybody talks about unicorn. And this is from the academic sector, first incubator in the country which a unicorn came out from. Okay, so that is something which we are proud of. And then with a little bit of luck, maybe the first IPO coming of an academic sector incubator. And I'll just touch upon some of these examples. We are sector agnostic, so those who are here, you are most welcome. Don't think IIT doesn't have a program on mining, doesn't mean that Sign will not look at you. Of course, we are sector agnostic. What is required is a good idea which will translate into a fantastic venture and which will make an impact, like I said, either economically or in terms of value creation from the country's perspective. So you will see Engineering Institute having healthcare as one of the major themes, right? It's something which is quite interesting, because ecosystem has been evolving in that way in recent times, right? So very well, it could be the mining, which could be also one of those primary drivers in our pie chart, if I may. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. Those of you who know IIT, you know IIT only for undergraduate program for the most part. What probably gets lost in the discussion is, today we have 13,000 students, as director mentioned, 60% of those are in the postgraduate side. Why is it important to realize this? Because research happens at that end. So I'm emphasizing this point because there are startups as well as there are industry people here. So a lot of research happens here, which is cutting edge, which results in the startups, in these deep tech domains. And we, like I said, connect them to the internal ecosystem as well as the external ecosystem. Next slide, please. I'm just coming to the end of the thing. I have only half a minute or one. So I will just skip this particular slide. This is about ecosystem internally. Next one. Maybe give you an example or two of the startups. Can you take to the next slide, please? Yeah, so these are some of the success stories, and you will see that they are coming from quite different domains. Gupshup or Weberu, as we call it, this is the unicorn. All your WhatsApp messages, basically probably backend is this particular company. IdeaForge is a drone startup, which you might have seen in 3 Idiots movie probably, but today they are helping country in the defense sector and making an impact. So this particular idea may be relevant even for the mining sector, because drones is a technology which is getting traction everywhere. Atomberg is a fan company, so to speak, but basic funda is electricity saving to 65%. That's a significant change that we are talking about. And I think a couple of startups, I see Niral there, whose stall was there, so I'm sure so you must have interacted. Next slide. And then one more startup which was there outside, which you might have seen. We work with government partners, even incubators like Cities Incubator, Smile. BMC has an incubator of its own, and we are knowledge partners for them. It's an interesting idea from your perspective, which I thought I will highlight is, many times challenge for startup is how do I get tender? How do I participate in that? So if a knowledge partnership is there, a co-incubation may result in the startups being eligible for participating in BMC's tender by virtue of being present in the Smile kind of an incubator. So those are interesting ideas which we have worked with. We are working not only with government, also with industry bodies, corporates. And again, I will pitch to you that if you have CSR funding, if you are looking at a specific domain where you want to make a dent to help the startups eventually, please approach us and we'll be very happy to collaborate with you. We have our own facilities, I'm almost done there, of our own, apart from what IIT offers, and you are most welcome to approach us. Even if you are not incubated in Sign, you can access these facilities, and we are very happy to provide support for this. So I guess maybe last slide, next. Yeah, so we have a enthusiastic team of people who are supporting, about 35 of those, and you can approach any one of us here. Our CEO, Koini Bhatt, is here, and she will be able to also happy to answer any of those questions which you may have later on during the session. So thank you very much.
Hello? Yeah, one of the biggest challenge with any startup is that a solution which the industry would actually like to consume is not one single dimension. For example, people working in AI, people like us who work mainly with electronics and software have a major dependency when we want to create a solution which may require mechanical engineering. Understanding of vibrations, for example, is a very big subject of its own. So how can a startup get the help from the academia on the specific subject, which may be a very small thing for you, but the complete story for them is about it? So how can we get support? Sir. Okay.
Check. Who actually are able to solve those kind of problems, and we can make multiple connections. So you may want somebody in mechanical engineering or in chemical engineering. We can make all those connects. You just need to be present with us. That's all.
Sure, sir.
Thanks. Does that solve?
Yes, that answers the question very well, sir.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now call the first startup, Lovi Global, to do the presentation. 4. So, Apurva, I request you to keep your presentation short and to the point.
I'll finish in 10 minutes, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, thank you. First of all,
7 minutes, because we have already lost.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, first of all, thank you for giving me opportunity to present in front of all of you, along with the senior delegates. So, let's start with the small thing. Yeah, I'm able to see something here. So, let's start with the small thing. Being a part of the larger group called 8 Hecnos. Let me see. Next slide. Being a part of the larger group called 8 Hecnos, where we have worked with the number of departments, number of ministries, number of private international companies around the planet. But one thing we always missing, what we are doing for our nation and what we are doing for our human being. So please move on the next slide. So with that aim, next slide. Yeah, next slide once again. With that aim, we have registered a company under a startup called Lovi Global, which is the purely IoT, AI, ML enabled company where we have developing the number of robotics. We are launching the robotics in the logistics and the other sector. But still there was one sector which is always missing from the number of startups, that was the mining. And while interacting with the Farida ma'am, then we have realized this is the one of the sector where we can do number of things with the same thing which we are doing for the number of industry. With that aim, yes. So with that aim, we have launched a company called Lovi Global. In Lovi Global, we have realized there are a number of things happening in the mining sector, but specific to mining activity, data capturing from the drone, satellite, all these things. But no one was thinking about the backbone. So what is the backbone if I'll say? Human.
who's the miner actually? Who's doing this mining? The human itself who's going inside the mining and doing number of activities. So this is the main problem. No one was thinking about the person who's doing the mining, and with that aim, we have come up with the solution or robotic solution, which is all about the human being, where we are going to talk about the human being, how he will be safe, how he will be insured, if he's the alcohol free, he has no blood pressure kind of issue. So all these things we have come up with that. And also we have realized India is the one of the most dangerous countries to be a coal miner. One coal miner died on the job every 12 days, on an average in 2020. India reported 469 deaths and 438 injuries in sand mining related to violence and the accident from the December 2020 to March 2022. If we will see this data, then who's the responsible for this? The person who is getting a tender, or the person who's going inside the mining without doing any pre-checks? So for that solution, we have come up with the robotic solution where the miner who's going inside the mining, he's the alcohol free, he's the blood pressure free, he has the proper attention, he can do a mining or not. So all these pre-checks, we are coming up with this our solution which we have launched in our services, and to enhance, so which will enhance the working, provide the more eco-friendly ecosystem, improve the productivity and the digital management. And then, so there is one video I am unable to play. Can you play the video? Yeah. There is sound also. I'm in IIT. So with that, we have developed a small solution which is the purely robotics. We are showing the demo also in the one of the kiosks, where robotics is able to check all the fatigue information, all about the robots, your eyesight view, how we can watch your attentiveness, your alcohol, your blood pressure, and even there are a couple of database inputs which we are going to do. And whenever user is going to do all these activity, we are also going to check about the insurance kind of things which is enabled with that or not. Yeah, so here are the solution which has the targeted segment like a driver, then trainer, laborers, document inspector, instructor, team validation, mining, manufacturing and transportation. So these three industries with all these people we are able to target with this robot. So this is the one of the small view of the robot where whenever user will come, on the top side there would be eye detection and then there would be alcohol check. On the left side there would be a blood pressure detector. Once all these tests would be checked properly, then there would be a one attention based game would be played on the middle screen. If he will be passed, then immediately he'll get a insurance kind of things if we wanted to provide a e-reward, or if we don't wanted to provide a e-reward or same kind of thing. So that would be checked on this system, and whenever he'll do all these things, he'll receive a slip saying that you are approved to go in the mining. One side we are doing all the detection for his safety, another side we are saving other people's life also, because major of the accident happened especially only for the driver's problem. This is the one of the small flow which we have done with this robotic vehicle check, then driver identification check, then learning I-trip, rewards engagement, alcohol check, rest pattern, IQ fatigue, which we will check through this. If he has a toolbox and all, and then pre-journey, all these things we do. In the last, if I'll say, for example, the driver or the person who's going inside the mining, but his life is not secured, right? Because of his life, his family life is also not secured. So what to do for that? What we are going to provide with this solution, whenever people is verified with all the checks, immediately he will get a insurance of the 2.5 lakh rupees for a particular mining day. whenever there is any accident happening or there is any kind of accident going to happen, then immediately his family will get the insurance of the somewhere around 2.5 lakhs. So these kind of e-reward solution which we have implemented in this. And then apart from that, there are number of solutions which we have also developed on the AI ML based technology, like a preventive maintenance, which we are doing already along with the Coca-Cola kind of companies. And then also we have developed a video-based analytic solution which can detect it's sanitized or not, property is sanitized or not. All these solutions we have developed on the AI ML base. Yeah, so that's it from my side because of the time. If there is any query, please let us know. So insurance, of course, paid by the company who's hiring us. So on the per insurance, sir, we charge normally 0.50 paisa, which is the hardly nominal for any kind of insurance, like a flight ticket, sir. Of course, sir, I'll pay from my side, but I need to charge somewhere. So any other query? Yeah, so this is the one of the beautiful questions, sir, you have asked. It's 100% manufactured, made in India, make in India, and we are selling around the planet. So as of now, we have sold in 18 countries till now. Any other query? In not in the mine, but in the supply chain management plan of the Coca-Cola Bada Coca-Cola plant Bada, where there are number of labor people are working or teammates are working, we have implemented there. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I would now call Machine Max, please, to make the presentation. Somebody from Machine Max?
Hi. Hello, everyone. I hope my voice is audible. Firstly, many thanks to the Startup Summit Committee and Farida ma'am and also Vedanta and Hindalco for nominating us to present here. I am Nikhil. I represent the team at Machine Max, who is working at all the mining sites currently, trying to improve productivity and utilization of the machines. So as you can see, so what we do is we manufacture IoT hardware. We also take various solutions, various startups solutions also in order to integrate and provide one offering to the clients at different levels. For example, the same solution which works for the management is not going to work for, say, the leadership, or is not going to work for operators, right? So we have different platforms, and all you can see, the one in the middle is the platform that we create. Sorry for that. So all we have is a platform where we integrate data from different sources, including our sensors as well. We use AI and ML in order to process the data and provide outputs for different stakeholders in the organization. So we have heard from Arun Mishra sir, Satish sir, everyone on the various use cases that they have been working in their companies. But what we have seen while we started to work with a lot of our clients is they broadly fall into three segments. The first segment are still majority of the mining subcontractors who use log sheets in order to capture the information and take decisions. There is a second set of companies where there are a lot of young entrepreneurs who are either taking over their parents' business or currently venturing into mining, and they use ready-made solutions which are available in the market and put in a lot of investment. But a pitfall that they generally fall in is implementation is not directly proportional to adoption. There is a fine line, or there needs to be the bridge between an implemented digital solution or a startup solution to making it mainstream into the operations that happens on a day-to-day basis. And the third one are the larger companies where they have resources and tech talent across the spectrum in order to implement these solutions. So the third solution is where we specialize in. We not just provide products which we manufacture or we develop and the other integrated solutions. We also provide manpower, and we also manage control centers across smaller to larger companies in order to get the intended outcome. So this is essentially what we call the Machine Max framework. On the left, we see all the solutions that are there, and then we have processed outputs. Alongside processed outputs, we have our team sitting at the client's locations, trying to understand where they can use the data, what kind of thresholds will make them help and assist in decision making, and then start developing dashboards which are curated to the client's requirements, and again have a feedback loop mechanism on what additional technologies would they need in order to improve their solution, and also scout for the solutions if they're not there with us, or integrate and essentially provide the offering. So I'll just quickly So all the use cases that we are currently working with, most of the clients are the ones that you can see here. The bottom layer is just extremely preliminary data that we have. Whereas if we start combining the data, like we say multiple permutations and combinations, right? This is just a small snippet of all the use cases that we have been serving. And the clients, like from small mining contractors to the likes of Hindalco, Vedanta, IIT Bombay Group has been a very supportive company for us. We currently are present over 4,000 plus machines. Even we recently are working on a very large coal mining company, not just on utilization front, also on the digital twin front. And yes, that's so a very small sample use case where way back about 2 years ago, we were one of the first 23 companies which were shortlisted and then selected by the Vedanta Spark Committee. And again, thanks for the opportunity, sir. We were able to do our pilot on over 50 machines, and currently we have a running engagement there. And this is from the team where we were able to get a 7% improvement in utilization. And how do we make our solutions easier for people to understand? So this is a very simple screen from our platform, where you can see we are selecting different machines, and this is the status of the machine. When we start to analyze an operation, it's not just one machine. We have a set of machines which are doing one single operation. The moment we start seeing this, the gray section is when the machine is off, the blue section is when the machine is doing production, and the orange section is where the machine is idling. Just by looking at this pattern, we understand where exactly in the time frame of 24 hours, whether it's in a shift or whether it's in a day, where the operations has lagged than what it is expected to be. And this is primarily the dashboard that we have provided for Vedanta, and with that we have been able to generate some input. That's more or less from my side. If it's okay, I just have a couple of requests, madam, from the startup community. So, sorry, I just wrote down. First is a lot of companies are reducing the revenue limits for startups to participate even in the corporate. It would be great if other companies can also help us. And from PSU's front, if there can be a different tendering process, because we often get lost out in competing with the bigger companies. And even bigger companies can also leverage our solutions by forming consortiums with us. And I think it's definitely for us and for all the companies here, mining being extremely remote comes with its own challenges of low network availability. Not all companies can invest huge amounts of money in getting Wi-Fi there. So if in one way or the other, with 5G spectrum, etc. being released, if the government can help in one way, if the government can help mining companies get network connectivity there, they can leverage a lot of network solutions that are, leverage a lot of technology solutions that are available. Thank you. If any questions. Zara. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Shabri from Ultratech. So I understand that Mission Max's solution is all about like tracking of run hours and the status of the equipment, but what challenges that we are actually facing is like, if you look at any dumpers, so the interested data that we are trying to capture is one of the payload. One is the payload, and one is the fail, and other is the health parameters of the equipment, and other thing that reality which Mission Max is doing is about the location. So what we are looking is like, we want to address all the problems from a single vendor. We can't go with one problem with, multiple vendors for multiple problems. So I would suggest if we can address all the, business cases put together, that makes some sense for us to know.
If I may address that, we have got two mines which is fully backboned. So where all the data are continuously flowing. all the data the equipment can generate are flowing. We have got one group of mines, our mines, where there is no backbone of data transmission. So that's where we thought of putting this as a solution, as an immediate solution, at least to know what is the utilization of the equipment that is happening in the underground, which is the first set of data. Of course, we don't have the details of engine temperature, pressure of lube and all that. That is a secondary stage. If they can develop with that technology, which is through vibration they are monitoring, well and good. All wells, it will then merge into other data which is available in the equipment. To make it flow, I have to have that network.
Yeah, that's true, sir. Actually, the challenges is that like we have equipment of different generations, the older generation, and sharing of protocols from a OEM. Many challenges of we are facing. So probably Mission Max can work upon in those directions as well. It will be benefit for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I called Maximal Labs Private Limited for the third presentation.
Hello everyone, I'm Manish. Really happy to be present here today. I think there's a mismatch in the company that I see and mine. This is certainly not my company. So this is definitely a different company and slides are going on. For sure, sir. Okay. I think it stopped working. Okay. No problem. I'll just would need help to change the slides, please. You can start the next slide, just in the interest of time. Hello, everyone. Again, I'm Manish Arora. I'm co-founder of Maximal. We are an industrial technology startup with our roots from IIT Madras. Started about 6 years back. We've been fortunate enough to work with a lot of marquee customers. We work with almost every oil and gas company in India, and even in the metals and mining side, we've been fortunate enough to work with Vedanta, most importantly, where a lot of esteemed guests are present today. The entire idea has always been to, next slide please. So we started Maximal with a few observations, right? The very first one was that the work that happens in the verticals that I just spoke of, right, is very high stake, right? The cost of non-compliance is very, very high, be it with respect to safety or any downtime that comes along with it, and so on, right? That was observation number one. Observation number two was, as soon as, let's say, a maintenance manager or an operations manager gets up from their desk, right, and tries to go into the plant, into the mine, into the field, right, there's very little technology enablement that is provided to them today, right? As soon as they are a desk-bound worker, you have SAP, Oracle, Honeywell, all of the big software companies trying to make them productive and deliver great work, whereas when you go to the field, it's a lot of isolated systems for collaboration, for giving on-the-job training, and also for making sure that the compliance is necessary, right? I think the best way to kind of understand is how we used to navigate if, let's say, we came to Bombay 20 years back and wanted to go to Gateway of India, right? What you would probably do is open an iShare map, maybe try to study it, ask a few people how to get there and do that, right? But what is lacking is a Google Maps, right? Which is context aware, which is plug and play, and that can help these companies implement the actual standard work and actual processes that have such high stakes on ground, right? So that's the idea. And I think a few of our product experiences, we're just trying to show those flavors. Next slide, please. So this is exactly what we have created. We are part of a software category, which is a growing category in the world called Connected Worker Platform. It is essentially the frontline ERP, which is present for many other fields, right? If you look at the tech world, how product managers, developers, and designers collaborate and produce great amount of work, right? So how do you create a unified environment in which you can deliver training material to people on the job, help them collaborate with internal and external experts to do that job better, as well as make sure that all of the compliance that you need to do this job better is collected on the same platform, and you use that to your benefit, right? So we basically bring out the entire suite of solutions and the workflows that are maintenance, operations, which is production, and safety teams are using today. And the beauty of it is it comes all integrated by default, which solves the nightmare that a CIO goes through when you bring 10 different softwares for 10 different applications. And the most important part that Maximal basically tries to look at is how do you accelerate the time it takes to realize ROI for these digital transformation projects, right? How do you convert them from a month-long project from months to weeks, right? So that's the idea. And I'll just come to how do we do that, for which I just need the next slide, please. So the important unique approach that we thought of, right, is this Google Maps sort of an approach, right? So Maximal has ground up modeled every type of industrial asset that exists in these two verticals. For oil and gas, we've gone to API standards. For metals, similar organizations, where we can get to the level of every type of heat exchanger, every type of gearbox, all of those. How do you commission them, operate them, maintain them, and troubleshoot them, right? And these are not done through these paper-based SOPs, but intelligent SOPs, which will provide training on the job, on which you can upload pictures, collaborate, solve technical problems, as well as deliver that compliance, which helps you do it, right? In this pursuit, right, when we have created this strong library of these new age SOPs which can be plugged into your system, what is also important is to account for the localization of each site and so on, right? So the previous slide, please. The next one. So what Maximal has built is the first of its kind business user friendly no code platform. What it means is that you can basically build business software without coding. So similarly, let's say today a maintenance manager or an engineer, let's say builds a SOP on paper, prints it out in PDF, tries to educate the entire organization. How can you build these smart SOPs directly on the system that help you deliver this standard work at scale, right? Look at every bit of thousands of control points that need to go right and so on, right? The end user experience for a industrial worker becomes a simple solution where their standard work is told to them, these are the 4 things that you have to do. This is the right SOP for it, and this is the platform on which you kind of execute it, right? Next slide, please. And it includes every bit of control point, right? For example, there's a temperature range that is out there which is coming from an IoT sensor. All of these things get integrated. Next slide, please. The idea from doing this level of digitalization is not just to limit to any move from paper to digital, but the idea is to improve insights on basically few verticals. The very first one is amongst the thousands of frontline workers that are out there in the industries that we cater to, who are my top 25 percentile folks and who are my bottom 25 percentile folks, and what type of training do I need to give them to perform as well as the top quartile. That's the first type of insights that we can generate at scale for you. The second is one site versus the other, one asset versus the other. How are these performing, and how can you leverage this sort of a data to bring continuous improvements, right? Be it under the banner of TQM, Six Sigma, Lean, all of these, right? So we also work with a lot of operational excellence experts to do that. The next slide, I think I'm just done with just one more. So just a few examples across the mining space, right? Which is, let's say, any sort of jumbo availability as well as the productivity of people operating that. We have worked with, we are working on some really important use cases which help you improve the wrench time of a person by to the tune of 15%, right? Which is a massive jump that has not been seen by removing massive amount of non-value add work that is out there. Second case study as well. Another one that we have done is about making sure that all of the asset inspections that happen on the downstream side of the mining industry, this is for a power plant within the aluminum setup, where how do you reduce the downtime of a plant shutdown or a turnaround by making sure that the inspections and the closure of those inspection observations is really fast, as well as we are now powering it by GPT-4 capabilities, right, where you leverage all of your user manuals, asset manuals, and give knowledge to the frontline workers on demand. So that's those are the kind of plays that we make, and we are really looking forward to interacting with people here today to understand if we could add value to them. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Now I call Kasmit Technologies to do the last presentation of this session.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. I am Anirban Sen, representing COSMAT. Should I move the presentation? Okay, thank you. So at COSMAT, we actually address the skill gap which is relevant very much in the industry, not only in mining, in all kind of industry. Like in India, we have quantity, but we do not have quality. So COSMAT develops skilling tools based on Metaverse platform. Next slide, please. So this is what we are trying to address, that there is a lack of skill. So this is what the industry talks about, our 43% gap. And this is not only relevant to India, but we have seen this kind of gaps in other countries also. Next slide, please. So what happens if you do not have proper skilled personnel? The first foremost in mining, of course, it leads to a lot of accidents, leads to a lot of productivity problems. And it is not only in mining, but we also have seen in logistics industry where people are operating a lot of forklifts and all, the accidents happen. There's loss of productivity and many other problems that it brings to. Next slide, please. So as mentioned to you, COSMAT basically addresses this skill gap within the industry, relevant in the industry. And we have solutions predominantly based on VR, virtual reality, or augmented reality, but built on a Metaverse platform. We have our own custom-built software. We have our own physics engine, which we use for developing these upskilling tools. Next slide, please. Next slide. So why this technology is being adopted now? It's quite now relevant now in the industry that we have seen, because this leads to about 9 times more retention than the classroom training or on-the-job training. And it also leads to 5 times lower cost, because in case if you are doing a training for a driver or for a surface mine on a dumper, and if you are actually giving the on-job training, and if the dumper topples, then you not only lose the manpower, you lose a lot of money on the dumpers. So this is what we're trying to avoid. We actually give, develop the digital twin of the mine and put an actual dumper in the VR and give this VR training, which has been found to be quite effective. Next slide. And it is not only this technology can be used for training, but can be also used for assessment when you are appointing, say, a dumper operator. Due to lack of skill, we have seen many lorry operators or lorry drivers are now being appointed as dumper drivers. So it is required to assess them and then develop the training program for them. So it is not only for training, as I mentioned, assessing, and then, of course, we also have an analytics. Next slide. This is an analytics portal that we have. So it's once the training is over, we run through an analytics where you actually find out where the skill gap has been addressed, which skill gap is further needs to be addressed. So these analytics tools, not many provider can offer, and we are one of the few companies who are offering this analytics tool. Next slide. So as mentioned to you, we are not only into mining, we are into manufacturing, logistics, pharmaceutical. Dr. Reddy's is one of our foremost customers in pharmaceuticals. Next slide. And these are our solutions for mining. So the first solution that we developed is the winder simulator for underground mining. Hindustan Zinc patronizes us, and we are proud to say, as Mr. Mishra mentioned, that we have this winder simulator solutions in all the underground mining mines of Hindustan Zinc. And this is it's quite effective, I hope so. And then we also have developed surface simulators for dumpers and excavators, and our reference means Tata Steel is using our surface simulators. We have recently received order from Ultratech Cement and Zuari Cement and many more customers. And then we also have maintenance-based simulators for mining, which has been we have developed Caterpillar 770 loader simulator, which is being supplied to mine in Indonesia, and many more solutions that we can develop. So what we want to say that we do have some solutions available which we have developed for some companies, but we are ready to develop tailor-made solutions for any problem area that you want us to address. Next slide. So these are some of our customers. So Vedanta, Hindustan Zinc happen to be our largest customers for mining segment, but we do have received order from Naval Lignite, Zuari Cement, Ultracric, and many more. And not only that, we also are supplying our simulator tools to HEMM, who are actually supplying their machines to mining, like Volvo and Dynapac, etc. Next slide. So these are our solutions. So we are present not only in India, but we are also present very much in Southeast Asia, like in Indonesia and Singapore, Malaysia and all. And we do have some installations in US also. Next slide. So this is our young team. It's a young company. I think I'm one of the oldest employees of that company, but and we do have young brains to give you all kind of solutions. So we need patronage, like Hindustan Zinc has been patronizing us, but we need patronage from large companies like Hindalco, Nalco, and many more. That's all from my side. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions? I think I finished much before 10. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to all of you. Thank you very much.
So, due to paucity of time, we have shifted the presentation by academician post-lunch, just before the brainstorming session. We'll take the presentations from the academician. So, we will break for lunch, but before that, we would like to felicitate our presenters here. So, Akuri, please.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am, for brilliantly coordinating the requirements of session 2. And I would like to quickly congratulate all our presenters for having made effective presentation during the course of the session. We would like to buy a little more time from you before we request you to join us for lunch. And we would like to honor our presenters with a small memento as a token of appreciation for their efforts in the sequence that I'm given. Well, first and foremost, thank you, sir, for steering the session as the chair, and also, madam, for coordinating this session. We would like to take this opportunity to present a small memento to Madam Farida Naik, the coordinator of the session, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Government of India, for her efforts in steering these 3 sessions. And to do the honors, may I request Mrs. Sangeeta Gupta, Senior Geologist from Ministry of Mines, to give away the prizes. And next in that sequence is Shri Sridhar Patra, Chairman and Managing Director, NALCO. Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful presentation that you gave. And we'd follow it up with Shri Arun Mishra, Chairman and Managing Director, Hindustan Zinc Limited, who's also with us. Thank you very much, sir. A very effective presentation came from Shri Satish Pai, CMD, Hindalco. Thank you, sir, for all the valued input that you came up with. We next move on to Shri D.K. Mohanty, Director from NMDC. Is he around? Okay. So we now move on to the presentations by startups. And in that sequence, may I call upon our representative from DPIIT to kindly come forward and receive a small memento as a token of appreciation for our efforts. May I also request Ms. Namita to kindly come forward along with to give away the mementos to our presenters. Next in that sequence, our representative from SINE signed to kindly come forward and receive this memento. Ma'am, you can come over and take it, please. Absolutely okay, ma'am. Most welcome.
We have troubled Madam a lot, many times, so you are the right person to take this.
Our friend from Lowy Global, if you are around, please. No? Okay. Move forward. From Machine Max Limited. And the next is from Customer Technologies Private Limited. Well, that was the last in the list of presentations that we had. Of course, you took care of a lot of time that we were running behind. Yes, one more, man. Yeah. 6. And Maximal Labs Private Limited. That was indeed a very effective presentation coming from you, gentlemen, and I really appreciated that. May I also request Ms. Poonam to kindly give away the memento to our presenter. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for all your participation. We request you to kindly join us for lunch, which is being served on the first floor and third floor respectively. And we'll try to make it short and regroup for the next session, the post-lunch session. Thank you very much. So 30 minutes from now. 30 minutes from now. ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग या ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग के बाद है?
Department of Consultancy, IIT Bombay. ये मैंने भी कर रही थी, इनको बात लगाती, जब ये खत्म होगा मैं जाके वीडियो अपलोड कराती और प्रेजेंटेशन।
संगीता एक बार किसी को इन्फॉर्म कर दीजिए ना, एएस वगैरह आ जाए तो शुरू करवा दें। Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the post-lunch session. In fact, we are heading towards the brainstorming session, which is to be chaired by Secretary, Ministry of Mines to the Government of India, Shri Vivek Bhardwaj. But before that, there is a leftover segment from the last session, that is a presentation by academia, wherein we have two presentations to be made. But we are waiting the arrival of Additional Secretary to the Ministry of Mines to the Government of India, Shri Sanjay Lohia. He's going to chair the session. Along with that, may I also request Mr. S.S. Chinnaswamy from Department of Earth Sciences, IIT Mumbai. He'll also be present as a coordinator to that session. So we'll have just two presentations over there. And after that, we will move forward to the brainstorming session. So in just a few moments from now, we will take over this last segment of the technical session one. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we may also bring to your kind notice that Honorable Minister of State for Coal Mines and Railways, Shri Rao Sahab Patil Danve, has already arrived in the town, and the latest segment, that is the concluding session, which is to be dovetailed with the ongoing session, is going to be chaired by him. So we are expecting his presence in a few hours from now. The exact update will be shared with you. So may I once again request Additional Secretary Sir, Shri Sanjay Lohia, to kindly grace the dais and chair the remaining segment of the last session, that is presentation by academia. I once again also request Shri S.S. Chinnaswamy from Department of Earth Sciences, IIT Bombay, to kindly come forward and conduct the session.
Very good afternoon, everyone. So, after the lunch, post-lunch, we have the left-out presentation by the academia. we have two speakers. I'll request Professor Dheeraj Kumar, Deputy Director, IIT IIS Ahmedabad, to present his talk over to the audience.
Very good afternoon to you all, respected session chairperson and coordinator, and learned audience. I am Dheeraj Kumar, Deputy Director of IIT Ahmedabad and also the Project Director of TechSmin Foundation. I'll just give a brief about the TechSmin. Today we are sitting all together to showcase the caliber of startup mining startups in the first mining startup summit organized by Ministry of Mines in collab with IIT Bombay. 3 years back, our Honorable Prime Minister, under the mission of National Mission on Cyber Physical System, inaugurated 25 companies on 25 different verticals of the economy of the country. And one of them was mining industry as such. So 25 institutes got selected and then 25 companies got formed. And these 25 companies were on 25 different verticals and one was on mining technology vertical. So technology innovation in mining is one of the verticals which got inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister 3 years back. And this setup has been put in IIT Ahmedabad. So you are seeing a building which is having a legacy of 97 years long in mining and mineral industries. And below you are seeing another building which is witnessing the institute innovation which is being carried out in the institute itself, where the TechSmin is hosted, having 7 floors. Each floor is having a capacity of about 20,000 square feet area. Next slide, please. So I'll just give a brief about the success story of mining startups through this TechSmin hub. As of now, 21 startups are working in this particular hub, which is mandated by the Government of India, mentored by the all industry partners, and regulated by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Niti Aayog, and so on. Next slide, please. I am not discussing detail about the problem in the beginning. In the morning session, Honorable Minister was talking and the Honorable Secretary was talking about the problems to be addressed. So we have all listed the problems through a DPR which got approved by the Government of India through the Interministerial Committee, where we had the secretaries from all different ministries. Next slide, please. So I'm just skipping these few slides on the problems. Next slide, please. Right now. So when you talk about the TechSmin, it has 4 different verticals of operation. One, of course, is technology development. The second one is developing innovation ecosystem in the country in mining and mineral division. Third one is international collaborations, and fourth one is capacity building programs. Government of India has mandated us to train a minimum 10,000 persons in this particular endeavor, and we have been given a fund of 110 crores to start with. And with the model that after 5 years you have to become self-sustained with these 110 crores, and it's a Section 8 company governed by Mission Governing Board, having representation from secretaries of different departments, chaired by our the founder of Infosys, and then other persons are there in that particular committee, followed by the Hub Governing Board, having again representation across the different industries, and then Board of Directors, and so on. Next slide, please. I'm not talking about the objective and deliverables. The deliverable part, if you see, the last one is very important. When we talk about this TechSmin, it has to basically fulfill the objective of 3 years mining. So I have coined a word now, that's a 3 years mining, and 3 years mining is safe, smart, and sustainable mining. And all our startups, they have same sort of ethos working in this particular company. Next slide, please. Now, this slide is very important slide for TechSmin. When we say that we don't have startups in mining industry, when we say that industry is not accepting the startup, this slide will be eye-opener for all of us. You see, in the TechSmin, almost all the companies, they have become partner. Unconditional partner they have become, be it Coal India Limited, they have put funding, be it Private companies like Sandvik, they have put a full-fledged center in the Texmin. Now we are not talking about the center, we are talking about a full-fledged company where multiple centers are there. Dassault Systems has put a full-fledged center. ISRI has put a full-fledged center. Hindalco, Tata Steel, so many companies have put their centers inside this Texmin building. So the basic ethos here is to bring all the industries together, getting their problem listed, get the problem solved through the startups, and we have the market within the industry itself. Let the problem which have been solved by the startup, those solutions be sold in the industry itself, who are our partners. And in that model, we have been successful so far. Next slide, please. So here you will have the glimpses of all different facilities which we have. Next slide, please. I'll have few videos which you can just see. Next slide, please. So please run the video one by one. Please, back. Please run the video one by, if you click one by one, you will find all sort of facilities getting showcased. Next slide. I think there should be a sound. So now you see the success of a startup. The first startup is Vidal Technologies. Vidal Technologies has put few companies, they were working the similar model. So these are another company founded by a startup from IITs. They are working on developing some sort of mathematical modeling processes for petabyte of data which we generate from the drones. We keep on saying that drone is producing lots of data. Where the data is going, how the data are being processed, whether the data are accurately processed or not. And we are sitting today with the Ministry of Mines. They have all sort of regulations, they have all sort of TORs. Indian Bureau of Mines has put lots of regulations also that you should not deviate from those regulations. How basically we are monitoring those deviations? We have online monitoring system for all such deviations. Whether you are dumping at accurate location or not, whether the dumping is put at different location, whether the bench height, bench width and so on are being maintained or not, all sort of compliances are monitored or not, who has violated the compliances, and when the compliances are violated, under what condition compliances have been violated. Dynamic mine planning can be achieved through this particular system, which has been developed by one of the startups. And this system is now fully operated in one of the mines of Odisha Mining Corporation Limited, Dignitary Iron Ore Mine. And we will be going to replicate the same thing in multiple companies, multiple mines across the countries. Next slide, please. This is what the video will look like. If you can click on the video, you can play the video. Next slide, please. Go ahead to the next slide. The third startup. When we talk about a particular sort of system which can monitor each and every parameter of a mine, in terms of the resource allocation, in terms of whether the resources are working optimally or not, all sort of machines, all sort of equipment can be mapped in real time, and their performance can be analyzed in real time in terms of their predictive maintenance, or real time in terms of fuel consumptions, in terms of pilferage avoidance, and everything is being done remotely in real time, the way we have the Ola and Uber concept. Same sort of concept have been brought here by this particular company of startup, and has started getting lots of order in mining industries. Next slide, please. So I have given some examples. Next slide, please. Yes, people have been talking about in the morning session also. I found people are talking about AR, VR, and so on. Now we have come up with the model of 3D holographic. Since video is not getting played, otherwise I would have given you the real sort of experience how 3D holographic system looks like. It is much beyond than AR and VR. So we have started developing 3D holographic system for the mining companies, and the startup which is working in this particular company is not a sort of new startup. This startup has already done the modeling of most of the airport in the countries, has been getting lots of appreciation from our Honorable Prime Minister and other ministers. Now we we hunted for this particular company, and we requested the company, why don't you change your line of action in mining companies as such? So they have started building 3D holographic system for the mines also, and we have started taking work of some of the mines of SAIL, some of the mines of Coal India Limited, and not only from the mining point of view. Suppose still SAIL, they have the Bokaro steel plant, and they want to map the entire process of the SAIL. So that sort of work we are going to do with 3D holographic technologies very soon. Next slide, please. Let us escape because time is very short. Let us escape this slide also. Yes, another very interesting startup we have is the incubator of IIT ISM only. They have started developing very high quality of graphene through the coal. And you see the byproduct of the graphene in different forms like maybe filament, maybe some other sort of things. And this startup has started producing graphenes of very high quality, byproduct of very high quality, but we have not started marketing of the product because we want to protect this startup with some sort of IP and so thing because it has very high sort of value. The cost of this high quality graphene will be very, very less as compared to the cost in the international market. And then some sort of startups we also have who are doing sort of research like how computing requirement can be reduced using the application of AI. If we have some sort of software, some sort of applications like we were talking about processing of petabyte of drone data, it will require very huge sort of hardware infrastructure in mines. How we can avoid having those huge hardware infrastructure in the mines by putting a small infrastructure with the capability of new AI, edge AI technologies. And this startup has already got 3 patents, international patents. And now we'll be applying these technologies not only in mines, in medicine, other sectors also. Next slide, please. There have been some, yes, one more slide, only one more slide. And that's why I was quite speed up also. So there have been some startups. It's a note, we don't call those as startups. They are the pre-incubators of TechSmin Foundation because their POCs are still to come up. They have all developed some sort of POCs. Their industrial applications are still to come up. We are in the trial phases. So certainly we'll be coming up with the scanners, borehole scanners, like DMT is like a company which is selling borehole scanners at a very premium rate. So like borehole deviation measurement devices and so on. We will be coming in the next episode when we'll be meeting, we'll be certainly showcasing success of these startups also. Next slide, please. Likewise, we are seeing some sort of TRL 4 to 5 levels of researches carried out by the startup itself, not by the TechSmin. Next slide. Next slide. So with these few words, I once again thank you all for your patient hearing. And one more thing I'd like to add here, in the morning session, our Honorable Secretary and Honorable Minister, they were talking about why can't we have a portal. Some of us, we talked about to have a portal. Why can't we have a portal where all investors, all startups, all companies who have their problems getting listed, put together and then anyone can explore. So we have the portal already put in place. You can do the Googling, envisage.techsmin.in. You'll get the portal. You get registered yourself as an investor, as an inventor, as a startup companies, and then communicate among each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dheeraj Kumar, for explaining about TechSmin and their activities and sticking to your time. Will there be any questions from audience? Yeah. Few questions, 1 or 2. Yes.
Both for the surface and underground together. In underground, we have not got any sort of clearance from DGMS in coal mines, but in metal mines it's here. Both for the surface and metal mines, underground metal mines only, not coal mines.
Okay, thank you. One more question? All right, then we'll finish. Thank you, Professor Dheeraj Kumar.
Thank you so much.
We'll call upon our next speaker, Professor T.C. Rao. He is actually former director. It was called RRL Bhopal.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please press the button when Can you please start the presentations? I will take a philosophical or holistic view of the mineral industry. Anything you touch, agriculture, infrastructure, nothing can work without a mineral. I think this is the basic thing. I think somehow we are not able to sell to the country as a mineral man. There is no industry, whether it's non-renewable, renewable, whatever you say, so mineral is the key. I think this is where we have to. Next one, please. Pinto plain. you have to have mineral. Next one, please. See, we forget some basic things about mineral industry. They are finite, site-specific, non-renewable, and non-perishable. Why I am mentioning site-specific? I want to talk on behalf of mineral industry. Actually, we should be giving permission to any industry, whether it's infrastructure, housing, because mines are site-specific. You can't shift a mine from some. So, I am requesting Ministry of Mines, sir, we should be giving the permission to others. Nobody should be giving, because we are site-specific. So, I think this is one thing country should understand, that we are the custodians of a natural resource. It's a natural resource. You can't name any other natural resource, of course, groundwater, human, all that. But minerals are a natural resource. We are the custodians. We are the bosses of, and we are the people who should be giving permissions, who should tell what to do. Next one, please. Sustainable, I will leave this. Sustainable means, actual definition is we should leave enough for the next generation. So even if we don't mind today, as I mentioned, minerals are non-perishable. They are not like tomatoes. So if they are there, your children, grandchildren, future generation won't blame you that you have not left anything to us. Next one, please. Actually, I get confused. People talk about mining metal. I think this is like a human body. I think this is, everybody should understand. There are kidneys, liver, there is whatever, it's just like a human body. So don't call it mining, metallurgy, mineral sciences, all this confusion should go. For me, it is mineral industry. So when we talk about centers, don't talk about centers. It's mineral resource center. Mineral means for me, it includes coal also, because same techniques are used. Coal and mineral are two sides of the same coin, and it is, unless any of the sector doesn't work, the other sectors have to go. Where would mining engineers start a mining unless a geologist finds a? So similarly, metallurgists can't go anywhere unless a mineral beneficiation man gives. Mining man, he might find a 20% coal, but he can't mine because you have to process. So this is where I think we have to understand we are like a human being. Each organ is important. So don't talk about, I mean, from my point of view, mining, geology, all that. For me, it's mineral resource. All we need is mineral resource center, which includes all those sections. This is, I think, somewhere, I think our country is missing. I think it is in the ministry, coal and that. Sorry, that is my nature, the way I talk about it. It is a natural resource. We are the custodians. All these are the segments of the same. So if one part doesn't work, all others have to stop. So we have to be responsible and also innovating in all these things. Next one, please. I can't see. First one is exploration. You have geology, geophysics. So this is lot of, that means even within those sectors, there are subsectors. So when we say mining or a metallurgy, it's a generic term. For me, for startups, sky is the limit. This is the only, mineral sector is the only sector where you have so many organs. So for me, a basic understanding of that circle, then you specialize on any of the subsectors. So whether it's exploration, mining, actually this is another major thing, even exploration. I need some innovation to come, startups. Can I press as soon as a geologist tells there is a chalcopyrite, I should be able to press a button tuck, tuck, tuck. What are the other minerals that are likely to be present? What should be the mining method? What should be the water? This is a lot of sky the limit from my point of view. That means now each of them, exploration takes 1 year, the other one takes 3 years, the other one takes 5 years. So I think time, energy, water, these three are most important for me. Then I'll skip the mineral, I'll go to metallurgy once. I'll give you 2-3 simple examples. Ball mills are used in everywhere, in many industries. And when I was advising a company, I said, let us talk to academic people. They said, we have never seen a ball mill. We went and showed them a ball mill. And they have done a finite element analysis and reduced the weight of the ball mill by 10 kg. So these are the innovations. Their innovations are two things, either in the existing practices and what should be the future. Actually, I don't want to take much time. Previous one, please. Just a second. Previous. So anyhow, I'll conclude. I think I conveyed the point. We are like a human being, and just like health, education is the responsibility of the government. Mineral utilization is a national priority. I think that's where a lot of innovation has to come, because you can't do, suppose I find we talk about lithium in Kashmir or something. Suppose lithium is even 1%, I give you that margin. What do I do with that other 99? What kind of method? In India, can we go, whether open cast can continue at all or not? There are this is where startups have to open up the total field and lead the country. I think lot of scope. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rao. So telling about the importance of natural resources, and they are just like the human body, each system should be working. And telling about the importance of sustainable development. Few questions from the audience. Is there any questions? All right. So, okay, we are concluding this session. And thank you for our Additional Secretary, Mines, Government of India, for chairing this session. So we'll head on to the next session. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. Once again, I would like to express our gratitude to our chair for the session and also the coordinator for the session for having steered the session brilliantly. Well, we'll just take a few more minutes. And would like to extend a small memento as a token of appreciation to this valued presentation coming up from the academia. And in that length, we'd like to request Professor Dheeraj Kumar from IIT ISM Dhanbad to kindly come forward and receive a small memento as a token of appreciation for your efforts, sir. Thank you very much, sir, and indeed a very brilliant presentation coming up from Professor T.C. Rao, Director Retired, AMPRI. Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful presentation that you gave for us. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That brings us to the end of session 2, and now we move on to the brainstorming session, where a number of brilliant ideas have been placed today, and of course, many much are there in the offing. And of course, we are going to have a direct interaction on, or a brainstorming with open session, so to say, with all the stakeholders present. We must realize this fact that we are into the 21st century, and sometimes ideas can be more powerful than the currency itself. Even in some cases, ideas happen to be much more valuable than currency. If you look at the recent scenario, there is also a sunset clause attached to the legal tender, that is the currency, but not to an idea which is ripe and whose time has arrived. So with that spirit, we move on to the next session, which is the brainstorming session. The main idea here is to create an uncontested market space and also making competition irrelevant and capture new demands, and at the same time align the whole system in pursuit of differentiation and low cost. So all the ideas that were placed today will be dealt with under this brainstorming session, wherein a problem statement will be floated, and at the same time, a viable solution will be expected from the startups. So for the very same, may I request to kindly chair the session, Shri Vivek Bhadwaj, Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Government of India, to kindly come upstage, sir, and to chair this session. Shri Sanjay Lohia, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Government of India, will be the moderator for this session. He is already with us. Thank you very much. In that same length, may I invite Mrs. Farida M. Naik, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Government of India. I also invite for the first time to this session Mrs. Nirupama Kothru, JSNFA, Ministry of Mines, Government of India. I once again request Professor S.S. Chinnaswamy, Professor of Department of Earth Sciences, IIT Bombay, who was with us, and I request you, sir, to kindly take your seat on the dais. May I request Chair, sir, to kindly put in the opening remarks as far as the session is concerned.
Good afternoon, and I do hope everybody has had a hearty lunch. It's possibly time to wake up also. So we'll refrain from talking anymore. We're anyway very famous for talking too much. I think let us listen from the stakeholders here, the participants here. So the floor is open.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, sir. Sir, we have a list of few names who have shown interest in speaking out here. And after this list is over, then I will invite impromptu requests from the audience. So we'll speak out the names, and I request the speaker to make a brief point of maybe 2-3 minutes and stick to the objective of the summit. So we start with Sri Sunil Diggal of Vedanta Resources. I request you to share a mind.
So good afternoon, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. So I have been attending this session right from the morning, and I have had the opportunity to run Hindustan Zinc for 10 years and introduce technology from all over the world. But if I would say that, this is a great session and a great initiative which has been taken by Mines Ministry. And I was reading the data that the registered startups numbering more than 90,000 or maybe 1 lakh going to be there. There is not even a single mining startup which has been registered, and I really congratulate Secretary and the Mines Ministry for having taken this initiative. So I think this is the area where the coming generation will look upon the critical minerals, new minerals, and what are the areas and the opportunities, especially which are relevant for the country. One is it is the first is the exploration. So exploration, there are a lot of technologies which have come. I have interacted with one of the company which says that to define the ore body underground, you don't have to drill. So there is a drone. It can look the mineral inside maybe to a depth of 100 meters, 200 meters. So, for example, rather than spending a lot of effort in drilling and defining the ore body, if you can define the ore body without even drilling, a lot of effort is saved, the machine is saved, resource is saved, and the cost also reduced, and the safety also improves. One example. In the complete value chain, there is a huge digitization and the technology which can be leveraged, which may be deployed by the defense in other parts, what we are hearing in the Ukraine-Russia war. So all these technologies, how these could be, related with the mining industry, starting from how do we do the exploration, to the safe mining, to the resource conservation, to the marginal minerals which are not economically viable today to mine, and we leave a lot of minerals inside the ground. There is a concept in mining industry which is called the cutoff grade. If your cutoff grade is 3%, if you can improve the recovery, or there is a way by which your cost reduction could come up, there could be a lot of resource conservation which can happen. I was also talking to Mine Secretary a few days back that there are a lot of associated minerals and which are present in the ores to the extent of parts per million or very, very, very minuscule percentage. So how we can deploy the technology to extract those minerals, because after all, if you are doing mining, there are a lot of ways by which the minerals which are going waste. And we at Hindustan Zinc, we did a lot of work over the years to extract those minerals which were going waste. There is a lot of waste which is lying. Kolar gold field, I am told that the grade in the Kolar gold field tailing which is lying is better than a lot of grade which we have found from the underground. So there are historical wastes which are lying, resource conservation, in the complete value chain in the mining, which we can define that what is that role, startup, technology, digitization, or the work which we are doing in the other field could be copied here, and we can make the mining more productive. But to do that, I think one of the initiatives which Mine Ministry has taken, we may have to define these problems to the academia, to the research institute, to the startups, that what can be done. Probably we at mining industry will also have to invite these startups to our location, to our mines, and tell them that what is that we want to offer you as a help or opportunity for you to research where you can do a work with us. But with a good beginning, I think a lot of responsibility lies on the shoulder of the industry and academia also, apart from the government, which I think we'll have to do going forward. Thank you, sir.
Now I request Sri Anupam Jalot from GMDC.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Very, very briefly, mining is a super specialty business, and mining companies, mineral companies, they know their business, the core business. However, to take the example of GMDC, just as an example, there are many, many things. We started with lignite coal, but there is metal ores, there is renewable energy, there is water. there are silicate-bearing sands, there are rare earth elements. Synergies is what we are looking for, and we know that there is enough science and technology floating around to bring out synergies. If you have a lot of water in a pit and you have a natural elevation because of the overburden, do you have an energy storage solution? Do you have, if you have a lot of bauxite and renewable energy, do you make green aluminium? If you have green aluminium, do you make aluminium air batteries? Do you become an energy storage company? If you have silica sands, do you just make glass, or do you want to make semiconductor grade refined, purified silica? So there are many, many possibilities. It's not one startup, it's not a technology that we seek. And for that reason, a trust, a society, a little bit like Vedanta Spark has been created, the International Center for Excellence in Mining, which hopes to be the interface where a lot of good science, good technology, good energy can be brought in to interface with the tremendous amount of requirements that we have. And GMDC by no means is unique. I would say we are just a very modestly sized mining company in the country. We have massive, massive operations. But when I see the art of the possible, a very small example, we talk about green cement. All it took was a chemist to realize that the same composition of lime is used in the steel mills to make slag. And after making that slag, you can take it back and make cement. And after you're done with the cement, you can take it back to the steel mills and make slag. And therefore, endlessly recyclable, zero waste, and a lot of energy saved in the process. So there are so many possibilities. Startups are not only about...
Mr. Zalur. Yeah, that is, we are aware. But if you as a company have some
specific problems?
Specific issues or specific problems you would like to work them, or you have examples where you have used startup, you have interacted with startups and you have been able to come to something that will be better.
So 2-3 specific problems we have is in the field of aligning towards climate change, so optimizing on energy use, optimizing on energy wastage in the different parts of our operations, and creating digital twins for our mines. I think these are the specific solutions we are looking for, but we continue to look for good science which can help us synergize our operations. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Now I'll request the future speakers to, I think, bring out if they have done some good examples of initiatives through startups, or they have some issues which they would like startups to focus on. I'll now invite Sri Radhakrishnan G. Nair from Verticals Consulting Private Limited.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm basically representing a startup, so not the consumption space. I think we heard a lot about the immersive technology this morning from, I think, Cosmat in terms of the skilling. But I think this technology can be heavily used in mining, because if you look at simulation, you look at modeling, I think this technology is of great use. And my company provides something called a no-code platform or low-code platform on a cloud, so that you can just kind of start creating scenarios, content much faster than going to a metaverse and trying to do something from the scratch. And this also provides you to kind of change the content. And I think somebody spoke about the digital twin. Maybe it's a kind of a good way to kind of do that. And the second point that I want to make is many technologies need to come together to make a digital twin. It is just not one technology. So how do, as a group or as an industry, bring this together, synergy together, I think is an important thing. And it's just not one technology. And the last is regarding to the government in terms of the bid process. I think coming from the startup, I think sometimes it is very cumbersome. And you look at startup just like any other large company. And all the processes are same. Somewhere in the one line is written, you're a startup, you have these exemptions, but when you try to submit, you have to submit 100 documents, right? And you have to read 25 pages to understand what the government or what the customer is asking. You can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. What you can do after 25th page, right? So make it little more simple. Yeah, so some of the bits that I've said, not in the mining space, but I'm talking about general procurement, where we had, for example, we had one from, I think, skill sector for mining. We had an RFP, which was like 20 pages of lot of restrictions. And then you say that, okay, startup exception is provided, but you have to read through the entire thing. So what I'm trying to request is keep startup as a separate kind of the procurement. No, I'm just saying. No, I'm just suggesting. I think I'm saying can we simply.
RFPs are of maybe 50 pages, 100 pages.
Yeah, the point is, yeah.
The way the legal system works, not
Right.
only in India.
Right.
In the US, it will maybe 1,000 pages.
Agreed. I'm just trying to say that simplify the process. That's my only request. That's nothing.
How do I make a RFP of 100 pages?
Yeah.
You
Okay.
take up that challenge.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So I think the second thing is the decision making. I think the quick decisions will help. And I think the look at from a long-term view rather than a short-term point projects. For example, if you're looking at a technology, what we normally do is try to kind of fill gaps using the technology. But I think we need to make a longer view in terms of how you kind of drive that as a company-wide initiative rather than just looking at a point projects. So these are my suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Can I?
Correct. Exactly. Yeah. Thank you.
Can I?
Now I request Dr. K. Bala Subramaniam, Director NFTDC, to.
Sorry. Yes, thank you. Thanks for giving me this time. Morning we talked about policies, capabilities, capacities. So now I take only 3 minutes to give 3 important points. What we find with respect to startup is basically 3 things. In science we learn nucleation and growth. Nucleation is more difficult. It requires more free energy reduction, whereas growth comes when the environment gives you a nurturing system. So nucleation comes here from an idea or an unmet need to be solved. Here we have 2 solutions that are coming up. One is the existing companies in mining have problems. Okay, we can identify the basket of problems, but the point is it is not either known or presented outside, a mechanism to do that. The second thing is what companies like BHEL and HPCL, I want specific examples to give, have started doing. They started asking proposals from startups to fund. From startups, and they will fund the startup. For example, in their domain, in their area of domain. For example, BHEL will fund people who are trying to develop smart motors, efficient motors, even in electrical vehicles or whatever it is. HPCL is ready to fund, say, in electrolyzer for hydrogen production, which is a big. So this is how companies can create an ecosystem for the startups itself to do it. Because, now what is the difference between a startup and an explorative research of a research center or a academia? In academia, mostly it is diverse. What we mean by diverse is it is explorative. It does things and then finds out where I can apply it. Whereas in a startup, it is totally product oriented. It is exploitive. It is not explorative. So that is the first step in exploitation. Now, just like 10,000 turtles crossing the beach and only 100 or 1,000 turtles survive. So in startups, you have to have death. It's part of the game. Therefore, certain amount of risk and certain amount of loss is accepted as a culture, as a system. This is number one. One point that I want to present, that if all the companies can do that, it'll be great, like what HPCL. Now, I heard that Tata Steel is doing this. They are talking of doing things which are not steel. And that's how they said, they came to us as non-ferrous. But the point is, they are now ready to do the start. The second thing is, we know of skunk works that operate inside organizations on new product development. They are like a startup. So when we are doing things in EV sector, we told that existing EV sector is in scared. Tier 1 is very scared because of electrification of the transport sector. So the existing IC engine systems are all worried that how they will lose all the mechanical engineering side of parts. So what was the solution that is possible? So one of the things that was that simulate a startup inside an existing company, as if you are having a startup inside. Do the DPR, do all the things, etc., and then fund it. So that the kind of the nucleation part of it, this is the second example of a nucleation. Now, growth part of it, yes, there is Atal Innovation System, a lot of money can be given, 50% can be given, tenders can be forwarded, all other things come. Now, the second thing what we ought to see is that, morning we discussed about what are the kind of battles that we choose to fight, what we call as problem sets, bucket list of problems. Now, when you look at it as problems, we need some directed exploitation or directed work. Now, where is the mining sector and metallurgical sector is highly energy intensive and highly polluting. So it is getting hit in the COP26 targets in a big way. So recently we were on a delegation, official delegation to Europe on hydrogen. What is expected is that even Tata Steel and others are thinking by 2030, steel itself has to go away from carbon. So the decarbonization, it is not just green energy or anything, it is decarbonization. That means your reductant itself is not carbon anymore. So of the metallurgical sector will happen. So this is the area where the equipment, the resources and other developments come. See, we are very weak. We talked a lot about startups. I'm sorry, it's all on soft side. They are already on soft side. Let us look at on the hard side, machinery. We need the product, process, which is the know-how, plant. We might be running a steel plant for 60 years. Sorry, my aluminum industry friends will be running their aluminum plant for 60, 70 years. But can they make a manufacturing line themselves? We don't absorb the technology and we don't do the manufacturing. That means we don't do equipments, we don't do process equipments. So we need startups in process equipments. Last sentence. I'm in the last sentence. The last one is how to bring in what we call as reducing water stress in the mining metallurgical industry. It's a severe water stress. So all the processes reduce to two things. We need solvents, chemicals, membranes. You look at any company in metallurgical mineral sector, they will be importing that. So here is a rich area where one chemical, one solvent, one product itself will give you a startup. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I request Sri Mohit Manoj of Fabric by Actual Reality Labs.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting us. So just to give you a quick brief about what we do at Fabric is we're a no-code browser-based platform in which we make 3D authoring for industrial solutions possible. So the platform we've built over 7 years, it's completely our own IP. And just to be very brief about what we've done so far is we provide a threefold solution to most of our customers in the B2B side. One is visual work instructions, wherein we create a complete visualizational form of your 2D SOPs and your 2D methods and everything of how you're trying to currently do operations. So what we're solving for effectively is the skill gaps, the attrition, and all of that. So what we try to do here is just completely shift the paradigm on how problems are being solved right now. We're just seeing this is a problem, this is the only way to solve it, and then you try and come up with innovative ways to solve that particular problem. What we're doing is saying that, see, if you do not have people coming into work every day, if you have attrition is a big problem. Instead of trying to make people come every day, why don't you improve the existing skill level of people who are already there? So that is the way we think here at Fabric. It starts out with visual work instructions, and then we connect that to digital twins. The digital twinning that we do is completely visual in nature. So we connect to your existing systems, your existing PLM, SCADA, whatever you have. It doesn't matter. It's just a simple API call which we connect to 3D models, and we provide the entire thing in 3D. Then comes the third piece, which is basically your collaborative tools. So what happens here is, say, a live use case, for example. This is something we did for Aramco about 3 or 4 years ago. We had visual work instructions for a particular problem in their oil and gas facility. It was for a motor, if I'm not wrong. So the digital twin will show you a temperature variance where it is unacceptable, and the technician goes down to that place because he can see it on his tablet, and then he has the visual work instructions to remediate that problem then and there itself. There is no interference from top level management, from your operations guys, no one. And he gets on to doing that process, and once if he's able to do it, then great. If he is not able to, that's where the collaborative piece comes in, where you can call the OEMs or your project manager, whoever, and you're able to solve all of that. So what we are trying to do here is basically make 3D accessible for everyone on any device, as long as you have a browser and internet connection. So we've been working on this for about 7 years now. We'll turn 7 in a couple of weeks. And it's been a very exciting journey. And we've also got AR, VR capabilities as well. So you're able to take one solution that is built for one cost center and then use it across multiple cost centers so that you can divide the cost. I mean, that comes down to negotiation and everything at the end of the day when we talk about money and commercials. But this is something that we've seen a lot of interest in of late. And to stay relevant, we are actually visiting NALCO later this week for the conveyor belt problem. We work with the government consistently over the last couple of years. We've done a project for the Navy. We're in talks for a project for the Army as well. And we've done a smart city deployment, and we're going to do another one in another couple of weeks. So all of this surrounding just the power of bringing 3D to any device on any internet connection. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I request Shruti Dwivedi Sodi to make a point from Ketan Legal Associates.
Thank you. So, what am I doing here in this gathering of industry, academia, and startups? One, learning and understanding what the industry is all about, and also the real-time problems that exist for a long time, are being researched very, very deeply, but the solutions that could perhaps come from startups are still not there, and which is why we are at the first Mining Startup Summit. Keeping to the additional secretary's point of, how do we make ourselves relevant or speak to what can we do here, and also to the problem that came by a little earlier in the conversation. I think it is the 1,000-page RFPs that perhaps that keep us relevant to the system, and that's what we are here to do. Actually, we are here as collaborators, facilitators, and service providers to the industry to help decode and and perhaps help understand what the laws, regulations, etc. of a very traditional and a very old industry like mining are deeply rooted and embedded in. So you have the Mining Development Minerals Act of 1957, And obviously there are licenses, permits, compliance obligations, and all of that world to navigate through. And perhaps the somewhat deterring the startups to look at specifically in the mining world to kind of operate in. But also we have technology at the other end where, the ID Act of 2000 is also now being rebooted with the proposed Digital India Act. So there's one modern and one traditional, and how do you bridge that gap of understanding and decoding what, the law, the regulations, the compliances that need to be navigated through and solved for, as also the fact that, what solutions then we can bring to the table and put them together. And then ultimately, at the end of it all, we have to have commerce happen between two very diverse industries. And therefore, how do we put them all together in very simple yet robust contractual arrangements and agreements, and help solve for what the problems that are now going to be solved by this rich confluence of mining and technologies and technology-related startups, and take the Aatmanirbhar Bharat conversation forward. So yeah, that's my little 2 bits on, why am I here and what am I trying to make myself relevant here with. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumit. I request now Dr. H.S. Venkatesh, Director of NIRM.
Thank you, sir. Mining, as such, from the morning we have been deliberating, and then mining per se has got a number of problems, but for a startup, what could be a starting point from the rock mechanics point of view, I would like to share. One thing is that when we find a solution, if it is for a industry specific or a localized specific, then it has got a short time life. So let me tell you, there is one problem which is encompassing in the infrastructure, hydroelectric mining, that is development of tunnel. And if there is a technique which we can probe ahead of the tunnels. This has been debated over last 15-20 years. But if you go to see any metro tunnel, or if you are looking at a metro tunnel, some of the metro tunnels are getting collapsed due to TBM. If you see in hydroelectric projects in Uttarakhand, if you see, some of the tunnel projects are getting collapsed because we are not able to probe ahead of the tunnel whether there is a weak strata, whether there is water in that. So this is one domain which startups can strongly take it up. If that tool is there, it can help not only single mining, hydel, and infrastructure. The second issue which I have been looking at recently, I was in part of the Coal India and Ministry of Coal's brainstorming session. Ministry of Mining, our Honorable Ministers are also stated, we need to increase the production of coal in the country, maybe 1.5 billion by 2030 or 2035, but around 100 million tons is going to come from deep underground coal mines. So when we are talking about deep underground coal mines, that we are going to work under adverse thermal conditions. So if some startup can work on predictive tool for what could be the probable temperature changes, because in that session everybody said the apprehension is how do you handle the temperature gradients which is going to generate 38, 39 degrees, which has to be brought down to 34, 35 degrees. That 4 to 5 degrees centigrade handling deep underground mines, if we have a predictive tool and then the mechanism to put in place that what should be. That is the second problem which I think. The third one, with the third one I will conclude. The third problem which I will say is that in real time, if you are able to analyze the stability of structures. When I call a structure, the structure could be the parting crown pillar between the open cast and the underground mine. If you are talking about a structure, it should be a stability of an slope in a deep mine or a chromite friable rock conditions, or the conventional coal mine. So if you are able to predict and handle strata control problems in real time, so this requires three. One is electronic engineers with the sensors. The second one is data communication, and then you need to have artificial intelligence or ML, wherein you analyze the data. These are three problems broadly from the morning I was thinking, which could be shared with you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Now I request Sri Sukhbir Singh from National Institute of Urban Affairs.
Good evening, everyone. I come from the domain of smart cities, and of course, I would be. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Is this better, sir? Yeah. Good evening, everyone. So I come from the domain of smart cities, and today I'm here to talk about some of the market challenges we faced. Of course, the technologies are very different. So in terms of the OEMs that supply to the mining sector, similar to the smart cities domain, they don't really have an incentive to invest in disruptive technologies. The current state of SCO technologies, as was in the smart city space, was very, very comfortable for them. And with that problem, that market challenge that we faced, how we set about doing it is that we created an innovation marketplace called City Innovation Exchange that currently has 100 cities and about 1,000 startups. And part of what worked for us and the kind of learning that we're able to share from that is that a prototyping framework, a prototyping and a pilot framework was essential to actually reveal the kind of risks that are there. So the 1,000-page RFP problem that a lot of startups here spoke of, how we've addressed is through that formal pilot mechanism, we're able to reveal the risks, the operational risks, the financial risks, even the financial performance of the solution in situ, in our environment. And the other advantage that was a positive accident for us was that because of the prototyping framework, we were able to attract venture capital investment into the solutions. So as an example, working on something called the India Clean Air Challenge, where we identified 5 startups, we were able to get Axel Ventures and a number of other venture capital partners to commit up to $1 million. And of course, these pilot cities were able to scale these up. Across the 100 cities, we've done close to 20 pilots. And finally, the other thing that we're able to share is that there is a capability gap when it comes to innovation. So when I say of capability gap, it's not only the prototyping. So once the framework is set up, then how do you prototype or pilot these solutions? And the second is the kind of investment skills gap. So how do investors, because if we're looking at investments going into these solutions, the quantum is much bigger than, say, for the smart city space. And so how are the pilots and the prototypes evaluated, and what's the risk profile? So that is the capability gap that any effort, and that's for the industry and the government to also look at. With that, I'll close, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. We now have Mr. Prashant Desani of Desani XR. Please give him the mic.
Hello everyone, this is Prashant from Desani XR. We run a startup in AR and VR technology. So with the virtual reality and upcoming 5G technology, we can help the mining and the sector with the health and safety features. Like we can train them in virtual environment, we can create digital twins, and we can help the ministry with the solution of like providing virtual environment training basically. So that is the purpose of attending, to understand deeply this industry, how this works, and how as a software company to enter in this economy, and we can help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Desani. I now request Dr. Sahendra Singh of IIT ISM Dhanbad, please. Dr. Sahendra Singh.
Yes, good afternoon, all of you. Actually, mining startup is almost like it's doing something for no one. A core body is identified, then we go for mining startup to solve various problems. But myself being a geologist, it is the exploration is a slightly different kind of job, where it is unknown. So to do something for unknown, It requires a very integrated type of effort, as I talked earlier also. And so we have to go for something unconventional way of looking out that in terms of either very advanced technology, because we have to go deeper. And so geophysical investigation is one of those methodology where we can look slightly deeper, or very unconventional mode of occurrences. So we have to do something unconventional, especially the area which are greenfield area we call, because brownfield explorations, the area is already known. So greenfield area is more challenging, especially unconventional mode of occurrences, challenging in terms of identifications, challenging in terms of processing also. And we from the academics, we are doing some work, like for gold deposits, where the conventional mode of occurrence is a free milling type, and we are working on some what we call very, very nano gold occurrences. The size is 15 nanometer, 10 nanometers. So we are into it, and we think the future is like gold deposit is for going for those non-conventional mode of occurrences which are not being looked into earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. May I now have Mr. Satyananda Mohanty of Ogpex Geoscience Private Limited, please. Mr. Mohanty.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Hello. Coming? Good afternoon, gentlemen.
You can hear you,
Yeah,
but...
I'm having something. Yeah, okay. Because I have to keep one hand and open it. Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is since morning I am hearing about the problem of mining, and especially it is energy intensive and polluting things, and other things is that collapsing and other things like mining problems, how to remove all these, how to get rid of this, and people are suggesting it should be synergetic approach. Okay, it should be synergetic approach. It has to be made integrating geology, geophysics, and mining all together into one platform, and get the problem into solution, and converts the problem not to create a lot of problem to the society and to the resources, and not pollute the things which is happening, because it is now required. We should not waste our future resources. Our future children's and grandchildren's has to suffer huge, because we have already started. When I was a little young age, I never went and for bisleri waters and
I think,
filter water.
please come to the point. Okay.
Yeah, I am coming. This is the mining and artificial intelligence, a trusted solution and expertise for mining sector. This is a software which I have made it, integrating all these things together, and it has got a solution. These are small things. This is map preparation for mineral exploration, profiling and area computation, reserve estimations, and UTM conversion, mapping of satellite images, elevations and surface exposures. Artificial intelligence is used to simulate the judgment, to provide the fast and robust solution for exploration, development, mining, closure, reclamation, specific challenges and specific needs also in synergetic approach. This map preparation, you will have any type of data, latitude, longitude, or northeast, or any type of data throughout the world. It can be put very user-friendly, just a drag and a drop it, any number of data from Excel sheet to this, and it will create a map for you. And for that, you will profiling and traversing can be done, mapping can be done, and resource and reserve estimation can be done directly here without going any places. So it is a total integration from starting from this. It's a very user friendly, and editing is very simple. And here any type of map analyzes the facility to do the satellite images or structural mapping. Anything can be done here without much of a problem, which very big companies are doing with a lot of opening to the computer, workstation, and all those things. UTM conversion, I have told, anything, because here in India, WGS 84, old data are average starting. So people, there are a lot of things are happening, so many shifting are from this place to that place happening. So that problem can be solved without any problem. You'll be going exact place without any problem. Next. This is the main subject, data mining, artificial intelligence and mining. Data mining means what? That are public domain data and database provider. Throughout the world, there are so many database providers. They take some money and provide you data of the world, which is happening. And another thing, existing data from mining area, mining lease area, or real-time data. It can be integrated together for correlation, pattern recognition, and anomalies finding. Exploration, reconnaissance, and tour of the area can be done sitting in front of the computer. You will go to every river, every places in your ML area, and identify the area where villages, roads, rivers, and open space, and your restricted area, forest area, and all these things, and your pollute, where you will dispose the things, you have to understand from that, and establishing your office and other things. Exploration and development.
Mohanty, can you please keep it brief, because we have to go to next speaker also.
Yeah, no problem. I'll
please wrap up now.
It is used analyze the geological data, satellite imagery, and other relevant data for identifying a potential mineral, old deposit, and estimate size and its quality. Planning and building of the mine. Creation of scenario for planning and development of the initial development of planning and execution for mining process technology, building access road for transportation, identification of power and water, and construction of ore processing facility, offices, warehouse, accommodation, etc. can be done sitting in front of your computer without much of
Thank you. Thank you.
1 minute, sir, just 1 minute.
We have many other speakers waiting, please.
1 minute, sir, just finish. Yeah. Mineral operation and geotechnical data analysis, evacuation process can be done. Supply chain pricing can be done here without much thing.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you, Mohanty.
By monitoring temperature, speed, and vibration of the machines, it can give a predictive maintenance.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Amit Bhandari of Mine Excellence. Mr. Amit Bhandari, please.
Hello everybody, my name is Amit Bhandari. So our company provides digital technologies for drill and blast. Drill and blast is an activity that mining companies do on a daily basis. Our technology is installed in 10 countries. And it's like an SAP for drill and blast. The advantage of improving drill and blast is about 3 to 4% efficiency in an operational mine. Not just in explosive cost reduction or drilling cost reduction, but also in downstream load and haul, transportation, etc. So look, this is an open forum, it's open for discussion. So I'll just tell you, look, we were a startup some years ago. Now we've advanced a little bit further. So I just wanted to give my thoughts very briefly on, so mining is a very conservative industry. They take a lot of time to actually identify the ore body. Then once a mine is established, the mining companies want to take limited amount of risk. So I had one slide actually where I wanted to open the question, should you do a startup in mining? Right? It means, and that's crucial, right? So the mining heads would be quite conservative. digitization, new things. We've heard a lot about them, and we heard people talking, yes, we should do startups, etc. Employees के लिए पैसा कहाँ से आएगा? The process of selling to mining companies is a complex process. Now, if you look at just the Indian startup ecosystem, किसी ने अगर पब्लिक सेक्टर में टेंडर दे के देखा है, बड़ा टेंडर, परफॉर्मेंस बैंक गारंटी, प्रोक्योरमेंट प्रोसेस इतना मुश्किल, स्टार्टअप्स नहीं उसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते, जो पेमेंट टर्म्स हैं, पेमेंट आएगा कि नहीं, वो भी अपने आप में चैलेंज है. So, look, I'm not trying to give a negative picture in all of this. Means this is a room full of people who are very, very passionate and are supporting startups. We've heard some success stories that was great for me to hear. But at the same time, we have to have realism in the whole thing. If you look at it, where have most of the startups come from? Most of the startups have come from Western countries. I won't name anything, but the procurement process is somebody comes into a mine, they say, look, I'd like to try something out. In 2 weeks' time, they sign something, and the person is on site. They keep on trying, innovation takes many years to develop. So, look, that's where I leave it at. I didn't talk about my company, but I wanted this, look, if that gentleman had put up the slide, then there were some controversial points in there, but they're points that need to be discussed. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhandari. I invite Dr. Abdul Rauf Sheikh of IMMT Bhubaneswar, please. Dr. Sheikh is here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abdul Rauf Sheikh. I'm from a research institute, CSIR Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology in Bhubaneswar. We work in non-ferrous metals. We develop technologies and processes. And we've developed several technologies in the past few years. But the challenges we face mainly is in upscaling. It's in translational research. When we talk about technology readiness level, it's somewhat easier to move from TRLs 3 to 5 and 6. But pushing above 6, 7, and 8, that's where the challenges come in. Not merely technical challenges, but also financial challenges, because the capital investment becomes higher and the risk also becomes higher. And this is something I feel like it requires a holistic solution, not from the scientists, from the engineers, but from everybody involved, starting from human resources to the finance and management people. Just wanted to say.
Thank you, Dr. Sheikh. May I invite Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee of Picky, please? Yeah. Okay, sorry, can we just have CEO Science? She's been waiting for some time. Madam, please.
Thank you very much. I was raising because there were some related point and I thought I would talk about it. And we are talking about startup. I'm not going to talk about any particular problem statement or solutions around that. We are talking about startups and then what startup needs and how the whole basically ecosystem is missing, especially in a very niche sectors like mining, and there were few others where what kind of initiatives have been taken. So startup need, there is an idea. You require innovator to take it forward. Yeah, you require funding. Funding is missing, and today we didn't address that aspect at all. You require industry first to validate the idea and then adopt the idea. Now, mining sector being a very niche, and the end customer is pretty much public sector or government thing. So there are not too many sectors around it. And in this particular segment, investor, what we call about angel investing or commercial VC, I don't think they will easily jump into it unless they see some precedents going, becoming successful. Yeah. So like you require ecosystem of ideas germinating from academia like ours. You require like incubators enable like ours. You require funders. You require industry. The whole ecosystem, just like we say, it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a ecosystem to grow an entrepreneur, right? Currently, like, there are like, ideas and research is happening in academia, but we heard that like translation, it becomes difficult. How do you productize and, implement? It becomes difficult. You require resources, manpower. Unless entrepreneurs see a good potential to go further or roadmap, he or she will obviously get into job. So you require to generate entrepreneurs also. Then you require funding to convert idea into products. And finally, adoption. Yeah. So here, good afternoon, sir. So here is what has happened in some of the other ministries. So pick up the Ministry of Defense, or we are partnering with that, or pick up Ministry of Power, we are partnering with them. They have gathered all the industry problems. In case of defense, services problem. They launched the problem, they invited startups to address, those problems. They have funded them anything between 1 to 5 CR. Yeah? They have involved public sector institutions like us and other academia to be partners, so there is a good filtration is happening, due diligence is happening. Yeah? And then once you address those problems, then Ministry of Power as well as IDEX, they have agreed to adopt the problem. Can we do something in Ministry of Mines? Yeah. So here, and then there is a graded support, like you give some EIR support, entrepreneur in residence support to work on the idea, very niche idea. Then you have prototype support, 20 lakh to 50 lakh or something like that. And then to scale up, some seed support. The whole program other ministries have already put in place. METI has put in place, DBT has put in place, DST is doing, Ministry of Power, IDEX, everyone has doing. So like for the ministry, there are templates available out there. There are enablers like us also available out there, and we are connected with the entire ecosystem. So this is my bit of.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much.
I request whoever else wants to speak, please wait. We have about 4 or 5 more registered speakers. Can you please wait, sir? Because I have some speakers who already registered. So if we, sir, with your kind permission, I'll just finish.
Very brief, and this is directly aimed at the ministry. The
Okay.
biggest thing that you can do to a startup is give them a purchase order. Currently, a market does not exist. Why don't you have startups in the Indian mining industry? I was surprised today, but the direction, which is a win-win solution for everybody, is the current, like there were some exceptions in Vedanta, etc., who've started major digitization programs, but the other mining companies are conservative. They're not starting those programs. So the direction from the ministry should be, look, you should try and digitize, expedite the process. If you give a purchase order, within a very short time, you'll have many startups come up. So effectively what I'm saying is, get the mining companies, force the mining companies to adopt digitization.
Thank you, Mr. Bhandari. We'll come back to you later. We have a brainstorming session. Yes, Mr. Duggal, please. Please give a mic. We are very glad that the response is enthusiastic, but we request you all to
Just
please
make a
be
brief
patient.
comment on what he said. Actually, there is some difference between and understanding difference between what we are trying to do in India for the mining industry per se. Whether we are trying to copy the technology or somebody who has already invented elsewhere in the world, and we are trying to, again experiment here as a startup and bring that through the startup route, or is there a way to benchmark and look at what the world is doing, how the right mining is done in the world? So I think the first most important thing for the mining industry, Secretary Sahib, is that we try to, see how the best mining is done in the world and what actually productivity, efficiency means for India. From my viewpoint, whatever I have seen in the world, even in our own company, which I actually boast and claim that I have brought a lot of digitization and the productivity improvement in instancing. Today also we are at about 20-25% above the global best world. And maybe the mining industry who might not have adopted this, they may be at a level of 5 to 10%, the productivity level where the world is in terms of recovery, manpower productivity, the efficiency, so all that. So first, I think it is important to understand what technology and startup can do and how this can revolutionize our country and the mining industry. Then the importance of this will be realized both by the startups and the industry, and then this Pandora box will open up. In other sector, I think a lot of maturity has come, but in this sector, we have to learn a lot from the global world. I'm sorry for making this comment.
Thank you, Mr. Dubey. From FICCI, can we have Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee, please?
I'll speak just.
Please.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I think just now Sunil has very rightly pointed out the very key issue. Before that, let me congratulate and compliment Minister of Mines for organizing this, taking the initiative to put mining industry and the startup together and igniting the minds of all of us. Today, this innovation is not very popular among the mining industry. Had that been in a telecommunication, car, there are a lot of people used to feel excited, yeah, something new has come up. But in mining industry, there's a lack of appreciation. That's how innovation is not there. But if you see the history, way back in 16th century, the first time wooden rail was used in mining industry to haulage the mineral, 16th century. In 1700, when the steam engine was invented, it was used for pumping the flood waters. When Alfred Nobel discovered the dynamite, it was used for mining. So innovation is nothing new for the mining industry, but it is slow. And what Sunil has pointed out, in our country, we are really slower. So we need to work it out on that. That is a key challenge for us. So as a startup, those who are thinking, we would like to, our Minister of Mines is doing that job to ignite our mind. Bring that, ignite, that spark should come. Now the technology is available in globally. All the big corporate mining company, PSUs, they have access. But those minor nitty-gritties, which is not, mining is one, is commensurate with the local geo-mining condition, which is suitable in Germany or Australia, may not be in India. Because of geo-mining conditions, strata conditions, all may not be like. So you need to change that. There comes the startup. Like today, when we buy some mining machineries, we ask either Caterpillar or Komatsu, can you change this? They embed a new circuit, a new software in the system. That all of us do. That is a startup responsibility. That is, startup will play an important role. That is what Minister of Mines is trying to ignite your mind. Same, I'm coming back one step behind, is the exploration part of it. Today, we are really lagging behind. Why? One is the investment, we are not putting money on that. Second, technology. It's available globally, but we're not bringing in, because a lot of administrative problem, like when you bring it to the area airborne, the approval from the Minister of Defense, Minister of Mines or government, they're trying to sort it out. But that is one area, but technology is available. But thereafter, when you have the technology, let's take a real technology, helicopter borne, today is a drone borne, but when the georeferencing or terrain correction, I'm not expert will comment on that, there comes a minor tweaking. They are the IT guys or software experts, they can tweak that and make it applicable for Indian conditions. That is startup job. And use that technology for exploration for an accurate three-dimensional modeling of the deposits. Somebody commented that without physical touching, drilling, you can find out how much is the reserve, at what depth. Those are tweaking with the available softwares or technology. Then comes modeling and reserve. Then the mine planning. Planning software available globally. Everybody is using for last 50 years. But in India also we are using that. In all the cases, big corporate house, they have, because it's very expensive softwares. But the smaller mining company, they cannot. They're using the old AutoCAD softwares. They're not that up to date. that is a question of financing that software. So I think let us try to analyze where our startup company can play the role, which is not available, suitable to Indian conditions. Don't replace, this morning somebody said, I like that. Don't be a MSME company again. Please, don't be a MSME again. Be a startup means something new is not available in the world. That is startup. That is the way we should, so that Minister of Mines will play that role. And I am very confident on behalf of them, and we are all there. I am from FICCI, I can tell you, we'll play that role. So something new comes out, suitable to Indian mining, geomining conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Thank you for
That's the way we should
appreciating,
think of.
what Ministry of Mines did.
And I tell you, in FICCI, we have a strong mining committee. We have another ecosystem where we have a startup company, where committee, technology and financial guys. You all work together. We exchange, because second issue is the financing part. You all discussed that one. First I clarified my thought process, then the financing part, then I have to spread around the entire country. How to go to state level? Each state is very powerful, DMG or DOM, what you call it, state, mindset, geology. We have to be to penetrate there. That FICCI will play a role. With this I want to start here. This is what FICCI can do, and FICCI, with Ministry of Mines, we are always there, under your guidance, we take this concept across the board. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we look forward to your support. We have one more business chamber, I think Mr. Puneet Chaudhary from PhD Chambers.
Good afternoon, dignitaries on the dais. So I would like to suggest that, there should be a portal or a website where, industries can write down their problems. Like in the morning we were having NELCO and HZL people telling about their problems. So if we have a website or a portal where, mining industry can write down their problems, so startups can pick up those problems and find solutions for that. And another thing is that PhD Chamber is going to come up with an e-directory of startups where we will not only connect them to Indian companies, mining companies, but also abroad. We have tie-ups with other chambers of commerce in other countries. So with this e-directory we will send to them, and they can also approach them. So this was one of the things. And another thing is that you can institutionalize this kind of event. Like next year you can add Ideathon, Hackathon, and then we can also bring some venture capitalist pitch sessions for them. So this is what we can do.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. We really look forward to your support as well. May I invite Mr. Ashish Thorat of Amazon Web Service, please? He's not here. If he's not here, we'll move to the next speaker. Okay, Ms. Deepika Agarwal of HP Polymers.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's been really nice coming here, hearing to the respectable ministers about Aatmanirbhar India and the startup for the mining sector, which is our core sector in India. So I'm from a plastic manufacturing industry. So we visited a couple of mining places, and we saw the difficulties of the core sample storage. So the trays which were used were not very well, because in India we did not have the technology of plastic core boxes. So we have designed it and patented here in India, and it is much suitable to the Indian climates, that the features what are required, that no water should be there, it should be waterproof, and to be very convenient for the mining industry. So as we look towards other countries like Australia or Canada for core libraries, or what kind of storage systems we have, so that we have thought of bringing those in India to start with the core sample trays, which we have already provided to few of the government industry, and we would like them to expedite so that they can use and put their cores safe in a proper manner, rather using the primitive methods which are not that great, because the miners and all face a lot of issues handling it and storing the very precious core which we require for seeing future. So I would request like you all, if you can see how these things can be adapted very well in the system, in PSUs as well as the private companies, because as we develop, it takes quite a bit of a time getting it into the system, and being a startup, it becomes quite difficult in sustainability. As one of the honorable ministers did say, that, if we do not get it again, very easily, the marketing costs also get increased, and then we're not that motivated getting more feature-rich things what we can develop with it. Yeah. So I would request if all these helps can be extended to the startups.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you
Adhibar.
so much.
Thank you. Mr. Amit Ashok from Aniruddha Telemetry Systems.
Good evening, everybody. I have been hearing all the solutions that people have been talking about. I would first like to thank Vedanta for allowing us to use their infrastructures for all the mining solutions that we have been building. One of the biggest problem with any mine is it is in a remote location and there is no network there. We build a network in a proprietary way in the ISM band where you do not have to pay anybody for any time. So it's in the 866 megahertz. It allows you to connect your GPS on that network. It has got vibration sensors and accelerometers on them, which can be used by your systems to know the trip counts that are actually happening on the ground. Because one of the biggest problem with any mining is that you do not have any live data. As we were talking about in the morning, that Vedanta has a mine which has complete Wi-Fi on it. I believe that is the only example in India which is a fully connected mine. So making those kind of mines is a real, you need a Mr. Dougal kind of a visionary to ask for that kind of a mine to be created. I haven't seen anywhere in the world talking about a 14-kilometer mine underground which you can drive. That's there in Vedanta. So coming back to our solution, we have a solution which is a complete ERP only on mining. It allows you to capture live data in your control rooms. You can see your vehicles moving in an area where there is no network. The proprietary network can be built anywhere. For powering that network, we use solar panels, and the way we hang our solar panels, you will say, you idiot, you are idiots. You don't know how to hang a solar panel. We hang all our solar panels straight. Reason being, in a mine, there is so much of dust that your solar panel will stop working within an hour. So we have been successful in running this mine for last 3 years. We just got an order for upgrade of that mine, where it will be completely autonomous, where suggestions would come from the system that which truck should go to which excavator, and the utilization of excavators can be increased to 90-95%. So that kind of a ERP is available. We made it in India. I was just listening to different people, and then I thought I should speak up because we have made so many pieces of it. We have a self-learning hardware which you can connect to any electronic, any device, anything which is vibrating, going up, going down, and it can learn the things. Up to 20 actions can be taught to this electronic. It's a small piece, self-battery powered, and lasts for 6 months. So if you want to do a vibration analysis, you want to know a vehicle, a dumper going up and down, all those things can be done, and all this can be shown to you live as in within a minute's time in your control room, and you can take corrective actions. So I'll request, one of the biggest challenges that we see is when we talk to government, anywhere some mines we have tried to talk about, they said ऐसा कोई specification नहीं है हमारे पास, तो हम tender नहीं ला सकते ऐसा. तो सर, we need to think about people like us, जिनके specifications खुद के होते हैं, जो किसी दूसरे specification से match नहीं करते हैं, because a startup, whenever it will come up with a product, it will not be part of the normal BOQ. So something for people like us needs to be thought in the government segment also. It was very nice of Vedanta which allowed us to create something. We went to them, we gave them a story, they heard the story, they also know we are telling a story, they asked us कि तुमको आता है क्या, करके दिखा सकते हो क्या, and we had to tell them नहीं हमारे पास नहीं है, we will make it for you, and they allowed us to do it. That's the best part of it. So we made it for them, showed it to them, they converted it into a purchase order, they again converted into a purchase order. The closest competition we had was such a large organization जिसके साथ सामने हम खड़े भी नहीं हो सकते थे. It was Motorola. So I would request all the people who are from the different organizations which are here to allow startups. If you really want to support the startup, just hear them out at least, because most of the people are not even ready to hear them out. BOQ में मैच करता है क्या, कहाँ पे इफेक्ट होता है, वी डोंट नीड देम. स्टार्टअप करने का मतलब ही नहीं है, अगर वो चीज ऑलरेडी BOQ हो तो वो स्टार्टअप ही नहीं है. So I would request you humbly, sir, that something should be thought in such a way that people who are doing something different can go and speak out and people can hear them out. That's all I would like to say.
Thank you,
Thanks a
Mr.
lot.
Shah. So with your permission, can I give opportunity to Tosif? You would like to respond, sir?
I'll respond to that, and thank you so very much. I thought the Honorable Minister already thought of it and spoke about it before you did. Because he's already announced that we will be encouraging our public sector units to set aside a certain fund for trying out these innovations. And it is also true that the government is conservative because the government uses your own money. And when you want innovation and you want the government to buy something for which there are no specifications, there are 10 others who will stand up and say that you bought something from your own friend or your relative or you made money out of it. Right? So there is a reason why government is conservative, and we cannot afford to, to be part of the breaking news network. Thank you.
Sir, with your permission, can I give an opportunity to about 3-4 people who want to speak? So one request, please don't make generic observations. Be very specific. If you have a specific problem or a specific solution you have designed, please tell us about it. First, can we have a mic? Okay, after that.
Thank you, ma'am, for the opportunity. Good evening, everyone. I am Sanjay Chakravarti. I head the technology for Adani Group. I was listening to all these conversation very carefully. I would like to share some of the success and failure stories what we have observed with the startups. So Adani is a big integrated company, so we had the advantage of getting startups from anywhere. If somebody is working in port, in infrastructure, they're coming and working us. But we had a lot of failure stories. But we failed very often, but failed fast. The successful startup which worked for us is where we didn't treat them as a vendor, we just didn't give them a PO. So they were very good on the software side, created nice softwares, but what they were lacking is mostly on the mining side, the domain knowledge. So when we co-created something, when we co-developed something, that gave us a real benefit. So we had 3-4 success stories, we have more than a dozen of failure stories. So my request to all who are engaging with the startups, it is like planting a tree. So the tree will bear the fruit, but you have to take that advantage. Or you have to have that patience that give them the time to grow. I struggle it within my organization as well because of the way mining works, a lot of apprehension, and rightly so. Paisa kahan se aayega? What is the value economical? That is number one. Number two is even bigger. How the startup will sustain. If I give my entire production operation plan on a startup, what happens if they die down or they walk away? So that's a tremendous risk, and that's why the people like us who are somewhere in the middle, who are the technologists, who love the startup and love the business, we are trying to bridge that gap, and somewhere we have got some success stories as well. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity.
The second row, please. I request the speakers to please introduce themselves briefly and then just state what they do.
I'm audible? Yeah. So good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, please, can you wait for a minute?
Thank you. Morning we had a very fruitful deliberations with the academia. So from the purely academia point of view only, I am just giving certain actionable points are required. Okay. Morning's deliberations, 2 things came out very nicely, and I am very happy to know that there is going to be a database creation, completely downloadable way, that will become a very excellent resource for academia. Second thing is that there is going to be a complete resource map or evaluation map done by GSA, or Minister of Mines is going to release that into public domain, this is one. These two things have come. But what I suggest is, see, startups. There are maybe 20 startups today, 100 startups. In order to develop into future, suppose we all claim that 1,000 patents were there in the critical mineral industry by China. Okay, only 100 patents by US, 20 patents by Japan. Okay, so that scaling up of 100,000 patents for China came because 20 years back China thought about those aspects and those fruits they are enjoying today. Okay? So what I am saying is, when in terms of the capacity building, okay, so academia plays a very major role. Okay, so what I suggest is, the FICCI gentleman has rightly pointed out, for Indian systems, Indian regions, typical conditions, we have to think our own ways of doing it instead of becoming copycats. How do we do it? Academia can do it. Because we have the best brains, still youngsters who are ready to take up challenges, provided we show them the way. I am sure that Mr. Bharadwaj may agree with this. Minister of Mines must be really funding a lot of research projects. I don't know, few patents must have come, but how much is the real product-oriented or result-oriented output came from these research projects? I am sure, I don't want to be negative, sound negative, but I am sure that that could be very minimum. Because the emphasis is not on the real development or application, or we never pointed out in a particular direction. So what I suggest is, there is an urgent or important need for strong coupling, development of a strong coupling between industry and the academia through a pan-IIT. Why I am saying pan-IIT is not that other institutes or other academic institutions are less important, because here the startup eco-culture is there, and then our like Poini just remarked here, we have an excellent ecosystem developed, already established here. Many organizations are they look towards us to solve the important problems. Like morning I said, petroleum industry gives a list of problems every time to pan-IIT to anyone to take up those things. So what I suggest is, develop something so that there is a capacity building over a period of time. In next 5 years, you will surely see that some of these youngsters, when they develop a patented item or research, viable research which can be translated, and we have an excellent the ambience to do that very quickly.
Thank you,
without
sir.
much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. One last question, because we are running out of time. We have to sum up
I
the
will be
session. also.
precise.
Yeah, please.
I represent a startup called Infinite Uptime. We have gone through our own grills and hardship for the last 4.5 years. Today we are serving 300 plants in India. We are made in India. We are serving in Korea, Japan, US. We're exploring the international market as well. I have two questions, one for the industry leaders and one for the government. Many a times when the project which deals with the hardware, networking and a software, it actually goes into the bucket of digitization or Industry 4.0, which is well accepted at the corporate level. But when we go and execute it, it has to be executed at the plant level because of the shop floor level. So we find a major disconnect between the IT and the OT. We are trying to bridge that gap. My request to the industry will be two things. we need to have engagement cells who can help us talk from the top to the bottom and connect those dots. And second thing, most of the startup here will agree with me that from the commercial or a viable model, we all work with one simple, go-to-market or a business model, that we land, means we do a POC, proof of concept, then we help the customer adopt or consume the technology, and that actually takes us to scale. But if you leave this fate onto the commercial department to decide on the vendor, I think many of the startups don't like to participate. I myself have backed out of at least 15 engagements after spending 7 months because we have been put into an Ariba event and do a reverse auction. I don't understand whether they are buying bottles or they're buying, is indirect purchases through Ariba, or are they really evaluating the technology vendors like us? It is my request to the industry to look into this and how can we really solve. And to the ministry, ma'am, we have done a fantastic day since morning. We would like, we are already working with many mines. We are working with all the Tata mines. We are started working with Hindustan Zinc. And with the last leg of predictive maintenance for rotating equipment that actually we do. We would like to work with NTPC, Coal India. I come from Coal Belt. All these mining industries probably will be very close to my heart. But if we can put up a special cell or engagement cell in the ministry level, which can expedite the whole engagement, I think that will serve the purpose of spending the whole day today here. Because I go back to NTPC tomorrow, day after tomorrow I am meeting in Balco, then I will go to Nalco, then the whole process of traditional buying starts. The cost of acquisition of a customer is so high that unless and until we are funded by our VCs, we can't sustain it. Today I have to make sure that I have to pay out my salaries for 170 people in the country. And the sales process to sale, you go to sell any plant, it might go up to 9 months to 1 year. Maybe 15 visits to Raurkela or Jamshedpur or DSP, probably will lose out. I will be, taking my cash to the skyrocket. So these are two requests. If it can be considered, I think the engagement with the startup will definitely take it to a different level.
Thank you. Thank you for your point. Sir, may I now request you to kindly...
Hello.
Sorry.
Hello.
Can we take one more?
Can I speak?
Just 1 minute
Just
only. Precisely 1 minute because sir has to sum up.
I'm N. Chattopadhyay, mining engineer, possibly the first mining engineer who has gone from his college to IT.
Fair enough. Now you have 1 minute and your countdown is...
That's right. I was in US. I have the chance to work with the different startup company at that point of time. It was in 1982, and one of them was Bill Gates. I worked several other companies. I would simply want to tell you that what is the difference and what is my knowledge and what I am doing now. Basically, I think that if you look into this total IT industry, you will find all the platforms, database with the either with US, either with UK, and we don't have anything. We are simply supporting. We are providing the support. Even any platform, processor, anything like that is there. Because at that point of time, a lot of people have developed. In Indian people, they have developed, but they have purchased. My point is this, that government, in our government, because I have seen the other government also, I have seen after 14 the government. This is the best time. That's why we can talk and we can do it. So my point is this, that from government side, we should take certain steps. Number one, in mining industry, the mining laws, whatever the rules, regulation, whatever we have to introduce IT there. Because if I say it is a drone-based things is there.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Long back over.
We are really short of time, I'm sorry.
It is long back?
Over.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 minute. Yes.
Okay. So my specification...
And the minister is waiting.
Yes.
Okay, just wait one last minute.
We've had that
The last minute is this, that what I want to tell you, that whatever we are procuring, purchasing, etc., from the abroad, the equipment are coming. This is coming with their norms, their specification. It should be Indian standards too. This has to be implemented.
Thank you.
And otherwise, it is not possible.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Sir, may I now request you to kindly sum up the session with your kind words.
Nobody sticks to their own word, you know, unfortunately. We don't stick to our own word. Kya kare?
We have been hearing since morning whatever has been discussed, and especially in the last 1 hour, which we have called the brainstorming session. So before we conclude, we thought we'll just sum up what we have discussed during the day, so that that will be the takeaway, and it will give food of thought for us, for the industry as well as for the startups. So first point which I would like to say is that we have talked about the areas where startups can be of use. So that is in exploration. It is being said that to define the ore body, and drones can be used for doing the technology. One more point was that while doing the mining itself, if we know where the ore body is going, and so that lot of excavation which is being done and wastage is created, that can be reduced, and we can have a precise excavation where exactly the ore body is going. The second is about the digitization of technology, resource conservation, optimization of energy resources, resource conservation. And of all these things, what is the most important is that we need to first identify the problem areas. We have done this a bit, but that was not a lot of support from the industry. We could get only a few industries responding to our queries that you define the problem areas, and those we have tried to monetize in the notebook. So you will find something, but I think that's a very rudimentary, I can say. We need to have identified the precise problem areas, as has been pointed out by many speakers. Only when the problem areas are there, we can have a solution for that. Third thing which I have realized while I was trying to curate this is that on-site visit by the startups to these locations are very important, whether it is their plant, whether it is the mining. Because many of the startups were doing the work which the mines and mining industry needs, but they don't know that that can be of use in the mining and in their plants. So if they visit these areas and these plants and these mines, they will be in a position to understand that what they have to offer to the industry. So what I suggest is that industry can coordinate with these incubation centers in different technology centers and have share their problem areas and the startups and facilitate visits to their plants, etc., so that something can come out of it. As was one thing which more was pointed out is that what we need is the strong support from the industry. Industry has to do the hand-holding for the startups. And we need a complete synergy. One more thing, where the incubators are important is that there needs to be a synergy in different fields for having a solution or whatever the problem areas being identified in the like Dr. Venkateshwar has pointed out that electronic engineering as well as the data analytics and as well as the AI. When all these students are already available, the researchers are available working in the incubation centers, if they visit, they might come together and form a startup which can provide the precise solution to the different problem areas. So this is from my side. Dr. Sakti will...
Mrs. Poini pointed out, so we have a lot of ideas. That ideas need to be transformed into through incubation as a startup. People are talking about many things right from using the technology, the modern technology such as the digital technology and drone technology for identifying. So most of our resources or the mineral resources are concealed and most of them are mined out. So the challenge for the industry is to identify the mineral resources, which is actually, we can use this kind of modern technology. They were talking about this, and the second thing is synergy of technology, use of all the resources available to identify and enriching our mineral resources. Not only the new resources, also they identifying the the tailing dumps and so on. And the policy and governance that can be made it too easy for the startups so that they can be, favorable ecosystem can be developed. So there is a lot of urge of a favorable ecosystem. It was not there previously, as Honorable Minister was pointing out. Now it has emerged. The number of startups has increased. So that ecosystem is coming up, so that can be encouraged more and more. Technologies like cloud technology can be used. They're giving some example how the technology can be used to get the startups, and startups can be nucleated within the major industries, so they can encourage the nucleation and particular, and next is the growth of the startups. And in terms of law, talking about the favorable law, and they can approach the system to get the good favorable ecosystem for startup. And yes, what else? Then we have the scaling up from desk scale to the large scale of mineral processing, not only the mineral exploration, but about the mineral processing. So that can be encouraged to take this technology into a large scale and make it into kind of industry beneficial process. And so I urge that actually there should be a kind of a collaboration between the industry, startup, and academia. So the academia has got a lot of ideas, and that can be transformed into a startup and can be into technology advancement. And at the most, it is the beneficiation of the society and sustainable development of the industry as well as the ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I profusely thank Madam Farida Naik and Professor Shakti for summing up the requirements of this session. And on that same length, I also thank the chair and co-chair and moderator, sir, for steering successfully the requirements of this session. Well, we would definitely like to give away a fair play award to Ministry of Mines for having given an opportunity to each one of us from every corner of this auditorium to voice their opinion and also put forward their suggestions as far as today's meet is concerned. We couldn't have asked for a better beginning. We can say it with conviction. So a huge round of applause for this session, for brilliantly steering this session. Two of our members who have just joined on this session, I request our chair, sir, to kindly give away a small memento to them for the services that we had. And on that note, we would request, sir, to give away a memento to Mrs. Nirupama Kotru, JSNFA Mines. Acha. To Professor S.S. Chinnaswamy, IIT Bombay, Professor, and Madam Nirupama Kotru, JSNFA, Ministry of Mines, Government of India. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we break for tea here, and I'm informed that Minister of State for Coal, Mines and Railways is going to be with us any moment now. So we need to come back after the tea and be regrouped for the concluding session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the concluding session. That is the post-tea session. I am just informed that our Minister of State for Railways, Coal and Mines, Shri Rao Sahab Patil Danve, is going to be with us any moment. So I request all ladies and gentlemen to kindly take their seats and make themselves comfortable. We're going to have a short concluding session, and thereafter we'll be drawing curtains to this event as far as this day is concerned. Well, I request once again all our volunteers to kindly reach out to all our delegates and participants who are outside the auditorium at the moment. They may kindly be informed that our Honorable Minister Sir is going to be with us any moment for the concluding session. So we request you to kindly come back to the auditorium and occupy your seats. Well, if we revisit all the programs that were scheduled for the day, all have gone as per the schedule, whether it was the interaction with the industries, whether it was interaction with the startups or the academia, all have gone as per schedule. And also there was a very prolific and outgoing brainstorming session, which has just come to an end. So it's now turn for the concluding session to happen, and we are blessed to have with us Honorable Minister of State for Railways, Coal and Mines, Shri Rao Sahab Patil Danve. And we are informed that he's going to be with us any moment. So, as a continuation to this tea break and looking forward to the concluding session, may I request all to kindly take their seats as soon as possible so that we can go ahead with this session. Well, all our members in the audience who are at the back, you're requested to kindly come and occupy one of the front seats, please. So you can cover up all these places, please. All those of you who are sitting right at the back, you can come and occupy all these seats in the front. Similarly, for our guests over there, you can please come down and occupy one of the seats. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have just been joined by Shri Rao Sahab Patil Danve, Minister of State for Railways, Coal and Mines. He's with us now. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much for kindly accepting our invitation to be a part of this important summit meeting of the Ministry of Mines. I may also request Shri Vivek Bhardwaj, Secretary, Ministry of Mines, to kindly grace the dais. We would request Shri Sanjay Lohia, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Government of India, to kindly grace the dais. I request Mrs. Farida M. Naik, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Mines, to kindly grace the dais. And I also request for the kind presence on the concluding session, Dr. Sharad Saraf, Chairman and Board of Governor for IIT Bombay. He's also with us. Thank you very much. Well, making most of the moment, we would like to felicitate our guest of honor on the occasion for the concluding session, Shri Rao Sahab Patil Danve, Minister of State for Railways, Coal and Mines, and may I request Shri Vivek Sharma, Director, Ministry of Mines, to kindly come forward and present a small memento as a token of appreciation for his kind presence. This must be accompanied by a huge round of applause coming up from the audience. This is indeed a very prized moment for Ministry of Mines, as our Honorable Union Minister, sir, graced this occasion on the inaugural session, and now in the concluding session, Honorable Shri Rao Sahab Patil Danve, Minister of State for Railways, Coal and Mines, has made it convenient to be a part of today's occasion. Undoubtedly, this is a very historic moment for all of us, the first mining startup summit being organized here in IIT Bombay in the state of Maharashtra. We also take the pleasure of welcoming Dr. Sharad Saraf, Chairman and Board of Governor, IIT Mumbai, and may I once again request Shri Vivek Sharma to present a small memento as a token of appreciation from all of us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a very absorbing day of discussions and deliberations under the There's a little gesture coming up from Shri Dr. Sharad Saraf as he will hand over a memento to our honorable guest of honor, Shri Rao Sahab Patil Danve, Minister of State for Railways, Coal and Mines, on the occasion. And may we capture this moment as many times as possible, as this is going to make highlights in tomorrow's dailies and everywhere as a part of the social media and electronic media. Well, thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an... जी सर, महोदय मैं आपका धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं कि आपने इस महत्वपूर्ण क्षण में हमारे बीच आप हमारे आए और हमारा प्रोत्साहन किया, और साथ ही मैं आपको ये भी कहना चाहता हूं कि आज का दिन अगर हम उसकी तरफ मुड़ के देखें तो इनॉग्रल सेशन में हमारे माननीय मंत्री महोदय ने हमें जिस तरह के शब्दों के साथ हमारा प्रोत्साहन किया और हमारे अन्य कार्यक्रमों को जैसे रूपरेखा उनकी दिशा दृष्टि दी, उससे हम बहुत ही लाभान्वित हुए हैं। और अगर हम तकनीकी सेशन की तरफ देखें तो बहुत ऐसे सेशंस किए गए जिसमें इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ हमने इंटरेक्शन की, साथ ही हमने स्टार्टअप्स के साथ इंटरेक्शन की, और साथ ही हमारे एकेडमिया के साथ हमने इंटरेक्शन की, और साथ ही एक ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग सेशन का भी आयोजन किया गया जिसमें हमारे सचिव महोदय ने सभी के साथ उनके विचारों को अपने समक्ष रखा और जो सोल्यूशन हमें ऑफर कर रहे हैं उसके बारे में हमें जानकारी प्रदान की। सो इन सभी के बाद हमने एक समिंग अप एपिसोड भी किया जिसमें मैडम फरीदा नायक ने सभी के विचारों को हमारे सामने रखा और एक बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से इस पूरे कार्यक्रम को एक दिशा दी, एक रूप प्रदान किया। और इसी क्रम में हम इस कंक्लूडिंग सेशन में महोदय आ पहुँचे हैं, और इसी क्रम में एक वीडियो डॉक्यूमेंट्री है जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंस की तरफ से बनाया गया है, और this talks about the opportunities of mining for all startups in the mineral industry, and we will just like to play you this video. This is a video documentary which will be played before you, sir.
vast landmass spanning over 3.2 million square kilometers holds a treasure trove of mineral resources. From bauxite to limestone, iron ore to sillimanite, India is largely self-reliant in these valuable minerals. However, when it comes to metals like copper, silver and nickel, the country faces an inadequacy. But times are changing and so are the opportunities. The world is shifting towards zero emissions and a growing demand for electric vehicles is on the rise. With it, the demand for minerals like lithium and cobalt are on the upsurge. Explorations for these minerals are already underway. In 2015, a groundbreaking reform in mining regulation paved the way for the establishment of the National Mineral Exploration Trust, NMET. Its mission is to boost regional and detailed mineral exploration in India. In 2021, further reforms were introduced allowing private explorers to join the juggernaut. Recognizing the immense benefits of entrepreneurship, knowledge, innovations and cutting-edge technologies, governments around the world are investing in startups. The central government has already notified 14 private agencies, opening up new vistas for growth and collaboration. The NMET has sanctioned 3 projects submitted by private agencies, with a combined value of Rs 4.31 crore. And that's not all. 3 more projects are currently in the pipeline, waiting to be brought to the crust. To mitigate the risks associated with mineral explorations, various incentive schemes have been introduced. These schemes allow funding for private explorers through the National Mineral Exploration Trust. For composite license holders engaged in exploration of deep-seated minerals, there is partial reimbursement of exploration expenses up to Rs 4 crore. Additionally, drilling in exploration projects can be reimbursed up to Rs 2.5 crore. Notified private exploration agencies or NPEAs can benefit from 100% funding for their mineral exploration projects formulated and submitted to NMET through state governments. These agencies can be engaged by state governments for projects funded by NMET or executed through the state governments themselves. The Geological Survey of India, through its national program of geochemical, geophysical and aerogeophysical mapping, is generating the baseline for geoscience data. Survey activities like ground geophysical surveys are being outsourced to expedite completion. This is where startups with experience in geophysical mapping can engage themselves through outsourcing. The entire gamut of geoscience data generated in the country is available on the Bhukosh portal of the Geological Survey of India. Soon, it will be accessible through the National Geoscience Data Repository or NGDR, ensuring free public access as per the guidelines set by the Department of Science and Technology. Entrepreneurs can now access and interpret the geoscience data and propose mineral blocks for auctions by state governments through composite licenses. Participating in these auctions comes with certain incentives, paving the way for success. Government agencies invite startups to propose specialized surveys for mineral targeting that can be funded either through NMET or through collaborations with GSI, MECL and others. But that's not the end of the story. The use of technology in mining is evolving and startups have a significant role to play. Drone surveys are now compulsory for leasees and startups can seize this opportunity to provide cutting-edge digital imaging services to the Indian Bureau of Mines or IBM. Innovative technological tools like remotely operated vehicles and online monitoring of mining activities can revolutionize the industry. Startups can contribute to improve, optimize excellence in the quality of mining. The startups have tremendous market potentialities pertaining to mid-level value chain of beneficiation and metal refining, contributing significantly to India's manufacturing sector. The Ministry of Mines is presenting a platform for all the startups and entrepreneurs to participate and explore business opportunities in the booming mining sector, paving a way towards Aatmanirbhar Bharat.
Well, that was a documentary on the mining opportunities that will be given to the startups as far as the mineral and mining sector is concerned. And ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, as I said earlier, we are joined today by Dr. Sharad Saraf, Chairman of IIT Bombay. He's credited and recognized as the first alumnus of IIT Bombay to be bestowed with this prestigious status as Chairman of the Institute. Dr. Saraf is taking bold steps to improve the quality of education and life of students in the campus, focus on research work and provide support and trust to startups. I'm sure it will be an honor to be receiving his support and valued suggestion on today's event hosted by Ministry of Mines and aligned in thought and spirit by IIT Bombay. May I request Sir to kindly come forward and present his views.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words and introduction. Rao Sahib, Danve Sahib, Secretary Mines, Bhardwaj sir, Additional Secretary Mines, Sanjay ji, Madam Farida ji, stalwarts from the industry, leaders of mining industry, my friends from the institute, professors from IIT Bombay, and other dignitaries present today in the hall. Sir, बोलने को तो मैं हिंदी में बहुत अच्छे से बोल सकता हूँ, ऐसी बात नहीं है, लेकिन हमारी इंस्टीट्यूट में यहाँ पर जो लिंग्वा फ्रैंका है, जो भाषा यूज काम में आती है, वो अंग्रेज़ी है। तो मैं आपकी इजाज़त चाहूँगा कि मुझे आप अंग्रेज़ी में बोलने दें। वैसे मैं चाइना जाता हूँ तो वहाँ पर कोई इंग्लिश में नहीं बोलता है, वहाँ चाइनीज़ में ही बोलते हैं। आपने और मेरा काम सरल कर दिया। Thank you very much, sir. Sir, at the outset, I am thankful to the ministry for two reasons. First, to have thought of a summit for startups in the mining sector. This particular subject, this particular area was so far not thought of, or probably slipped from the minds of the startup ecosystem. So, sir, I am very grateful to your ministry for giving focus to the startups of the mining industry, so that they can bring up their suggestions, their views, their problems, difficulties. The second reason why I am very grateful to your ministry, sir, is that you have chosen IIT Bombay to have the first seminar on the mining startups. We are very grateful for this honor, sir. And as was pointed out earlier during the day, IIT Bombay has one of the best ecosystem for startups. And just a few minutes back, our professor in charge gave you the figures of performance of our startup, which is called Startup Incubator, which is called SIGN, Society for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. So, as the name suggests, we promote innovation and we promote entrepreneurship. We promote both. Our incubation center is open to all startups, not necessarily only restricted to IIT students, because we are also partially funded separately for incubating, and this then calls for our extending our services to other startups as well. Sir, today's deliberations have been quite enlightening, eye-opening, and very relevant. Though I came late, I did discuss with my colleagues here who were here almost for the whole day, and I found that the level of enthusiasm among those who were present, participated, in today's seminar was really very high. And this shows the interest. In fact, our mining industry, sir, whatever little I know about it, is still in infancy stage as far as technology absorption is concerned. The whole industry itself is like a startup. And therefore, at present, to promote and to have deep tech startups is need for the hour. Sir, the role of mining industry in national economy cannot be overstated. The minerals that are there in our country are our wealth. And we are slowly we are exploiting them, we are taking them out and increasing the wealth of the country. We have also, the government, sir, has also taken a view. I am constantly interacting with Commerce Ministry particularly because of my position in Federation of Indian Exports Organization as a president, that we are trying our best to see that our basic minerals like iron ore or other basic raw material are not exported, or the government does not promote export of such products but uses them to convert them. Thereby we have an employment in the country and we have a wealth multiplication effect. I would suggest, sir, that we also promote our own mining industries to support downstream industries. This is very common in countries like Japan or Germany, where the large raw material producers, like the mining companies, have a stake or promote downstream industries. I am glad to say that some private sector industries, particularly like Hindalco or Vedanta, have taken steps in this direction, and they are taking stake, equity participation, hand-holding of such promising startups. Sir, I am sure today's deliberations would go a long way, and there would be more such seminars to come in years to come. And I am sure the technology growth in our mining sector will go at a very rapid stage, just like in other sectors where we are going very rapidly. So will the mining sector. So with these few words, sir, I thank you very much for gracing this occasion, taking the time and coming here to enlighten us, to guide us. Thank you very much, sir.
And thank you very much, sir, for your words of encouragement and also throwing some light as far as going ahead in this particular endeavor Ministry of Mines is concerned, wherein technical institutes like IIT Bombay have a pivotal role to play in them. देवी और सज्जनों, अब मैं निवेदन करता हूं हमारे सचिव खान मंत्रालय भारत सरकार श्री विवेक भारद्वाज जी से कि कृपया वे मंच पर आएं और आज के कार्यकलापों से संबंधित हमें आज की जितनी भी उपलब्धियां हुई हैं उससे हम सभी को अवगत कराएं।
माननीय मंत्री महोदय, श्री सराफ, मंच पे उपस्थित सज्जनों, बंधुओं, आज का दिन हम सबके लिए एक यादगार दिन साबित हुआ है और मुझे लगता है कि जिस क्षण से हम लोग इस प्रांगण में प्रवेश किए हैं उसी क्षण से एक अद्भुत उत्साह, ऊर्जा की अनुभूति सबको हुई है। पहला शिखर सम्मेलन था ये, इसलिए लोगों में रुचि भी बहुत थी। मैं तहे दिल से स्टार्टअप कम्युनिटी को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने इतनी भारी संख्या में अपनी भागीदारी दिखाई है। उसके अलावा हर मौके पर उन्होंने अपने मत रखे हैं, सुझाव दिए हैं। मुझे लगता है कि शायद उनका पार्टिसिपेशन सार्थक रहा हो। मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूं कि आशा से अधिक हमको सहयोग मिला है IIT बॉम्बे से। पर्सनली हम लोग शुक्रगुजार हैं चेयरमैन साहब के, डायरेक्टर साहब के और बाकी जो प्रोफेसर गण हैं, उन्होंने जो हमें उत्साह दिलाया है। बहुत मेहनत करी है इस पूरे सम्मेलन को सफल बनाने के लिए। बहुत सारे इंडस्ट्री के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स, माइनिंग इंडस्ट्री में बहुत बड़ी कंपनियां, बहुत ज़्यादा कंपनियां नहीं हैं, लेकिन जो भी नामी कंपनियां हैं सब ने यहाँ पर उपस्थिति दर्ज कराई। बहुत ही इंथुजियास्टिक रिस्पांस भी रहा, पार्टिसिपेशन भी बहुत एनर्जेटिक रहा है। आपने विभिन्न सेशंस में ये देखा ही है। कुल मिला के मुझे लगता है कि एक सार्थक पहल हुई है और मुझे लगता ये भी है कि जो सुझाव आए हैं, जो सीख हमें मिली है, उसको हमें आगे बढ़ाना होगा। और आज की तारीख में जहाँ एक भी स्टार्टअप ऑफिशियली रजिस्टर्ड नहीं है, तो उसकी संख्या माइनिंग के क्षेत्र में, खनन के क्षेत्र में बहुत बढ़ेगी। हम IIT बॉम्बे को निश्चय ही सपोर्ट करना चाहेंगे, चाहे वो इंक्यूबेटर के रूप में, चाहे वो PhDs के स्टूडेंट्स के रूप में, और बाकी कई और सुझाव जो भी आए हैं। माननीय मंत्री ने सुबह ही कहा था कि हम हमारे PSUs को, बाकी कंपनियों को इनकरेज करेंगे कि वो स्टार्टअप्स के लिए अलग फंड बनाएं और उनको सपोर्ट करें। मैं जानता हूं ये भी काम बहुत शीघ्र ही हो जाएगा और मुझे लगता है कि हम लोग शीघ्र ही पुनः मिलेंगे नए उत्साह से। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय, आपने अपने विचारों को हम सभी के बीच साझा किया और इस आज के कार्यक्रम को गति एवं दिशा प्रदान की। हम अवश्य इससे आगे की तरफ अग्रसर होंगे और उन्नति की राह को पकड़ेंगे। देवियों सज्जनों, अब वो वक्त आ गया है कि हम अपने माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय जो हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं, माननीय श्री राव साहब पाटिल दानवे, श्री कोयला खान एवं रेल मंत्रालय जो हमारे मंत्री महोदय हैं, उनसे मैं निवेदन करता हूं कि वे कृपया हमारे बीच आएं और आप अपनी उपस्थिति से और अपने मूल्यवान विचारों से हम सभी का मार्गदर्शन करें और हमें अपने मंतव्य से लाभान्वित करें। महोदय, आपका स्वागत है।
आज के कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित हमारे मंत्रालय के खान सचिव श्री विवेक भारद्वाज जी, जिन्होंने अभी मार्गदर्शन किया, वो चेयरमैन बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स के IIT बॉम्बे के श्री शरद कुमार सराफ जी, हमारे अपर सचिव संजय लोहिया जी, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी श्रीमती फरीदा मैडम, मंच पर उपस्थित हमारे सभी सहयोगी और इस सम्मेलन में भाग ले रहे सारे प्रतिनिधि भाई और बहनों, भारद्वाज जी, मैं क्षमा चाहता हूं कि इंग्लिश बोल नहीं सकता, तो मुझे हिंदी बोलने की इजाज़त दो। राष्ट्रभाषा के लिए कोई इजाजत नहीं होती है, हमारे देश में राष्ट्रभाषा के लिए कोई इजाजत नहीं होती है। वैसे मैं हिंदी अब इंग्लिश समझता हूँ, क्योंकि
आप बोल भी सकते हैं,
पत्नी बोल नहीं सकते, बताने वाला हूँ मैं आपको। क्योंकि 25 साल से मैं पार्लियामेंट में हूँ, और पार्लियामेंट में इंग्लिश में भाषण होते हैं, वो हम समझते हैं, लेकिन बोल नहीं पाते, क्योंकि जिस क्षेत्र में हम काम करते हैं लगभग 80% लोग तो मराठी बोलते हैं। इसमें भी बहुत सारे मराठी चेहरे दिखते हैं मुझे, और रोज जब बोलने वाला मिलता है, तामिल क्यों नहीं होती, तो ही भाषा सीख सकता है आदमी। इसलिए हम समझ सकते हैं, आपका भाषण पूरा समझ में आया मेरे, लेकिन बोल नहीं सकते। पहले सज्जन जो इंग्लिश बोल रहे थे वो मैं समझता था, लेकिन उनकी स्पीड बुलेट ट्रेन जैसी थी, क्योंकि मैं रेल मंत्रालय में भी हूँ, तो मेरी भाषा में बोलना पड़ेगा मुझे। अभी हमारे विवेक भारद्वाज साहब ने बड़ा सब इस सम्मेलन में जो भी हुआ उसका वर्णन अभी किया है, तो मुझे भी लगता है कि आज महाराष्ट्र में पहली बार खनन स्टार्टअप सम्मेलन होने जा रहा है, और इस सम्मेलन में लगभग अभी समापन की तरफ अपन जा रहे हैं। तो ये सम्मेलन हमारे आर्थिक राजधानी है मुंबई, महाराष्ट्र में क्या हो रहा है, इसलिए मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता की ओर से आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूँ। सवेरे सम्मेलन की शुरुआत हुई और हमारे मंत्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी ने यहाँ पर उद्घाटन किया, और माइनिंग सेक्टर में हमारी सरकार द्वारा जो कोई सुधार किए जा रहे हैं उसकी क्या उपलब्धि है, उसका उल्लेख उन्होंने अपने मार्गदर्शन में किया होगा, क्योंकि मैं सवेरे दिल्ली में था, और विवेक भारद्वाज जी हमारे सेक्रेटरी है, शरद कुमार सराफ ने भी मार्गदर्शन किया। नए नए सब दिख रहे स्टार्टअप वाले, तो मुझे लगता है कि आप सभी को इस मार्गदर्शन का फायदा भी हुआ होगा। दिन भर इस विषय पर आप सभी ने बैठकर जो चर्चा की, और माइनिंग सेक्टर में इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए जो समस्याएं आती है, इस विषय पर आप लोगों ने ध्यान दिया होगा, और आपस में बैठकर समस्या का समाधान कैसे निकलेगा, इस पर भी आप सभी ने मिलकर चर्चा की होंगी। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ऐसे सम्मेलन में चर्चा के बाद जो प्रतिनिधि आते हैं, तो ऐसा दिन भर चलने वाले सम्मेलन में जो जानकार होते हैं उनका जो मार्गदर्शन होता है, तो उससे समाधान भी होता है, आपका भी समाधान होगा ऐसा मैं समझता हूँ। क्योंकि यहाँ खान सचिव, IIT के चेयरमैन और हमारे सभी अधिकारीगण उपस्थित थे। आप सब जानते हैं कि इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी को आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के सपने को पूरा करने के लिए माइनर सेक्टर में भी इनोवेशन तथा विकास को बढ़ावा देने की पहल अपने देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने की है। हमारा देश खनिज संसाधनों से समृद्ध देश है, लेकिन पर्याप्त खनिज होने के बाद भी हम कुछ मात्रा में खनिज आयात करने की अभी भी हम लोगों को ज़रूरत पड़ती है। अगर आधुनिक साधन सामग्री का उपयोग करके खदानों को खोजकर उसका ऑक्शन करके और क्षमता से खदानों से खनिज निकाले, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि भारत को जो खनिज आयात करना पड़ता है वो आज आयात करने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। आप सभी जानते हैं कि अपने देश में कोई ऐसे छोटे छोटे उद्योग है, IIT में से निकले हुए स्टूडेंट है, बाहर देशों से नौकरी करने वाले युवा भी है, उनके पास भी प्रतिभा होती है, लेकिन फिर भी अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट नहीं कर सकते थे पहले, लेकिन 2014 में इस देश में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व वाली हमारी सरकार आई और 20 जनवरी 2016 को स्टार्टअप इंडिया की पहल शुरू की गई। तब से आज तक हमारे देश में जो युवा नौकरी ढूंढता था वो आज नौकरी देने वाला बन गया। ये पॉलिसी के कारण हुआ है। नए नए इनोवेशन हर क्षेत्र में आ रहे हैं और इसमें माइनिंग सेक्टर का भी अपवाद नहीं है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये पहला खनन स्टार्टअप शिखर सम्मेलन है। ऐसे सम्मेलन में विचारों का आदान प्रदान होता है और नए नए इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा मिलता है। माइनिंग सेक्टर में हम केवल आर्थिक विकास ही नहीं, इसके साथ साथ सामाजिक प्रगति और पर्यावरण का भी ध्यान रखते हैं। जैसे जिस किसान की ज़मीन जाती है उन्हीं को नौकरी देना, पर्यावरण संतुलन रखने के लिए पेड़ लगाना, बच्चों के लिए स्कूल खोलना और माइनिंग क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले मजदूरों को हॉस्पिटल की सुविधा देना, ये भी एक सामाजिक जवाबदारी है। मुझे लगता है कि माइनिंग सेक्टर में हमारे राष्ट्र को समृद्ध करने की क्षमता है और इस क्षमता को बढ़ाने के लिए आप सभी का योगदान जरूरी है। भारत सरकार इस माइनिंग क्षेत्र को बढ़ावा देने के लिए आपके साथ खड़ी है। आप सभी जानते हैं कि 2014 के पहले कोयला खदान ऑक्शन से नहीं दी जाती थी, लेकिन 2015 के बाद खदानों की नीलामी होने लगी। तब से आप जैसे उद्योजक खुद इस क्षेत्र में काम करने के लिए आए। ये नीलामी के कारण इस क्षेत्र में आए, नहीं तो नहीं आते थे और इसके कारण माइनिंग क्षेत्र की प्रगति भी अब हो रही है। अंत में मैं आप सभी से इस सम्मेलन में उपस्थित हुए और अपने विचारों को व्यक्त किया। आप सभी से ये विचार जो यहाँ पर हुए उसे आगे बढ़ाने का मैं आग्रह करता हूँ। मैं माइनिंग सेक्टर में काम करने वाले उद्योजकों से आग्रह करता हूँ कि वे स्टार्टअप को बढ़ावा दें और इस क्षेत्र में काम करने वालों को प्रोत्साहित करें और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए आप सब जन योगदान दें। हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का संदेश सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास को खनन क्षेत्र में एक वास्तविक बनाने के लिए हम सभी को एक साथ मिलकर प्रयास करना है, जिससे खनन क्षेत्र में भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाकर और अधिक ऊंचाई की ओर ले जाना ये आप सबकी और हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। यही बोल के मैं मेरे शब्दों को विराम देता हूँ। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय, इस अवसर पर हमारे बीच उपस्थित होने के लिए एवं अपने मूल्यवान विचारों को साझा करने और हमारा मार्गदर्शन करने के लिए हम आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हैं। आपकी गौरवमयी उपस्थिति को हम नमन करते हैं और साथ ही आपको हमारे भविष्य के कार्यक्रमों में उपस्थित होने हेतु भी प्रार्थना करते हैं। कृपया आप इस कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अब मैं निवेदन करता हूँ श्री विवेक शर्मा जी से, निदेशक खान मंत्रालय भारत सरकार, कृपया हमारे बीच आएँ और धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करें।
धन्यवाद। नमस्कार। मंचासीन सभी गणमान्य अतिथि और हॉल में उपस्थित सभी लोगों को नमस्कार। सर्वप्रथम मैं स्टार्टअप कम्युनिटी से आए हुए सभी साथियों, माइनिंग इंडस्ट्री के लीडर्स और जीएसआई, आईबीएम, एमईसीएल, जीएनआरडीसी और विभिन्न विभागों के हेड्स और सदस्यों को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। सर्वप्रथम मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं परम आदरणीय श्री प्रहलाद जोशी साहब, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ माइंस, कोल एंड पार्लियामेंट अफेयर्स का, जिनकी अध्यक्षता में उद्घाटन समारोह का सफलतापूर्वक आयोजन किया गया और जिन्होंने ब्रेक अवे सेशन की भी अध्यक्षता की। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा श्री राव साहब दानवे पाटिल साहब, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट फॉर कोल माइंस एंड रेलवे का, जिन्होंने कंक्लूडिंग सेशन में अध्यक्षता करना स्वीकार किया. Now I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Sri Dada Saheb, Honorable Minister of Mining from State of Maharashtra, for gracing the inaugural session also. So, my thanks goes to the one जिनके अथक प्रयास से या जिनकी सोच से आज ये समिट इस स्वरूप में हम सबके सामने उपलब्ध है. मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप समझ गए होंगे कि मैं किसका नाम लेना चाहता हूँ. आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक रेस्पेक्टेड श्री विवेक भारद्वाज सर, सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्टर ऑफ माइंस, द ब्रेन बिहाइंड दिस इवेंट. बिकॉज जैसा कि मैम ने कहा कि ही वॉज द वन हु वाइल फ्लीइंग बैक एट द हाइट ऑफ 35,000 feet called her and discussed this issue. So he is the brain behind this event. Thank you very much, sir. मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा आदरणीय श्री संजय लोहिया, अपर सचिव माइंस का, जिनके मार्गदर्शन से इस समिट का सफलतापूर्वक आयोजन किया जा सका. थैंक यू सर. अगर मैं अपने धन्यवाद ज्ञापन में न्याय नहीं करूँगा अगर मैं यहाँ पे ये बताना चाहूँ कि जब हमने 2 महीने पहले अपनी जेएस मैडम के साथ में IIT विजिट किया था, उस समय जो श्री सुभाषी चौधरी डायरेक्टर IIT से मुलाकात हुआ, उन्होंने कितनी सहजता से इस इवेंट के लिए उपलब्ध सारे रिसोर्सेज को हमारे डिस्पोजल पर दिया और हमसे कहा कि आप जाएं, साइन में मैडम पयोनी सीजिए कि उनके पास जाएं और जो भी हेल्प है, जो भी असिस्टेंस है, वी आर रेडी टू हेल्प यू आउट. देन दैट्स हाउ वी लैंडेड इनटू द साइन एंड देन हमारा इंटरेक्शन शुरू हुआ प्रोफेसर शक्ति से. प्रोफेसर शक्ति को मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा, जिनके पिछले 2 महीने में, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, एटलीस्ट ऑन डेली बेसिस एंड समटाइम्स ऑन आवरली बेसिस आई कॉन्टेक्टेड हिम. एंड I would like to express my special thanks to you, sir. You were so prompt, and then we need to realize that's why this is IIT. So thank you very much, sir. I would also like to thank all the mining industry leaders, NMDC, SCL, HZL, Vedanta, Adani Enterprises, Tata Steel, and many more who came all the way to Bombay and made this event a great success by participating in the brainstorming session and by sharing their problem statement. बिना आपके ये सफल इस सख्य सम्मेलन का आयोजन अधूरा होता अगर आप लोग इससे इतने उत्साहवर्धन से इसमें पार्टिसिपेट ना करते. Now आई एम टेकिंग टाइम बिकॉज वो इंग्लिश में लिखा हुआ है, मैं उसको कन्वर्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, सो प्लीज बेयर विद मी. I'm trying to do that. But I'm sure you can understand this. Yes. But sir, I did my schooling in Hindi medium, so I try to justify my schooling. This is the opportunity I got it, so I'm trying to do that. Okay. Anyway, sir, thank you, sir. Now, my special thanks to all the startups for enthusiastically sharing the solutions for the mining sector and एग्जिबिटिंग देयर कोर कॉम्पिटेंसी. जो उनकी स्ट्रेंथ थी उसको दिखाने के लिए, इतने उत्साह दिखाने के लिए, जैसा मैम ने कहा कि हमारे पास इतने रिक्वायरमेंट्स थी कि हम उसको फुलफिल नहीं कर पाए. नेक्स्ट टाइम शायद हम बड़ा एरिया लेंगे जहाँ पे सबकी डिमांड को पूरा कर पाएँ. प्लीज़ बेयर विद अस दिस टाइम. नेक्स्ट टाइम विल डेफिनेटली मीट योर डिमांड्स. नाउ अब मैं उनका नाम लेना चाहूँगा जिन्होंने पिछले 2 महीने में शायद सपने में भी समिट को सोचा होगा. मतलब I know because I have been working with her on minute-to-minute basis. My team knows that we are meeting daily in the morning, then in the evening, and at any time we can get any message कि change this, do this. So बिना उनका नाम का उद्बोधन किए हुए ये धन्यवाद ज्ञापन अधूरा होगा. आदरणीय श्रीमती फरीदा नायक मैडम, thank you very much. And she was totally engrossed in the planning. And minute to minute details she will discuss and then she will finalize. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I would like to thank her for giving and motivating and comforting the team members. who can approach any time her, and she was amazing. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. हर चीज़ में इनोवेशन था. कई बार हमको बोला गया कि इवेंट ही तो है, इतना क्यों परेशान हो. लेकिन जब हमको लगता है कि जब इस रूप में हम देखते हैं इवेंट को, तो लगता है कि 2 महीने की मेहनत वर्थ इट है. थैंक यू. नाउ मेरा विशेष धन्यवाद जाता है DPIIT, स्टार्टअप, फिकी, फीमी, PSDCCI, जिनकी मदद से हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा स्टार्टअप से पहुंच पाए और यहाँ लाने में उनको लाने का प्रयास कर पाए और बहुत से लोग यहाँ तक पहुँच पाए. सो थैंक यू वेरी मच. नाउ मैं उन सबका धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करना चाहूँगा जिन्होंने प्रत्यक्ष और परोक्ष रूप से इस समारोह को आयोजन करने में हमको मदद किया, और उन सबका भी धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा जिनका नाम मैं शायद यहाँ नहीं ले पा रहा हूँ, जो मेरे लिए संभव नहीं है. सो थैंक यू वेरी मच ईच एंड एवरीबॉडी. थैंक यू वेरी मच. धन्यवाद.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय इस धन्यवाद ज्ञापन हेतु. और इसी के साथ हम चेयर की अनुमति से इस सभा को हम समाप्त करने की अनुमति चाहते हैं, और आप सभी के सहयोग हेतु आज इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने हेतु हम सभी का धन्यवाद देते हैं. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.